The Unnoticed Sins of Everyday Speech by Amelia Opie, originally published in 1828 under the title Detraction Displayed. Audiobook revised and produced by scrollreader.com. To the reader. I give this book to the public with more uncertainty than usual and under new and difficult circumstances. The loving voice of my father, who once encouraged and guided me in my work, is now silent. Many times while writing, I have turned by habit, as I once did, to ask his advice and judgment. Then I am painfully reminded that my wise counselor and loving father has been taken from me forever. Still, I have this comfort. If this work brings sharp blame, my father will not have to feel that pain. I call such blame expected because the habit of speaking badly of others is as common as the air we breathe. By this I mean talking about people who are not present in ways that tear them down, repeating their faults, mocking them, and lowering them in the minds of others. Many have practiced this so long that it now feels almost necessary to them. If we try to replace this kind of speech with conversation that is honest and helpful, many will think we are being almost as cruel as if we were taking away the air they need to breathe. I have not been driven to this work by a strong hope that I will accomplish much good. Honest self-awareness is so rare that, although people often say that the habit of speaking ill of others through gossip, slander, defamation, and careless criticism is everywhere, and that this book is greatly needed and will surely help many, almost no one says, "I hope it will help me." Few stop to think that they themselves may be part of the problem. Yet, real change in a community can only come when each person first examines and changes his own heart. Even those who complain that this sin is everywhere often speak of it carelessly. They talk as if it has almost earned the right to remain, and as if any effort to make it less common is nothing more than a foolish dream. Still, one thought has encouraged me in this work. What I have written may offend many readers and help only a few. Yet, as I humbly hope, it will at least warn and correct my own heart. Editor's note from Scroll Reader 2026. We want to briefly note that while we found this book profitable enough to make available, it is not as Christ-centered or gospel-rich as we would most desire. Its emphasis falls more heavily on moral instruction and the correction of outward speech and conduct than on the person and work of Christ, the grace of God in the gospel, or the deeper spiritual power by which true heart change comes. Even so, we believe the book offers many penetrating observations about the sins of the tongue, the deceitfulness of the heart, and the subtle ways pride, rivalry, and uncharitable speech can work themselves into everyday life. Read with discernment. It can serve as a helpful warning and a useful aid to self-examination. As always, we encourage listeners to receive what is true and helpful, while measuring all things by Scripture and keeping the gospel central. True transformation does not come by moral effort alone, but through union with Christ, the renewing work of the Spirit, and grace that reaches the heart as well as the lips. Chapter 1. Introduction. Many people recognize that careful observation is one of the best ways to improve the mind. For that reason, we may rightly count this ability among the most valuable gifts we have. Yet, like every other gift, it can be misused. This is especially true when we use it to examine the character of other people. If religious principles do not guide and restrain our observations, they can lead us into the harmful social sin of speaking badly about others. At times we must notice, indeed discover, the faults and sins of the people around us in order to protect ourselves. But when those who see the weaknesses of their friends and acquaintances make those weaknesses the subject of private conversation, they turn a useful ability into a harmful habit. Anyone who has lived in the world with an honest awareness of their own sins, or the sins of others, must admit that this habit appears in every level of society. It shows itself from the highest rank to the lowest, from the noble to the poor, from the master to the servant, from the mistress to the maid, from the most educated to the most ignorant, from the person of great ability to the one with the weakest understanding. It is one of the most common sins, and people often take part in it with full self-satisfaction and clear enjoyment. Sometimes a person who has long taken part in this kind of talk begins to feel shame and moral disgust. That person may try to change the subject and raise the conversation to something more thoughtful. Yet how often this good effort fails. Again and again, the group seizes the first opportunity to escape from useful topics and return to talking about people. They leave helpful thoughts behind and go back to harmful talk about absent friends and acquaintances. In the mind's eye, the scene appears like a small battlefield covered with wounded character, torn abilities, and broken reputations. In the following pages, I intend to show how ugly this common sin of the tongue truly is, whether it appears as gossip, slander, careless criticism, or the habit of speaking ill of others. I know very well that writers who hold up a mirror and reveal to readers their favorite daily sins often become unpopular. Still, to excuse my boldness to my readers, and also to myself, I must add this. In writing this book, I have been moved by a desire to change myself as well as to help others. I know that I often fall into these very faults. I could not guard myself against my own weakness in any surer way than by publishing rules that I will be bound to support by my own life. In this book, I plan to show where these sins of speech arise. I will describe their usual forms and the situations that most often lead people into them. I will also sort the different kinds of offenders, those who gossip, ridicule, exaggerate faults, or repeat harmful reports, into groups. Finally, I will humbly offer counsel for governing ourselves in conversation, counsel which, if followed, may even remove the desire to speak in such ways. Chapter 2. On General and Particular Competition. When we see something produce a strong result, we naturally want to know what causes it. Since speaking badly of others has such power in society, it is natural to ask where it mainly comes from. It seems to me that its most common source is competition. All people want to be noticed and valued. This desire leads to two kinds of rivalry, a general kind and a direct kind. When the people we compare ourselves with, whether we choose them or others choose them for us, receive more attention and honor than we do, envy rises in our hearts. That envy then pushes us to speak against them. I admit that speaking against others, and even open slander, may sometimes come simply from a love of talking. Still, I believe that most often it comes from this general rivalry or this direct rivalry. Rivalry is not limited to human beings. Even pampered animals feel it. They become upset when they see their owners show affection to other pets. If another favorite takes their place, their jealousy becomes plain to everyone, and they often lash out at the one they envy. Animals can only harm the body. People can harm something deeper. They can disturb a rival's peace and damage a rival's good name. It often happens that someone, either from poor judgment or from real malice dressed up as kindness, goes and tells a person that others are speaking against him. They say that idle talkers are slowly nibbling away his good name, and that scandal spreaders are tearing his character to pieces. I will now explain what I mean by broad rivalry and direct rivalry. Broad rivalry is the common desire to be noticed and included. Few people enter a room full of company without wanting at least some attention. Even the humblest person would feel hurt if he spent a whole evening with others and no one spoke to him. He would complain that the gathering was dull, and he would naturally feel envy toward those who did receive attention. Unless strong moral or religious restraint holds him back, he will later speak against the worth of the very people he envied when their names come up again. In that case, the bitter talk comes from a disappointed desire to be noticed. It is not necessary that the disappointed person believes he deserves special honor. He may be, as I said, among the humblest of people. Yet he is still a social creature with human feelings. Attention seems to him like something everyone should share. When he is denied his share, envy rises, and envy leads him to speak against others. But if that same person has certain gifts and puts them forward in company, trying to shine more than others, then he enters direct rivalry. If he feels outdone, his remarks will likely become harsher. Now he does not only crave notice, but admiration, and the higher the aim, the sharper the disappointment when he fails. I must add that we can fall into broad rivalry without even knowing it. In that case, we may not realize that our bitter talk comes from hidden envy. But when we are in direct rivalry, we cannot miss it. If we reflect at all, our motives should be as clear to us as they are to others. Professional jealousy is a common saying. And where does it come from, except rivalry? In a great city, rivalry is spread out and less focused. In a small town, it becomes personal and pointed. The smaller the circle, the sharper the jealousy. All failure in rivalry is hard to bear. But what most provokes a sharp tongue is the success of a rival that we are forced to see and admit. A lawyer who sits at home waiting for work that never comes may suspect that it has gone to someone else. That alone may tempt him to make unkind remarks about those who are doing well. But the temptation grows when success stands plainly before his eyes. Think of the solicitor with no clients who goes again and again to court only as a useless spectator. Think of the barrister who sits there without a brief and without notice while his rivals are busy, and he must listen, unwillingly, to their praised speeches. Think of the doctor who walks to see his few patients, while the busy carriages of his competitors keep crossing his path, showing at every turn how much more sought after they are. In such cases, I believe it is impossible for an unrenewed heart not to feel humiliation and envy. And those feelings will very likely lead to the bitterest remarks about the skill and worth of successful rivals. But these jealousies and the harm they cause are not limited to law and medicine. Public figures in every line of work feel the dangerous pull of both broad and direct rivalry. Even the most honored among them have often suffered in their interests, their good name, and their peace of mind, because their success stirred others to speak against them and even to slander them. Painters and sculptors may be said to live in constant broad rivalry, and so they are always exposed to its temptations. But they enter direct rivalry when their works are set before the public in a gallery or in the yearly exhibition at Somerset House. If an artist walks through the exhibition rooms day after day and sees a loud, admiring crowd gathered around the works of others while no one stands before his own, either praising aloud or even admiring in silence, he would need an unusual measure of moral self-control to keep from speaking against the work that is plainly preferred to his. He will likely go home from this scene, where his hopes have been disappointed, with deep humiliation. Nothing may quiet him except harsh criticism of his rivals. Looking through the wounded lens of rivalry, his eye will magnify their faults and push their beauties into the shadows. All who hope for fame must feel a sting when they read the newspapers praising their successful rivals, while nothing, or nothing good, is said about themselves. But those who must compete face to face, in public, are tempted more strongly than almost anyone else to speak against others. The reason is plain. Some people receive loud applause, while others meet with silence or even open dislike. Because of this, jealousy in these circles is said to be very strong, and if this is true, then considering the weakness of human nature, it may also be seen as the most understandable. Authors, too, as public figures, often feel the painful effects of rivalry. Except when they compete for college prizes, they are not usually forced into the closest kind of face-to-face contest, which breeds the bitterest jealousy and the harshest results. Still, they are exposed to envy and humiliation. They do in fact feel these things when critics blame their own books while praising the books of others. Before I go on, I want to press one point on the reader. If the reader is humble enough to think he may learn something from common experience, even if he thinks little of the author's skill. A simple craving to be noticed, even when there is no contest between equal talents, is enough to explain much of the harmful talk that fills society. Dr. Goldsmith gives a clear example of this. Boswell says that when Goldsmith travelled to France with two beautiful young ladies and their mother, he was greatly upset that people showed more respect to the ladies than to him. Dr. Johnson once said about him, "Sir, he is so afraid of being unnoticed that he often talks lest one should forget he is in the company." Boswell also tells another story. One day in London, Goldsmith attended the Fantoccini puppet show. Some people near him spoke with admiration about how skillfully a puppet threw a pike. Goldsmith could not bear to hear the puppet praised. He quickly cried out, "Pshaw! I can do it better myself." It is also said that he wished the Lincolnshire ox would be destroyed simply because everyone admired it and talked about it. This was clearly jealousy for attention and nothing more. He could not compete with the ladies in beauty, with the puppet maker in skill, or with the ox in size. Yet he still felt annoyed and angry because they drew attention away from him. I mention these faults in a man as richly gifted as Oliver Goldsmith with real reluctance. His writings have likely given the British public more wide and lasting pleasure than the works of most authors. But I thought it necessary to mention them to support what I believe about this subject, and this may help all of us remember something important. If a mind as strong as his could be overcome by envy, then weaker minds must be even more careful to guard against it. Whether in small matters or great ones, the feeling of rivalry rises in us every day. Its results often bring shame to ourselves and harm to others. A fair and generous person can look past Goldsmith's faults and still admire his great gifts. But how can those who speak against others escape full blame? They have no gifts to balance their faults, yet they take a low pleasure in mocking the excellence they cannot reach. Competition among women about personal beauty is well known. The rivalry between those who are known as great beauties has even become a proverb. In the first volume of The Spectator, Addison tells a story that shows this kind of rivalry. I first intended to include that story here, but I have never seen such rivalry among the beauties of our own day, carried to the weak and hateful extremes that he describes. The whole story seems to me to go beyond what is natural or likely, so I will only refer my readers to the story itself. Even though I cannot fully agree with Addison's picture in that story, I believe most women, and I dare say most men, can remember a time in their lives when they entered company expecting to compete with others. The competition may not have been about beauty, like Phyllis and Brunetta in Addison's tale, but it may have been about being pleasant, lively, or well-dressed. In such cases, their pleasure during the evening rose or fell according to how much notice and admiration they believed they received. If they felt they had attracted more attention than others, they were pleased. If they felt they had failed in the hopes they brought with them, the evening became painful. A friend of mine once said to a lady acquaintance, who, I believe, is no longer alive, "How did you like the party last night at that lady's house?" "Oh, it was delightful," she replied honestly. All the women were so ugly. In this case, the spirit of competition went very far. The party pleased this lady simply because she believed that no one there could compete with her in beauty. I will now speak of competitions of a lower kind, competitions about houses, furniture, and style of living. We must live up to our rank or station in life, or to our real or supposed fortune, is often the language of the head of a large family in Europe, when careful saving or strong principle does not restrain this feeling. We must live as our neighbours and equals do, is another common saying that guides many people in arranging their households. Among the first group, this comes from a general spirit of competition. Among the second, it comes from competition with particular neighbours. A man of high rank wants to live as his ancestors lived and as others of his rank live, but he does not wish to compete with any one person in his own class. In the same way, a man who holds a certain place or importance in life wants to live as others of the same standing live. A rich man, or one who appears rich, wants to live like other people who seem equal to him. In these cases, the competition is general, but those who say, we must live and do as our neighbours live and do, are often people who live in the smaller circle of a country town or village. They usually have some particular family in mind with whom they feel a direct rivalry. In a large city, a person hardly has neighbours in this sense, and it is not easy to know who are one's equals or inferiors. But in smaller towns, this feeling of personal competition easily arises. There it is much easier to see who our neighbours are and whether our friends or relatives are as wealthy as we are. From this comes the dangerous and often ruinous rule of living that many people follow. It shows pride in the heart and weakness in judgment. It is the rule that says, we must do as our neighbours do. We must live as our neighbours live. Perhaps the spirit of competition is never more dangerous than when it leads to such words. Instead of letting wisdom and careful judgment guide our spending, we allow the spending of others to guide our own. The following conversation will show what I mean. It also gives a true picture of many family discussions.
Please, Papa, let me learn music,
Says an eager little girl to her kind father.
Emily learns. Why should I not?
Because her father is very rich, my dear, and I am not.
Oh, dear Papa, I am sure you can afford it as well as he can. And really, Papa, everyone wonders why you do not let me learn as Emily does.
But it costs a great deal of money, Louisa. Times are hard just now. Besides, Emily has an ear for music, and perhaps you do not.
Oh, dear Papa, I am sure my ear is quite as good as hers, and she has very little voice, while I have a great deal. Everyone says I would sing and play very well if I learned, and really, Papa, people will think you quite stingy.
Well, well, child, if I know that I am not stingy, that does not matter much. But I will hear what your mother says.
Oh, Papa, I know Mamma wishes it as much as I do. She does not like Emily to be more accomplished than I am.
Nor do I, my dear. But you are still young.
Young, Papa. I am 2 months older than Emily.
Indeed. Well then, wait until next year.
Next year? And let Emily get so far ahead of me, then I might as well not learn at all.
At this moment, the girl's voice is likely beginning to tremble with anger and disappointment when the mother enters the room.
So, my dear,
Says the father.
I find you have been putting expensive wishes into our child's head.
How so?
She wants to learn music, and she says you approve of it.
Well, my dear, I do approve. And where is the expense or the harm in it? You can afford it. And really, those families are so proud and conceited about their children's accomplishments that I think our Louisa, who is quite as clever, should have the same advantages.
I think so too, but if she has a music teacher, she must give up her drawing teacher. I cannot wisely pay for both.
At this point, both mother and daughter cry out in protest.
"Give up my drawing, teacher!" "Papa,"
Says Louisa.
"just when I have begun to copy prints."
What?
Says the mother.
Make the poor child give up her lessons now, when the teacher says she has such talent? He says she has already made a better copy of a head by Van Dyck than Emily D., who has learned twice as long. And Harriet, though she is much older, cannot draw eyes, noses and ears nearly as well as Louisa.
Is that really so?
Cries the pleased father, now overcome by these proofs of his daughter's superiority.
Well then, I suppose I must agree to let Louisa have 2 teachers at once. But she must promise to work very hard and learn quickly. I assure you, my dear, business is very slow right now. Things are not going well, and I feel that I ought to reduce our expenses. Still, I am willing to stretch a point for Louisa's sake.
Thus, the daughter's spirit of rivalry toward her friends is strengthened and confirmed by her parents' affection and pride, and the matter is settled. They cannot bear the thought that Emily might excel their own daughter in what the world calls necessary accomplishments. Every wise warning to judge fairly is pushed aside. From that moment, these affectionate parents will likely never again hear Emily sing or play with pleasure. They will always compare her performance with that of their own Louisa. Whenever her music is mentioned, they will be ready to say that she sings out of tune and plays out of time. Yet I do not wish to mock even the weakness of a parent's love. A tender and kind parent will always be, in my eyes, an object of warm respect. But in this case, and I believe it is a common one, the indulgence did not come from affection alone. It was just as much caused by a weak spirit of personal competition. That feeling led the father to allow what his circumstances could hardly afford. In doing so, he risked harming the future wealth of the very child whose young and dangerous ambition he was trying to satisfy. Sadly, I fear that most of us have had, at one time or another, our own Emilys and our own Harriet. I will now briefly sum up what has been said in this chapter. Competition is of 2 kinds, general and particular. General competition is often unconscious, but particular competition is always felt knowingly, and both kinds lead to envy and to speaking against others. Competition is not limited to human beings. Even pampered animals can show the same spirit. Professional jealousy is well known everywhere. This may appear as general competition in a large city or as personal competition in a small town. But in small towns, it is often more bitter, because the rivals live so near each other. For this reason, it is more likely to lead to speaking against one another. All people who live in the public eye are especially in danger when they come into direct rivalry with each other. In such cases, they are more likely to feel envy and to speak against one another, because they are in personal competition. Yet it is not necessary for people to be in direct competition to feel envy. A general desire for attention is enough to produce it. The stories about Dr. Goldsmith show this clearly. The jealous rivalry of women about personal beauty is also well known. And finally, the rule, we must do as others do and live as others live, is a powerful rule for many people, but it is also a dangerous one. Chapter 3. The subject continued. The rivalry between ladies who give parties and balls is known everywhere. It exists whether they live in a great city or in the country, in a town or in a village. It also makes no difference whether the hostess is a duchess or only the wife of a country gentleman or a wealthy tradesman. But even in these cases, the bitterness of the rivalry usually depends on how closely the 2 people compete. As the saying goes, when Greek meets Greek, then comes the tug of war. A lady of high rank will usually care little if her entertainment is less grand than that given by people of lower rank, and the country lady, or the rich citizen's wife, will not feel greatly ashamed if they hear that the duchess gave a more splendid celebration. But if one duchess is outshone by another duchess, or if a country lady is surpassed by another woman of the same rank, the matter becomes different. Then the failed competition creates personal envy, and that envy will most likely show itself in speaking against the rival. Although both general and personal competition exist in large cities as well as in the country, personal rivalry is much more common in the small circle of a country town and its surrounding area. For example, competition in giving dinners, in the number of dishes and the excellence of the food, may be stronger there than anywhere else. In such small circles, those who pride themselves on giving dinners rarely admit that they ever see or eat a fine dinner anywhere except at their own table. Still, they are not greatly to be pitied. The discomfort of eating poorly prepared food is small compared with the pleasure they feel when they say, "It was certainly not such a dinner as I should have given." This is one of the most harmless forms of speaking against others. I mention it only to show how easily speaking against others grows out of competition, even in small matters. As the poet says, "Little things are great to little men." The following story about a gentleman who lived for many years in a country town may show this in an amusing way. This gentleman took great pride in giving good dinners. He felt especially proud when he entertained noblemen and other important people who lived nearby. One day, after such a dinner, when he believed that he and his cook had done their very best, he went to visit a friend who lived close by. He wished to describe the dinner to her and speak of his success. Just as he was about to begin, one of his guests from the night before knocked at the door. "There is Mrs. Anderson," he cried. "I dare say she will talk about my dinner. Let me hide behind the screen. I would like very much to hear what she says about it." Without waiting for permission, the dinner giver hid himself behind the screen. He guessed correctly. The lady, who was probably a dinner giver herself, began speaking about the dinner of the day before. Soon someone asked her, "But what dishes were in the first course?" She quickly listed them all, one after another. But when she reached the fourth dish, placed at the corner of the table, she could not remember what it was. After several attempts, she was still unable to recall it. At last she said, "I really do not know what that dish was." At that moment, the impatient host burst from behind the screen. Forgetting that he had hidden himself, and knocking the screen over in his eagerness to defend his dinner, he cried out, "Hot lobsters, ladies, hot lobsters!" This story may seem trivial or even foolish to some readers, but when I first heard it told by a lady who had a wonderful gift for telling stories, it amused me greatly. In a country town, another form of rivalry may also appear. When people who once walked everywhere begin to keep a private carriage, others often feel offended by it. The new carriage tells everyone that the family has grown richer. If those people were once lower in rank or expectations than their neighbours, a long time may pass before they are allowed to enjoy their well-earned wealth without becoming the subject of petty criticism. The new carriage may even tempt some neighbours to compete with its owner. But if wisdom finally prevails and they realize they cannot afford a carriage themselves, they may begin to mock and ridicule the person who owns one. They may question whether the family is truly rich. They may say the owners have no right to live in such a way. Yet these critics never realize that if the same people had continued living modestly, they would still have been praised as hard-working, successful, and worthy people. But far less careful than the critics mentioned above, how many a John Noakes has bought or hired a carriage, or built a country house simply because Tom Styles did so first? Often the real reason is the jealousy of his wife or children at being outshone by people who were once perhaps their inferiors. The stated reason may be health or convenience, but the true motive is pride and rivalry. How many simple, modest women have worn diamond earrings just because a friend or relative did? Or because someone said, "I am surprised your husband has not bought you jewels. They would suit you even better than Mrs. So-and-so's." Remember, She was once in a very different situation, but see how far she has come. If the woman who hears this is not careful in her thinking, she will likely reply, "But they say her husband has made some poor investments lately, and she is not a good manager." In this way, the gossip and speaking badly of others begin to spread. This kind of talk would never have happened if these women were not competing with the lady wearing the diamond earrings, because they were about the same age, had similar social ambitions, moved in the same family circles, or their husbands worked in the same line of business. In their power to spark harmful jealousy, the rivalries of public figures are almost matched by the competitions in a public ballroom. Private balls, concerts, or any event meant to show off accomplishments are not safe either. A young girl often waits for her first public ball as if it is the greatest delight of her life, even the most important part of her education. But many a sweet girl leaves the ballroom less kind or gentle than when she entered. She begins a career of rivalry and display. She enters into general and personal competition with her peers. If she hears praise for her own beauty or performance as she dances, her vanity grows dangerously. She may start seeing the ballroom as the most important place, while the simple, safe pleasures of home life seem dull. If, on the other hand, she overhears others being praised, she feels jealousy and disappointment. Friends she once loved may seem less admirable, and she may begin to look down on them. Even a kind and gentle girl, if she navigates this scene without being harmed by her own success or that of others, will still face the risks of rivalry. Parents and relatives, who were once fair in judging others, may start to undervalue the accomplishments of other children when they see them in the ballroom, in direct competition with their own. If even the successful and admired are sometimes embarrassed and criticized, imagine how strong the temptation to speak against others must be for those who fail, who go home without being asked to dance or forced to accept an awkward partner. Surely they spend their evenings dissecting the successes of others, unless they have an unusually strong sense of moral self-control. For both the successful and the unsuccessful, in general or personal competition, the first ball is the beginning of many dangers. It can harm a young mind and character. Young men are not exempt. They are rivals in choosing partners and in dancing skill. Success or failure affects them just as it does the young women. Long experience has shown me that those who are born outside the dangers of balls and concerts are fortunate. Equally fortunate are those who, after tasting their pleasures and dangers, willingly give them up early in life for the simpler joys of home. They can use their talents to amuse their family, delight their parents, and make home the happiest and safest place on earth. I will now quote Baroness de Stael, whose words perfectly reflect this point.
Observe a young woman in a ballroom, wishing to be thought the most beautiful there, but fearing she may be disappointed. The pleasure for which the party was held is destroyed for her. She enjoys nothing, for every moment is taken up with her secret ambition and her efforts to hide it. She watches the slightest looks and signs of others with the care of a moralist, anxious to conceal her feelings. She pretends to be cheerful while her rivals are praised, talks too eagerly to them, and by these extra efforts she reveals her true feelings. Grace, the crowning charm of beauty, cannot exist without the calm and natural confidence. Uneasiness and constraint destroy even the advantages we possess. Wounded pride changes and disfigures the face, and knowing this only increases the pain without giving power to fix it. Pain is multiplied by pain, and the goal she seeks seems ever farther away, the harder she tries to reach it.
In this portrait of ballroom competition, a portrait she calls the history of a child, Baroness de Stael shows how such rivalry is a foundation for many of life's sorrows and disappointments. She confirms my own belief that competition, in one form or another, is the cause of many of the evils, sins, and disappointments of life. People often say that rivalries among close relatives are the most bitter because they interact so closely with one another. For the same reason, their jealousy is often stronger. I'm not speaking here of the closest family ties, although I have seen mothers jealous of their daughters, fathers jealous of their sons, uncles jealous of their nephews, aunts jealous of their nieces, and brothers and sisters jealous of one another. Rather, I am speaking of the rivalries that exist, often without people even realizing it, between different branches of the same family, such as cousins of various degrees. When one person from a branch gains fame or success, the jealousy of others often appears in critical or disparaging remarks. In a few cases, I have seen the opposite among brothers and sisters. They may admire and flatter one another so excessively that self-love raises natural affection to a harmful level. In such situations, the only competition they will admit for those they love is with the greatest figures of all time. They are ready to insist that their closest relatives are not only the most beautiful and graceful, but also the wisest, most virtuous, and the best in every way. But far more often, I have been disappointed to find that praise given to one part of a family is met with coldness from another. Those who should feel pleasure and affection instead respond with belittling remarks. These people who speak against others likely want to be the most important in their family, and they feel deeply that they have lost in a competition they did not even realize they were in until someone else surpassed them. This same unwillingness to admit the superiority of those we live closely with explains why friends sometimes respond with indifference when old acquaintances gain fame, whether in literature or in other areas. People can accept praise more easily from strangers than from those they see every day. How often have we seen writings that friends warmly praised when they were shared privately, yet those same friends ignore or even scorn them when they are presented publicly and celebrated by others? This usually comes from jealousy, hidden beneath self-interest or other feelings. We all enjoy supporting and praising others when it brings us gratitude and recognition. We do not mind seeing others gain fame when it comes through our praise. But when those we helped rise become independent and admired by the wider world, we often take a petty pleasure in withholding our praise. We may even withdraw the approval we once gave and respond to their success with criticism, sometimes harsh and unfair. Pride makes it difficult for people to admit that those who were once our equals or even our inferiors have now become superior. Few can accept that friends or close companions have gained more influence or recognition than they have, even in areas they themselves do not value. They may envy the fame that comes from certain talents, even if they do not envy the talents themselves. A well-known story from Plutarch fits here perfectly. When Aristides was being ostracized, the Athenians were writing names on shells to vote. An uneducated man, thinking Aristides was just an ordinary person, gave him his shell and asked him to write Aristides on it. Surprised, Aristides asked if the man had been wronged by him. "No," the man replied. "I don't even know him, but it annoys me to hear him everywhere called the Just." This Athenian had no personal rivalry with Aristides. He hated him simply for his superior character and reputation. Human nature is often like this. We are stirred to envy by the success and fame of friends or acquaintances. Aristides, however, quietly took the shell, wrote his own name on it, and returned it. When he later left Athens, this heathen prayed for his enemies, asking that the people of Athens would never face a situation forcing them to remember him. The Spectator also describes envy, especially the envy a successful author can provoke. It gives a vivid picture of the envious person. The envious man is always in pain at things that should give him pleasure. The qualities that bring joy to others, youth, beauty, courage, wisdom, are irritations to him. He cannot rejoice at another's success. He feels as though everyone is plotting against him simply by being happy or successful. A trickster named Will Prosper enjoys feeding envy. He points out a handsome young man secretly married to a wealthy woman, adds details to make it seem worse, and intensifies the envious man's suffering. An envious person takes comfort in seeing flaws or mistakes in someone otherwise admired. If a man of known honor does something unworthy, or if his accomplishments are shared among several rather than attributed to him alone, the envious feel a secret satisfaction. They imagine the person is closer to their own level. Even when an excellent poem is published anonymously, small-minded critics tear it apart or try to prevent its author from getting credit. The envious are satisfied only when they can diminish someone's reputation. The writer of The Spectator explains his own strategy to avoid provoking envy. When his work was praised in a coffee house, he would downplay his own qualities, describing himself modestly so that the envious would have less reason to torment themselves over his success. Competition can be especially dangerous between married people. Even a single game of chess between husband and wife can strain harmony. How much more dangerous, then, is the competition between authors who are married to one another? Dr. Young's universal passion gives a humorous illustration. Amelia, a talented and witty woman, marries a witty man. They live peacefully for 3 days. On the 4th day, a heated argument breaks out over Durfee's poetry and Bunyan's prose. By the 5th day, the couple divorces. On an earlier page, I said that some people, out of jealous rivalry, talk down the gifts and skill of their own relatives. But other people do the opposite. They praise and overpraise everyone in their family. The story below shows both sides of this self-love very clearly. A friend of mine once said, "One morning I was sitting with a lady who was known for speaking about her relatives in a negative, complaining way. It was clear that she did not like hearing anyone praise them. She disliked it so much that I had stopped praising them when I was with her. I thought this weakness came from wounded self-love. She felt she was in competition, even when no one else saw any reason for it. Soon after I sat down, another visitor came in. She thought she had the right to criticize the lady's relatives right in front of her, since she had heard the lady speak badly of them herself. So she began talking about them in a very disrespectful way. I sat there in uncomfortable silence. I was disgusted by how bold and rude the critic was. I also feared that the lady I was sitting with would join in and speak against her own relatives. But the opposite happened. The lady not only quickly defended her relatives, but she poured out warm praise about them. She showed such strong anger at the harshness of the visitor that the visitor was glad to end her visit early. When the visitor left, my friend continued, I said to the lady, "I really enjoyed how you corrected that rude woman, and I'm glad to see that your opinion of the people she blamed has changed in such a happy way." But the lady answered bluntly, "It has not changed at all. I think just as badly of them as ever. But no one will dare to find fault with my relatives in my presence. That is taking a great liberty with me. It insults my dignity. No matter how badly I may think of my relatives, no one has any right to speak against them where I can hear it, and I will defend them as strongly as I can." Oh, poor human nature, I thought when I heard this story. Here self-love was at its peak. This woman was willing, without shame, to say what she believed was not true. She praised people she thought did not deserve praise, and she did it not because of real affection, but because of selfish pride. It was, so to speak, the power of the possessive words, my and mine. Since I have mentioned the possessive and its power, let me step aside for a moment. I want to say here what I once planned to say about this subject in a separate book. Now, I will repeat the main points from this chapter. that the rivalry between party-giving ladies of every rank in a large city is well known, and that even there, the bitterness of the rivalry depends on how closely matched the competitors are. That rivalry in dress, lifestyle, and dinner parties is probably strongest in a country town. That rivalry in a public ballroom, or anywhere people show off competing talents, tends to do harm. That rivalry among close relatives, because they rub against each other more, stirs up the most backbiting talk. That rivalry in chess playing, or in any kind of talent between husbands and wives, is dangerous to marital happiness. And lastly, as a side point that grows out of this subject, I state my plan to make some remarks on the influence of the possessive pronoun. Chapter 4. On the possessive pronoun. No pronoun, except the personal pronoun, likes to push itself into company and take the lead like the possessive pronoun does. The possessive pronoun is as powerful as any old fairy. It has the power to change how things look. We cannot be too careful about it. Sometimes it throws a shine over every person and everything that belongs to us. That shine may be nothing but a trick, like the mirage you see near the seashore. We have long known on good authority that I is a hero, as the poet of good sense says, and I the little hero of each tale. But then I must admit that my and mine also try to act like heroes. I feel their power strongly. They push themselves into my talk again and again, even when I know it is not proper. So in return, I have decided to hold this bold intruder up to public blame. It is no use for me to say to myself, why should I talk about myself? Who cares about my symptoms, my invitations, or my acquaintances? Who cares about my works, or my plans, or anything that belongs to me? Who cares whether my relatives or friends are sick or well, alive or dead, promoted or transported? Yet that tyrant my is always forcing me to talk about someone or something connected to myself, things that likely do not matter at all to the people listening. But though this kind of self-talk, or rather, this mind talk, is dangerous because it may make people laugh at me and may lead them to laugh at me as soon as my back is turned, or even before, that is not the most dangerous part of the possessive pronoun's power. It is most dangerous when it blinds us to the faults of those who belong to us. It lifts their looks, gifts, and virtues to a level that harms both them and us. It feeds our pride, and theirs too. It fills us with family pride that is deadly to the spirit of a humble Christian. And yet, who has ever looked honestly into their own heart, or watched other people with open eyes, and has not felt the power of my and mine in small things as well as great ones? Who will not admit that the following fable, written by that careful judge of human nature Aesop, one of our earliest friends in youth, shows the trick of self-love and the trick of the possessive pronoun? The Eagle and the Owl. The owl and the eagle once were quick to quarrel, but as they grew wiser, they wanted peace. I do not know which of them won the most honor, but both agreed that war should end. One swore by a king's honor, and the other by an owl's, that they, peaceful souls, would from that moment on put out every last spark of their old hatred. And they promised that, even when hungry, they would never kill and eat each other's little ones, however sweet. Let the eaglets live, they said, and let the tiny owls live. But then a question popped into the owl's mind. Though I do not doubt your word, dear friend, I would like to know something, and you will see why. Do you personally know the owls, especially my own, well enough to recognize them? No, cried the eagle, none of them have ever met my sight. Then, cried the mother in fear, I tremble for my sweet little ones. Why so, dear friend? The eagle said. Put away this foolish fear. Tell me what your owlets look like. Describe them so I can know them, especially your own, and I will spare them. Yes, may I be thrown from my throne if I would kill your dear ones for anything in the world." The owl bowed low. She put her claw on her heart in thanks. Then, with loving but mistaken pride, she described her young ones like this: "My dear ones are always small, well-made, and beautiful, better than all other owls, and very obedient. You will know at once that they are owls because of their beauty, and you will be sure they are mine. So you will want to spare them all, and you will not swoop down to destroy their lovely forms." The eagle repeated to himself, not knowing she was mistaking plain clay for fine china. "Small, beautiful, well-made. Oh, with that I will surely know them. And if I ever meet them as I am a gentleman, I will not eat them." "Thanks," cried the owl, and she said goodbye. The eagle flew through the sky. The owl went into a hole inside a moss-covered rock. And there, not many days later, she gave birth to her dear little owlets, the objects of her tender care. And she had asked her feared ally, the eagle, to spare them. The eagle, being noble by nature, would truly have been glad to spare every little owlet. If the weak, over-loving owl had not been blinded by the strong rule of my and mine, the possessive pronoun. Because of that blindness, she described her ugly little brood as if they were full of every grace and famous for beauty beyond measure. But this motherly and very common blindness ruined the eagle's planned kindness. For one unlucky day, as he beat his loud wings and searched for food, he went into the hole in the rock and saw some crooked-nosed, croaking things, big-eyed and ugly, with heads so huge they shocked him. He could not believe these were the birds he had been told to admire and pity. "No, no," he said, "these cannot be the owlets I was asked to spare. These are monsters, not beauties. Their ugliness overwhelms me. They seem fit only to be eaten. So without ceremony I will sup on them." And in a moment they were all eaten up, when the too-partial owl returned and found the nest empty. And of the forms she had left, nothing remained but bony feet. Oh, loud indeed was her crying, and like another Niobe she mourned. Then she went to the gods, hoping Minerva, her protector, would not neglect her in her sorrow, but would punish, as she should, the false destroyer of the owlet line. "No!" cried Minerva. "I am too just for that. You must blame yourself, vainglorious creature, for the early death of your poor owlets. You told the royal bird to expect the brightest of all birds in them. And when he saw monsters instead of beauties, as he says in his own defense, how, in the name of common sense, could he believe he was seeing your dear ones? So he feared nothing. He thought it was one of his first duties to put an end to such a dreadful race. Know this, poor sufferer, though your case is hard. It was not the eagle's unkindness that killed your darlings, but their mother's blindness. To your partial eyes they seemed fair and bright only because they were your own. The loss you must now mourn was caused by the unstoppable power of that royal pronoun that all vain people obey. So from now on, be on your guard against my and mine. Chapter 5. The subject taken up again. I will now return to my subject. As I said before, rivalry grows stronger the closer it is. So people of the same age and the same place in society, people who are true contemporaries, compete most directly with each other. For that reason, they are more likely to fall into the sins that come with rivalry. I have often heard both men and women gladly admit the success, charm, talents, and virtues of people who are clearly older or clearly younger than themselves. But the same people speak with doubt about the claimed gifts of their own peers. If someone says, "They look very young for their age," the answer is often hesitant. "Do you think so?" I can't say I agree. Then they add, "No, I think they look as old as they are. Let me see. We were at school together, and I know I was at least 2 or 3 years younger. There is also a plain jealousy among people of learning and talent who live in a country town. Those who are used to being the wise voice in their own circle often, like the Turk, bear no brother near the throne, though there are sometimes honourable exceptions. They tend to judge harshly and to deny the claims of any newcomer who might gain listeners and admirers. And how severe, how even scornful, people can be who take pride in their reasoning powers and their skill in argument. They often look down on acquaintances whose gifts are of a different kind, especially if those gifts have brought them some public name, while the arguers themselves have not noticed. These critics are often unaware that their low view of others is driven by rivalry. How can that be? They might say with anger. Our abilities are not even the same kind. No, they are not. But in the small circle where they meet, they are still competing for attention, praise, and importance. Much of the feeling Dr. Goldsmith spoke of earlier is working in them, so they are under the power of close rivalry. Two of a trade cannot agree, says the proverb. But there is another truth that people do not feel as clearly, and so they do not guard against it enough. We can envy and resent people whose gifts are totally different from ours, just as much as we resent those with the same gifts. The difference is this. When the gifts are the same, the jealousy is stronger and we know it. When the gifts are different, the jealousy is often hidden from us. But it would not stay hidden if we made it a healthy habit to hunt down our secret motives, and if we could bear to look at that ugly thing, a naked human heart. Rivalry over what people call feeling or sensibility leads to unkind fault-finding as surely as any other rivalry. Almost everyone claims this quality for themselves, but they rarely allow their relatives, friends, or neighbours to have it in the same measure. How common are sayings like these? Yes, she is a worthy woman, but I am sure she has very little feeling. Or, yes, I dare say he is a good man, but his sensibility will never hurt him. Or, how differently I would have behaved or felt in such a case. In these remarks, the put-down clearly comes from competition. The speaker is trying to outdo the other person in feeling. This kind of rivalry is even openly admitted, and surely it is just as vain to claim greater sensibility as it would be to claim you are wiser or better looking than your neighbours. To claim superiority in anything shows self-conceit. Still, there is a common unfairness that I must speak about. People often treat those with literary gifts and learning as more vain and proud than anyone else. But is that fair? Let me put it this way. If an author, while among friends, spoke about his own books and praised them highly, people would quickly call him shamelessly vain. But suppose another man in the same room spoke with shock about someone's lack of feeling and said, "How differently I would have acted in that situation?" Few people feel as deeply as I do. Would it really be fair to say the author was more vain than that man? They are proud of different things, but the pride itself is the same. Take another example. Suppose a woman who writes books praises her own work in front of friends and boasts about how excellent it is. Then imagine another woman soon afterward criticizing the judgment and household ability of someone she knows, and then explaining how much more capable she is in running a home, saying what a manager she is, what a nurse she can be, what a kind of physician she becomes when needed, almost suggesting that she is a perfect example of the kind of knowledge often praised in women. Would it really be right for the company to say the writer is the more vain of the two? Is the pride of authors truly worse than every other kind of pride? If we are honest, we must admit that the man who boasts of having deeper feelings and the woman who boasts of greater skill in household matters are just as conceited as the author. Yet in many gatherings, people would likely notice only the writer's pride, while the first two would be the quickest to laugh at the great vanity of their literary friends. But vanity is still vanity, and conceit is still conceit, no matter what it is about. Anyone who claims to be better than others should therefore be careful before criticizing the pride that may appear in authors. But to return to my main point, many people wrongly confuse irritability with sensibility. They excuse certain actions and sufferings by calling them deep feeling, when in reality they come from an uncontrolled temper. By irritability, I mean having too much self-love and too little love for others. I have heard people, whose peace is often disturbed by their own unhappy temper, claim that those who are good-natured have no sensibility at all. They say that where there is a calm and steady temper, feelings must be weak or dull. Blinded by self-love, they give the name deep feeling to what is really just bad temper. In truth, it often comes from a lack of moral or religious self-control. Instead of honestly examining themselves, they accuse others of lacking feeling and treat a real virtue in others as if it were a fault. So pride leads them to treat their sin as if it were a sign of superior virtue. Because of this, they feel little need to struggle against the sin that so easily controls them. Irritability is often connected with weak nerves or poor health. But whatever its cause, it frequently shows itself in sharp and hurtful remarks. Nothing more quickly leads to unfair judgments of others. In fact, nowhere is a lack of sound judgment more clearly seen than in the way people measure the sorrow of those who mourn. When we visit someone in the first days after a loss, the grief we see is often less than we expected. Yet even when they are as overwhelmed at first as we imagined they would be, they may still regain some cheerfulness sooner than we think proper. Then, with quiet self-satisfaction, we compare their returning calm with the long and heavy sorrow we imagine we would have felt in the same situation. We say, "It is surprising how quickly Mr. or Mrs. So-and-so, or William or Mary, has recovered from their loss." And we add, "How fortunate it is for some people that they do not feel things as deeply as others do." The robber Procrustes used to tie travellers to a bed. If a person was longer than the bed, he cut off their limbs to make them fit. If they were shorter, he stretched them until they reached the end. In much the same way, people judge those who mourn. The sorrow of the mourner must match exactly what the observer thinks it should be. Their grief must be the same size and shape as the watcher's idea of grief, or the watcher will doubt whether their sorrow is real at all. One says, "I went to see our friend on such and such a day, and I was surprised to find him or her so well. He or she never even mentioned the one who died. Almost forgotten already, I dare say." Another says, "I saw our friend yesterday, and it was shocking how constantly he or she talked about the departed and about the sorrow and so on. For my part, I can never talk about those I have lost, and I do not believe those who feel a loss deeply ever can. No, such people are never truly afflicted." So in one case, not speaking of the death is taken as proof of a hard heart and forgetfulness. In the other case, speaking a lot is taken as proof that the grief is not real or will not last. But in both cases, the judgment is unkind, unfair, and wrong. The late Henry Fuseli, speaking of the head of Bonaparte, once exclaimed in my presence, "Oh, there is no duplicate of that head in the world." But he quickly added, "And yet, to be sure, there is no exact duplicate of any head or face at all." That remark struck me then, and I never forgot it. It seemed to me to fit moral qualities and feelings, as well as faces, especially when we judge the sensibility of others. I have convinced myself that no two people feel the same thing in the same way. If there is no duplicate of any head or face, there is also no duplicate of any mind, heart, or sensibility. So each person has their own way of showing what they feel, their own way of pouring out grief, and their own way of finding comfort under it. It is narrow, jealous, and proud For anyone to say that those who do not show grief the way we do, or who hide it more, must have less proper feeling than we do. That would be as foolish as saying the weather cannot be warm because we feel cold, or that no one can think red and yellow are beautiful because our eyes find them ugly and gaudy. I believe there are as many kinds of grief as there are kinds of dress, and as many shades of sorrow as there are shades of colour. And the great physician has mercifully provided as many helps for affliction as for disease. But fault-finders do not know this. They are not softened by the venerable presence of misery. Misery which, if it is quiet, they mistrust, and if it is talkative, they mistrust even more. They visit sorrow not to share it, but to judge it. They compare their better feeling with what they imagine is the other person's lack of feeling. In this way they turn the cypress of the grieving into an ornament for their own pride, and, like the Pharisee of old, they bless themselves that they are not as other men are. I must add one more proof of how much we naturally love to stand out, and how common rivalry is, even when we do not notice it in ourselves. Many people are jealous, even about who has the greatest troubles in life. I have been talking at length about the sorrows and losses of some friends, and another person has cut in with this exclamation: "Oh, what are their troubles compared with some I could name? They ought to be thankful it is no worse." Other people, as I painfully know, have had far more to go through. I have also seen the same thing with bodily suffering. I have heard a person in pain cry out, with a strange and obvious self-satisfaction, "Oh, but what are their pains and agonies compared with mine?" If this supposed first place in suffering is not joined with grumbling and a lack of proper surrender to the will of God, we can hardly blame sufferers for taking some comfort from this harmless kind of rivalry. Chapter 6. On Precedence and Such Things. I now come to an important and common kind of rivalry, so important that I may rightly call it the rivalry of being first. Anyone who has read the history of our own country or of others knows that disrespecting an ambassador's rank or refusing his claim to go first has sometimes drawn whole kingdoms into war and filled the world with blood. This is one of the saddest, and also one of the clearest, proofs of pride in the human heart. It hides under the name of the rights of nations, but it is hateful in the sight of him who is the King of Kings, of whom it is said that he casteth down the mighty from their seats, and exalteth the humble and meek. But I will keep to what this kind of rivalry does in private life. It harms peace in the home. It leads to hurt feelings and jealousy, and then, in the end, to unkind words spoken about others. Even among those whose rank is listed in the table of precedence, serious mistakes can happen. The most uneducated host knows that dukes and duchesses go before marquises and marchionesses, and so on down the list. But you must understand heraldry to remember all the complicated rules about the rank of their children. I remember the distress of a kind and friendly man I knew when he discovered that he had wounded the pride and feelings of two noble ladies by leading a baronet's wife to dinner before them. To my friend, a lady was simply a lady. He thought he was honouring the one who was truly a lady ahead of the others, who were only mistresses, even though honourable stood before their names. So, with complete innocence, he led the baronet's lady in first, never imagining the trouble that would follow. But the next day, the mother of one of these ladies asked to speak with him. With great earnestness, though still with the manners of a true gentlewoman, she reproached him for the insult he had shown to the honourable Mrs. The troubled host begged her to explain what he had done wrong. To his surprise and alarm, he learned that his offence was this: he had allowed a baronet's wife to take precedence over the wife of the younger son of an English earl. My poor friend could not deny it. He apologized and promised he would never repeat the mistake. He also promised that when Mrs. honoured him with her presence the following week at a similar gathering, he would be careful to let her go before everyone else. The good lady left, satisfied that she had defended her daughter's rights. But my friend had made a rash promise because he had not consulted Blackstone. Hardly had this reproof giver gone when he was told that Colonel B wanted to see him on important business. My friend greeted him with his usual politeness, but the colonel was rather cold. He said he had come to demand an explanation for the shocking disregard shown the day before for the rights of a noble lady. "Oh, dear Colonel," said my relieved offender, "Mrs. So-and-so has just been here. She has shown me my error, which was only ignorance. I have apologized. And when I have the honor of seeing you all at a supper party here next week, I have promised to give the precedence to the Honourable Mrs. A." "To the Honourable Mrs. A!" cried the colonel in anger. "What, in open contempt of my wife's rights?" My poor friend was stunned. With difficulty he stammered, "But, sir, I thought that the wife of an earl's younger son—" "Fiddlestick's end for an earl's younger son's wife, sir," cried the colonel. "My wife is the eldest daughter of an English viscount. And what says Blackstone, Volume 1, page 405? "I don't know," said my friend. "I never read Blackstone." "Then all the more shame for you, sir. In his table of precedence, he says that a viscount's eldest son ranks before an earl's younger son, and that the daughters of noble families always rank with their eldest brother." "Does he indeed, sir?" said my friend. "Well then, Colonel, what follows?" "What follows?" snapped the colonel. "Why, the Honourable Mrs. B must take the place everywhere above the Honourable Mrs. A, and if you again disregard her rightful claims, sir, she shall never enter your house again." With that he marched out, leaving my friend convinced that he must study Blackstone in the future before he invited the noble and the privileged. But it is not among those whose rights are clearly fixed that you see the strongest clinging to precedents. It is where the rights are doubtful. When we think someone has held back what is due to us, it wounds our self-love and lowers our sense of importance. When someone gives it to us, it feels like a sweet payment to our pride. It is no favor to a woman of high rank to give her precedence. She knows her right. She takes it. No fresh swelling of pride is stirred up in her. The most obvious and uneasy grasping for precedence is found where there is no real right to it, where an appeal to Blackstone would be useless, because the claimants are not even named there. I mean the large class in society whose importance comes mainly from the size of their wealth. I have often seen the pain with which the wives of rich men in trade have been forced to give place to the poor daughter of a baronet or a knight. How often have I heard this empty single privilege grudged to the one who holds it? And how often have I heard her pride and boldness in taking it blamed with a sharp tongue? In this case, rivalry clearly drives the unkind, and I may say unjust, fault-finding. And how often, when I have heard people whose rights to precedence are doubtful speak harshly about the master of a house they had recently visited, I have found, when I asked, that he had given precedence to someone else, a neighbour, friend, or relative, over the harsh critic. Here again, failed rivalry is the plain and certain source of unkind talk. The master of a house does not show any special respect for noble guests when he gives them the place their rank requires. He's only showing that he knows the rules in the Red Book, and that he can follow the laws of rank. But when the right to go first depends, as it sometimes does, on what the host thinks about a guest's importance and place in society, then self-love wakes up. The person chosen feels pleased, of course, and those who think they had a better claim feel hurt, of course. Everyone agrees on some basic rules. Married women and married men take place before single ones. No one who knows the common rules of good society would lead the daughter of a rich man out of the room before the wife of even a poor man. Also, clear seniority in age gives a real right to go first. But if the common desire to claim that empty honour, this vague kind of precedence, must continue, and it will continue as long as pride remains in the human heart, that common sin of unregenerate nature, then it would be helpful to have clear rules for precedence in ordinary private life. It would be useful if the untitled, whose place is not laid down in Blackstone, had a table of precedence of their own. In such a table, I would like to see the first places given to the stranger and to the oldest person. The next place should go to married people, ranked by their supposed age. But I fear that giving precedence based on supposed age would cause even more hurt feelings than the present way. If place is given to age, it must be given on that ground only to those for whom the word old has long stopped sounding frightening. But I should not speak lightly about a subject that deserves serious thought. It may help to ask ourselves, and to ask those whose rights are not clearly fixed, where our tight grip on precedence comes from. Do we need it for our peace of mind to have it proved, as far as going first can prove anything, that we matter more than the friends around us? If so, and if they are as jealous of respect as we are, it will not make the gathering dear to them. It will not stir in them that open, warm spirit toward everyone present, that alone can make any meeting truly pleasant. But when known precedence is given to those who are clearly older or to the stranger, it does not wound even the sorest self-love. No one wants to compete in age, and the stranger's claim does not clash with our own in a painful way. So why do we want the first place? What do we want it for? Do we want it to raise us in our own eyes? That is not needed, for we are already too high there. Do we want it to raise us in other people's eyes? That is not needed either, if our right to go first is truly well-founded. If our claim to honour rests on real respectability of character, and on qualities of mind or heart, then the petty detail of being asked to go first, or the petty slight of being wrongly made to go last, cannot change our true worth. In short, jealousy over place is a feeling we must fight against. It is completely opposed to the lowliness of heart that fits a sincere Christian. Our great poet, in Paradise Lost, makes the love of supremacy, of which claiming and receiving precedence is surely a part, a key mark of Satan's character. He puts these words in his mouth: "Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven." And whenever I hear of men or women who clearly prefer the company of those beneath them to the society of their superiors or equals, I am strongly reminded of that line. I believe the same kind of proud spirit that the line describes is working in such people. A foreigner complained to me the other day that the right he claimed to lead a lady out had been rudely taken from him. He added with great force, "And is this your famous hospitality? Is this your kindness to strangers? In my country, strangers take place before everyone, even the noble. But when you invite a stranger to your rich table and then shame him and wound his feelings, you take away his appetite to eat." I have no doubt that many people, who are not foreigners, feel the same sting every day when they believe they have an unspoken right to precedence. Self-control and caution may keep them from saying so, but the hurt turns them from friendly guests into silent ones. It turns them from kind observers of the table and company into harsh and mocking judges. So what is the remedy? This problem likely happens often, and since rules of precedence, except among the titled, are made up and unclear, it will likely keep happening. The only true help, then, is to work humbly to destroy that unchristian pride that makes us weakly want precedence and even more weakly resent it when we do not get it. Some people probably take pleasure in humiliating what they think is the pride of others, or even think it is their duty to do so by denying even rightful claims. Others do it from simple ignorance and carelessness. But those who have trained themselves to look at these things with a humble Christian mind will be able to take both kinds of neglect, planned or unplanned, with the same calm spirit. If honor is given, they will accept it without swelling up. If it is withheld, they will not sink into sulky, offended silence. Instead, they will try to honor the lower place they have been given by cheering the people near them with pleasant conversation. I was led to say this because I remembered a story about a Spanish nobleman. It fits this subject well, and I will end my discussion of precedence with it. This gentleman invited a poor but honest farmer to dinner. When they were ready to sit, the master of the house insisted that the farmer take the head of the table, but the farmer stubbornly refused. The nobleman kept insisting, saying that he ought to be obeyed in his own house, but the countryman, proud of what he thought was good manners, still would not sit down. At last, the gentleman laid both hands on the farmer's shoulders and forced him into the seat, saying, "Sit down, you chaff-threshing churl, for wherever I sit, that is the upper end to you." And I would advise those who are not willing to see pride as a sin, but instead treat it as almost a virtue, and so cling tightly to the rights of precedence. When those rights are ignored or denied, let them remember this story. Let them think about this. Their rank, their worth, and their pleasantness remain exactly the same, even if they are made to follow those they believe they should have gone before. So instead of sour looks and a silent tongue, let them try to show that even if they are not first in importance, they can be first in something far better, pleasantness and good humor, things no red book can give, and no human power can take away. I must add one more thing. The Gospel tells us to choose the lowest place. No one would be jealous for the first place if they remembered and obeyed this command, but when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room. Now I will sum up what I have said in this chapter. Precedence is one of the most serious kinds of rivalry. In the past, even denying an ambassador the place he claimed has sometimes brought whole nations into war and bloodshed. In private life, this same rivalry causes many bitter feelings. It stirs up envy and leads to unkind talk. Even among the privileged classes, it can be hard to know the exact rules without knowing Blackstone. The story I told shows this. The strongest clinging to precedence is often found in those whose right to it is doubtful. People whose claims, like the claims of the merely rich, are not recognized in Blackstone. It would be helpful if clear rules were drawn up to guide precedence for those whose place is not listed in the Red Book. It is right to give precedence to the stranger and to the oldest person in the company. In some countries, strangers at a gathering are placed even before the noble. It would be best to fight against the desire for precedence, because it is not a Christian spirit. It is wisest to train ourselves to care little about going first or last. Wherever we sit, we should try to make that part of the table the most pleasant, high or low, by cheerful, kind conversation. A charm no red book can give, and no one can take away. The story I gave fits this subject well. And lastly, it would be wise to remember the holy command. When you are invited to a feast, take the lowest place. Chapter 7, on Religious Rivalry. Since I have laid down this general rule that rivalry is common to everyone and that it produces envy and detraction, I must also believe that even my fellow Christians who teach the word are not entirely free from its dangers. Still, I trust that such feelings are, in some measure, checked in them as soon as they notice them. How can a humble, serious Christian, one who examines himself, and each night brings before his mind not only what he has done, but what he has felt during the day, so that he may ask pardon if those feelings were sinful and give thanks if they were pure. How can such a man feel jealous rivalry without knowing it? And since he knows the disease, he also knows the cure. I have been encouraged to say these things by reading a sensible and useful book called Christian Fellowship or the Church Member's Guide by J.A. James. In that book, the tone of correction shows that certain faults can creep in even among the godly. But he may speak for himself.
It does not unfrequently happen that where two or more churches of the same denomination exist in a town, a most unhappy, unscriptural, and disgraceful temper is manifested towards each other. All the feelings of envy, jealousy, and ill will are cherished and displayed with as much or more bitterness than two rival tradesmen would exhibit in the most determined opposition of interests.
Again, he says,
Let us not look with envy and jealousy on the growing prosperity of other societies. Let us not consider their success as in any degree encroaching upon ours. If we succeed more in our own church, let us be thankful but not boastful. If others take precedence, let us be stirred up to affectionate holy emulation, but not to envy and jealousy. Shall we feel mortified when immortal souls are saved, because we were not the instruments of their conversion? Shall we say, if we cannot gather them into the church, let them not be gathered? If two rival physicians, who had each as much as he could do when the plague was raging in a town, looked with envy and grudging on each other's success, what should we say of their spirit? But such a temper, in these circumstances, is far less criminal than the envious disposition of some ministers and their flocks.
there should be a spirit of mutual love between members of different churches. They should live like brothers. And so that this love is not harmed, they should avoid, when they meet in their social circles, any spiteful and unloving talk about the others. Nothing is more common than for Christians in one group to make the affairs and faults of Christians in another group their main topic of talk.
Ministers and leading persons in the company should always set their faces against this harmful gossip. All comparisons between the gifts of the ministers and the standing of their churches should be carefully avoided. It is right for every church member to love his own pastor, and he may harmlessly think his minister is the best preacher in the town, but it is insulting and harmful to say so to those who prefer another.
I copied these passages with special pleasure because some of them support what I have already said about the duty of everyone to stop tale-bearing and unkind talk. This writer says that ministers and leading people should set themselves against harmful gossip. But all gossip is harmful. Not only ministers, but everyone in a group should try to turn the conversation to better things. I am sure this Christian writer would agree. He also warns against criticizing ministers and comparing their gifts. Since I mean to point out this kind of criticism and show that it deserves blame, I feel even more encouraged while copying his words. I hope no one will think I am taking too much on myself by speaking about the temptations and likely errors of Christian ministers. But I could not avoid it. I strongly believe that nothing is more likely to break a minister's watchfulness unto prayer, which even the most spiritual teacher needs, than the belief that he stands above the weaknesses of other men, and that while others may stumble, his own footing is sure. I fully agree with the spirit of the next passage, yet I also believe that, although rivalry is not the only source of speaking against others, it produces one of the most widespread and harmful forms of it. The envy it stirs up is among the most dangerous and persistent of evils. Some people speak against others, not because they love news, and not because they mean to ruin anyone, but simply because they love to talk. Their speech is like a rushing stream. It carries along whatever is in its path. Constant talkers are often not deep enough to keep conversation going from their own thoughts, so they cannot let any outside story pass by. They are like a mill that is always turning. It does not want even a drop of water to run by unused. We used to call this kind of non-stop talk a woman's fault. But if we speak fairly, we must admit that while women have often been blamed for gossip, they do not own the sin. Anyone who says that only women talk too much may sometimes need Diogenes' lamp to find a man, because you can walk into a room of men where it is just as hard to get a word in as it is in a room full of gossiping women. When it comes to speaking against others, both sexes seem to compete, and it would take a very sharp judge to decide which does it more. Now, so that these talkers do not excuse themselves by saying they meant no harm, I ask them to consider this. They are not less hurtful, only more foolish. Even if the proud and envious must answer to God for their pride and envy, these careless talkers still harm their neighbour just as much. Anacreon, who choked on a grape seed, died just as surely as Julius Caesar did with his 23 wounds. In the same way, a man's good name can be ruined by silly chatter just as well as by deliberate betrayal. A person's reputation is a delicate thing. It is rarely tossed around from mouth to mouth without being bruised, if not cracked. Reports are like snowballs. The farther they roll, the bigger they grow. And once I pass a story to someone else, how can I know what he will add to it, or how he will twist it? There is another group of zealous Christians, people I truly respect, who also need, with great humility, to watch their own motives and their own words. Their very zeal can lead them into mistakes. For a time, they may forget the deceitfulness of the human heart. I mean the large group of philanthropists, those who are trying in every way to do good to their fellow creatures, both in spiritual matters and in moral ones. They gather in many public meetings. They also meet in smaller groups, in private committees, where people rub closer against each other, and so the danger is greater. On all these occasions, there is real danger that a love of power will slip in. Differences of opinion can lead to angry debates. And when someone loses the contest, that unsuccessful rivalry can lead, as it does in other cases, to unfair judgments, grudges, backbiting, unkind talk, and perhaps even slander. I believe it is impossible for any number of people, men or women, to meet together even to do good, without evil also being present with them. A Christian goal does not always keep a Christian spirit alive and steady. Some may think this sounds rude, but the experience of others, if not my own, has shown me that even good and gentle people sometimes need a warning. I do not need to say more, but I would not feel right saying less. So I will close with this excerpt. No man can be known for a clean life, or even for ordinary moral goodness, without having many jealous eyes on him, watching for him to slip. And if they can spot even the smallest wrong turn, he is treated worse than the worst criminal. A criminal is tried at one court and he knows the worst that will happen to him. But the man who has tried to live well is put on trial at every table, in every tavern, and in countless courts. And there will be many different sentences, but they all agree on this one, that he is a hypocrite. And then, what pleasure, what triumph they take in making such a discovery. There is not half as much delight in their finest pleasures as they find in seeing a person's good name bleeding there at their mercy. I will end this part of my work with one more of Aesop's fables, The Donkey and the Lapdog. It is a plain and lasting truth that in both man and beast, few are free from rivalry. You may smile at that. But Aesop, that wise old writer, understood it well. In one of his best fables, he shows that even animals can be jealous and try to outdo one another. A respected gentleman lived, I suppose, in a country town. He had a little lapdog, lively and pleasing, the sort of creature fit to sit with a king. He also kept a donkey, a long-eared fellow, which wandered in a green paddock. At the far end of the paddock stood a shaded seat with a covered porch dressed with flowers. There the gentleman would sit to read or sleep. When he dozed, the little dog would climb into his lap and curl up there. When the master woke, the dog would lick his face, wag his tail, and greet him with every small sign of love. So the summer hours passed for the man and his dog. But the donkey watched from the field while he ate his thistles, and envy began to grow in him. At last he went to a pond and looked at himself in the water. Then he said, "Surely I am as handsome as that little yelping thing? My ears are longer, my nose is longer, and my voice is far finer. No one with any ear should compare that dog's bark with my noble bray. And yet my master loves that creature. The dog begs, licks his face, lifts his paws, barks, and is praised for it all. But I eat my grass unnoticed, and if I come near, I am driven away like a brute." Then the donkey made up his mind. "I too will try to please my master. He has never seen how charming I can be. He has never seen me offer my foot, leap in the air, or sing for him. How can he admire what he has never seen? I will win for myself the love that little creature now enjoys." So when the gentleman next came to sit in the shade, the donkey would not let him pass. He leaped and kicked so wildly that the poor man, thinking him mad, hurried to his seat in fear. Then the donkey brayed loudly, trying to match the lapdog's music. After that, he lifted his foot as if to offer it kindly, though it was made more for striking than for pleasing. At last he rushed at his terrified master and tried, absurdly enough, to climb into his lap. No lapdog, poodle, or monkey could have acted more playfully, at least in the donkey's own mind. But the gentleman, frozen with fear, cried out, "Will, Thomas, come this moment, or I am killed." The servants ran in and drove the donkey away. His disgrace soon turned to pain. Instead of praise and caresses, he got blows. Then they dragged him to the stable, tied him to the manger, and ended his freedom in the paddock. What could he do then? He could not take revenge by force. He could not bring any charge for the wrong done to him. So he tried another way. He began to speak bitterly against the lapdog, the cause, as he thought, of all his trouble. Among servants, grooms, and boys, he tried to stir up feeling against the little creature. He spoke down its worth and threw out charges, many of them only half true. In short, the donkey took up that common trade called detraction, and I begin and end with this truth. The main spring of detraction, the force that gives it wings, is most often unsuccessful rivalry. To sum up, ministers of the gospel, like other men, are open to the danger of rivalry and must watch themselves. They must also resist harmful gossip. Philanthropists, who often compete in public meetings and private committees, should be on their guard as well. And lastly, this fable of Aesop shows how strong unsuccessful rivalry can be. Chapter 8. On Speaking Ill of Others. What is detraction? That is speaking ill of others. If we go back to the root of the word, it means to draw away from, that is, to pull something down or make it seem smaller than it really is. The work of speaking against others is to lessen the worth of people, and even of things, through harsh remarks, fault-finding, mockery, copying their manner, or telling stories that make them look bad. This behavior has two forms. It can be done as well as spoken. I will begin with the spoken kind and try to describe its different forms. In the last chapter, I tried to show that both general rivalry and close personal rivalry, whether we notice it or not, are the main and most harmful sources of speaking against others. In the next pages, I will try to show how this spirit works. This habit is one of the strongest influences in society, but it does not act like a king. It has no grand public days and no formal receptions. It is just as active in private between two people or in the family circle, and perhaps even more active there than in large public gatherings. People often say that a tea party is the favorite place for scandal. But while all scandal involves speaking against others, it does not follow that all such talk is scandal. I think the difference is this. Scandal is a bad report about a person's actions. It is speaking against others that rises to the level of slander. But the kind of talk I will mostly speak about is something many people think harmless, cutting remarks about a person's character, manners, and claims to respect. Many, almost all, will join in that kind of talk, even though they would shrink back with real horror from telling a scandalous story. Also, however common scandal may be, it can never be as common as this kind of critical talk. The law protects a person's reputation to some degree. Those who damage the good name of a man or woman risk being called to account in court, or by the worldly customs of honor. But the person who simply runs others down can carry on a small, safe war with little fear. The people they attack may be those they secretly envy, even if they would not admit it, and they are usually sure to find others ready to join in. Often they do not even realize that what feels like a pleasant way to pass the time is really an unjust attack on the worth, respect, and rights of their fellow human beings. In truth, it shows, and grows out of, an unchristian spirit. It belongs under that plainly forbidden sin, evil speaking. Among the benefits of widespread education and of serious training of the mind in every class, I count this as one of the greatest. It would likely reduce this habit of speaking ill of others. For when education becomes common, even the most modest woman will not be afraid to speak about what she knows. She will be able to talk about books without fearing that she will be called a Bluestocking. As this happens, the tone of conversation will slowly improve. At present, it is, may I dare to say it, the general lack of education among women, together with the narrow habits men have formed by long believing women unfit for thoughtful conversation, that fills provincial society especially with gossip and fault-finding. When women are alone, and when men join them, people often have no shared subjects to discuss. After they have spoken enough about la pluie et le beau temps, the weather, little remains except the day's gossip and remarks about the people around them, their dress, their manners, and perhaps even their morals. Speaking badly of others is the quickest and easiest subject, so it is chosen. But if both men and women were trained to feel that it is shameful to be unwilling or unable to talk about better things, and this feeling would grow from education, then people would stop using their neighbors' faults and follies, their troubles and shame, or even their unwelcome success as the chief way to pass the time, even in a private conversation between two friends. Then this habit of speaking against others, with its harmful effect on the one who says it, the one who listens to it, and the one it targets, would be driven out of society with the contempt and dislike it deserves. A lady near London started something several years ago called a conversation party. It met at her house on a set day at the beginning of every month. Each meeting had one moral question as the topic. She planned these meetings for the good of the young people she knew, both men and women. The women were expected to do work for the poor, while the men discussed the question. Anyone could propose a question for the next meeting. The questions were always written down and placed in a vessel. Then one was drawn at random, and that would be the subject debated at the next gathering. Most of the speakers were known for both ability and godliness. One striking fact is that this conversation party has met without interruption for 25 years, from the day it began. The lady in whose house it meets wants her doors opened for it even when she is away. At each meeting, someone writes a summary of the evening's discussion. That summary is then read at the start of the next meeting. The friend who told me about this, someone fit to take part in it and able to describe its value, said that the first time she attended, the topic was censoriousness. She wished I had been there to hear what was said, because I could have used it for the book I am writing. She believes that if all the proceedings were published, they would make a very interesting set of moral essays. Many of the speakers are used to writing, and they are in the habit of teaching, guiding, and helping their fellow creatures. I did not share that story to urge anyone to start a meeting like it. Though if I lived at sea, I would very much want to be part of it. I shared it because I enjoyed reading about such a wise and personal act of kindness. The lady who began these meetings planned them for the good of young people, and she has kept them going with steady, successful effort. When she is gone, I am sure she will be remembered with love. I believe that many young men and many young women will later be able to trace some godly feelings and some good stirring of heart, blessings that helped shape their lives, back to those meetings in their friend's house. And they will speak her name with loving respect and grateful honor. Since I want this small book to be helped by people far wiser than I am, I will now give an extract from Archbishop Leighton on the command, "Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour." As I said before, bearing false witness is, in one sense, the worst kind of evil speaking, the very peak of it. It goes beyond what I am mainly dealing with. Still, this extract touches my subject closely, and it contains such excellent, and I may add, much needed instruction, that I cannot hold back from laying it before my readers. Perjury, or lying in public court, is plainly forbidden by the very words of the command. It is the highest and most dreadful wrong of this kind. But under this command are included all the other ways we sin against our neighbour's good name. First, every private way of spreading lies and false charges. Second, every groundless suspicion, every unfair guess about motives, and every unkind reading of another person's words and actions. Third, the habit of closely watching for faults in others when you have no duty to do so and no sincere desire for their good. This becomes clear when you notice something that truly needs correction, yet you do not go to the person quietly and kindly to help them. Instead, you pass them by and spread the matter to others. It is a foolish self-deception to think you are innocent simply because what you repeat is true. No. A sinful motive and a spiteful spirit can make it a sin for you, even if the facts you tell are correct. The only gain you get is that you involve yourself in another person's sin, and you may even make it more your own than theirs. They may feel sorrow for what they have done, but you show that you take pleasure in it. Even if you introduce the story with gentle sighs and a show of pity, and then add a few words of praise about the person in some other area, this is only a way of covering the bitter thing, like sugar on a pill, so others will swallow it more easily, and your malice will not be noticed. Those whose calling requires them to watch over others must do so faithfully. They must warn and correct in private first, and if that does not work, they may, and even must, speak more openly, but always in love, seeking only the glory of God and the saving of souls. Fourth, the easy habit of listening when others bring bad reports and speak badly of someone. This is what keeps slander alive. If no one welcomed it, it would starve and die. When malice pours it out, if we shut our ears and give it no place to land, it would fall like water on the ground and could not be gathered up again. But people often have a restless curiosity to hear evil about others, unless it concerns someone they favour. So they eagerly take in such talk, and not without a certain pleasure. The ear trieth the words, as the mouth tasteth the meat. Yet many ears have a twisted taste, like a sick palate, and can find sweetness even in bitter slander. And those are also guilty who try in any way to lift themselves up by pulling down the good name of others, who build themselves up out of another person's fall. So they push others down as much as they can, and they are glad when someone else will help them lower the reputation of their brothers, especially those who seem likely to rise above them and outshine them. I have spoken of how evil speaking harms those who hear it and those who are spoken about, but it also harms the speaker. First, it harms the one who speaks, because he is committing real sin by speaking that way. Second, it harms the hearer, because it tempts him. It sets a bad example and pulls him toward the same sin. Third, it deeply harms the person who is talked about. When we trade criticisms about people we may even know closely, we not only lower them in our minds, but we slowly weaken our affection for them. We cannot keep loving people while we know, day after day, that we have been injuring them. Their kindness and their smiles become a quiet rebuke to our conscience. Then we become even more eager to find their flaws and talk about them, so that we can excuse to ourselves why our feelings toward them have cooled. I believe the only sure way to keep loving our friends with strong and steady affection is this: never allow ourselves to talk about their faults, and not even to dwell on them in our thoughts, if we can avoid it, except as a sober warning to ourselves. Now it is time for me to give examples of speaking against others. But first I must say this: nothing is more likely to stir up a critical and slanderous spirit than making someone the object of exaggerated praise. I have never heard a man or woman called perfect by some devoted friend or fond relative without seeing the self-love of everyone listening rise up at once. The perfect person is then dragged down from that imagined height by some humiliating story or by some cutting but fair remark. And that remark might never have been made at all if the wild praise had not been spoken first. Indeed, I have sometimes suspected that some people pour out strong praise on those they hardly admire at all, simply so they can enjoy the criticism they know their praise will stir up. Human nature is crooked enough for this. Praise is not always the overflow of a full heart. Sometimes it is used as a cruel tool, meant to wound the pride of those who have to listen to it. I know people who never praise anyone unless they mean to hurt someone who is known to be in competition with the person they praise. As might be expected, these same people can hardly bear to hear others give fair praise to someone who rivals them, whether that rival is a man or a woman. When they hear such praise, they twist with anger, almost as if in pain. At last they begin to speak with the greatest cruelty, trying to tear down not only the abilities, but even the moral character of the person who has been praised. I once heard the following story, though I do not remember where. A certain gentleman was so well known among his friends for his envy and for his strong dislike of hearing anyone praised that they decided to expose him by a trick. They made up a person who never existed. They invented his name, his position, and everything about him. The next time they were together with the envious man, they began speaking of this imaginary person. They described him as the best of his kind. They gave him every grace, talent, and accomplishment they could think of. They kept praising him more and more. At last, the jealous listener could not bear it any longer. He quickly broke in and said, "All this is such wild nonsense and exaggeration that I cannot stay silent any longer. I knew this gentleman a few years ago, and I declare that he is completely unworthy of the praise you have given him. In fact, if I were to tell you all that I know about him, you would be ashamed that you have set up such an idol to admire." When he said this, everyone was silent for a moment. It was the kind of silence people feel when they hear or see some clear act of moral wrongdoing. Soon after, their silence turned into open anger. Some even began to mock and groan at him. At last, one of the group spoke and told the truth to the still upset offender. He told him that it was impossible for him to have ever known the gentleman he had just attacked, or to know anything against him. The reason was simple. The man had never existed. He had only been invented by them. They had imagined both the man and all his supposed perfection in order to test the power of this hearer's favourite sin. I do not remember whether this shameful moment warned him or helped him change. The story itself may even be made up. But I believe that most of us have sometimes felt that excessive praise of others seems a little unfair to us, and perhaps also to those we dearly love. When we hear someone described as the most delightful, most wise, most virtuous, most accomplished, and most superior of all created beings, very few listeners do not feel some desire to change those words. Instead of saying the most, we would prefer to say one of the most delightful, wise, virtuous, accomplished, and superior of created beings. That second way of speaking is far kinder to our self-love. Those who refuse to use this softer form of praise run the risk of stirring jealous feelings in the hearts of everyone who hears them. By doing so, they also expose the person they praise to immediate attack. I have always thought that people who praise others in this excessive way show that they do not understand the human heart. Such knowledge is necessary if we wish to keep our own hearts from sin, and also if we wish to avoid laying traps for the hearts of others. In my opinion, those who give such extravagant praise act like nursing mothers to slanderers. They feed and raise those who are ready to speak evil of others. I will now briefly repeat the main points that have been said in this chapter. Speaking against others takes two forms. It can be spoken or it can be acted out. All scandal is a form of speaking against others, but not all such talk is scandal. Scandal, or defamation, cannot be as common as this kind of harmful talk because the law gives some protection to a person's reputation. When education becomes more common, so that women can speak freely about books and useful subjects without fear of being mocked as Bluestockings, the tone of conversation will rise. When that happens, conversations that tear others down will begin to disappear. Speaking evil of others harms everyone involved. It harms the one who speaks it, the one who listens to it, and the one who is spoken about. If we want to keep steady and lasting love for our friends, we must be careful not to speak about their faults. Nothing stirs people up to speak against someone more quickly than exaggerated praise. Some people praise others in extreme ways, even though they secretly envy them. They do this because they know their praise will lead others to tear that person down, and they enjoy hearing it. Some people are so twisted in heart that they praise someone only to wound the person they are speaking to, especially when they know that the listener feels in competition with the one being praised. Finally, those who give exaggerated praise often become the ones who quietly feed and encourage those who speak badly of others. Chapter 9. On the different kinds of people who speak against others. I will now describe the different kinds of people who speak against others. They may be divided into the following groups: gossips, talkers over, laughers at, banterers, nicknamers, stingers, scorners, sneerers, eye inflictors, mimics, caricaturists, and epigram makers. Gossips come first on my list. I begin with them gladly, because when people first think about the sin of speaking against others, they usually think of gossips. Still, there are people who do greater harm than open gossips, even though few are harder to correct. Gossips are not always cruel by nature, but they are always idle. Their idleness is what makes them gossips. Most gossips are people who have nothing to do, or who can do nothing, or who simply will do nothing. They know the day has 24 hours that must somehow be passed. They do not think about using that time to grow wiser or better. A true gossip hardly ever thinks about improving the mind at all. So the question for them becomes this: how can the day be passed? How can they kill time, as the common saying goes? Time truly is their enemy, though they do not see it clearly. While they waste it, time quietly carries them forward, whether they think about it or not, toward eternity, with all their neglected duties still upon them. But to the gossip this hardly matters, so long as the day simply passes. The early hours may be spent in bed and sleep. In those morning hours, both time and eternity are forgotten. But even gossips must rise at last. Then a long, empty day stretches before them. Something must fill it. It will not be reading. A true gossip rarely reads. I even doubt whether a thorough gossip has ever read a whole book from beginning to end. The habit of gossiping lowers the mind so much that it becomes like land left uncultivated for many years. Such land grows nothing useful. It becomes barren. Instead of good plants, weeds fill the soil. In the same way, the gossip's mind produces no strong thoughts of its own. It fills instead with scraps of news, rumours, scandal, and the daily talk of others. These things are gathered wherever they can be found, and then repeated in conversation during the day's visits. A man who often visited my house in London once answered me in a proud tone, with a scornful smile, when I asked if he had read certain books. Books? No, I never read books. I read men. Many gossips would likely answer in the same way. It should also be said that men gossip just as much as women. Any person with an empty mind will fall into this habit. If the mind is not filled through the eyes with useful knowledge, it will soon be filled through the ears with useless talk. Otherwise, life would seem dull and empty. So people feed their minds with small talk and with stories about the lives of others. At a certain hour they go out on their daily round. Some go to the coffee room or the club. Others walk a certain street where they expect to meet acquaintances. Others go from house to house, making visits. Men may gather in clubs or coffee rooms. Women often pass their time in morning visits, shopping, or walking in public places. I do not mean to confuse gossip visits with friendly visits made out of kindness or concern. Those visits are often pleasant and welcome. But the person who lives for gossip does not visit to bring comfort or pleasure to others. Such visits are made mainly to escape from oneself. In truth, gossips are people who spend their days trying to kill time. Sadly for those around them, they cannot do this alone. They draw others into the same waste, and the harm often grows worse. At first, the talk may be harmless enough: clothes, marriages, births, funerals, or bankruptcies. But this soon becomes dull. Something sharper is wanted to keep the conversation lively. Then the talk turns to people. And after wasting time, the next step is often the destruction of reputations. So, as I said before, gossips are not always driven by hatred. Their harmful speech usually grows out of idle habits and empty minds. Every mind needs some kind of activity and interest. When it is not filled with good and healthy thoughts, it will look for unhealthy excitement instead. Gossip, rumour, and tale-bearing provide that excitement. The life of a gossip is much like the life of a squirrel in a cage, especially the well-known gossip in a small town. The squirrel sleeps, wakes at the usual hour, eats its food, and runs in the same turning wheel that always moves the same way and from which it cannot escape. The squirrel gladly accepts the nut or fruit that is offered to it. To the squirrel, that treat is what a fresh piece of news is to the gossip. When the squirrel has eaten and run enough, it goes to sleep. The next day, it wakes and does exactly the same things again. And what does the gossip do that is very different? The squirrel gains no new ideas during the day. Sadly, the gossip often gains none either. We do not expect a squirrel to grow wiser, but we do expect this from human beings. Human beings have duties to carry out and souls that must be saved. I trust they know this, yet they often forget it. The sad truth is that they have spent so many years passing life in long, idle conversations, talks that help no one and often harm many, that they hardly know how to change. Because of this habit, they become almost impossible to correct. Their attention is always fixed on outward things. They do not know how to examine their own hearts. They know the faults of others very well, but they never search for their own. So they keep wandering from place to place, from street to street, from club to coffee room, from house to house, and from shop to shop. Their days pass in the same empty circle, like the squirrel running again and again in its wheel. The hours of their lives leave little that is worth remembering. They often become a burden to themselves, and they are rarely of real use to anyone else. Alas, poor squirrel. Yet the gossip is even more to be pitied. The squirrel does not know that it is deprived of anything. But the gossip must sometimes feel the loss. They must feel the small and weak mind that idleness produces. They feel the dullness that comes from having nothing to do, the lack of steady work, and the weariness that follows. As the years pass, another trouble often appears. Irritability grows stronger. This comes from a quiet sense of being useless and from lacking those inner resources that make life cheerful for others. In truth, people who live by gossip are greatly to be pitied, and to the young person who has fallen into this habit, but who may still change, I would strongly recommend the following wise warning from Preliminary Treatise by Brougham. Let any man spend an evening in dull idleness, or even in reading some foolish story. Then let him compare the state of his mind when he goes to bed or rises the next morning, with the state of his mind on another day, when he has spent several hours studying the proofs of some great truths in natural science. Let him suppose that during those hours he has learned things entirely new to him. Suppose he has carefully examined the reasons on which known truths rest, so that he not only understands them, but can also explain why he believes them and can show others that they are true. He will then find as great a difference as can exist in the same person. It is the difference between looking back on time badly wasted and looking back on time spent in improving the mind. In the first case, he will feel dull and dissatisfied. In the other, he will feel comfortable and happy. In the first case, he will feel no reason to respect himself. In the other, he will feel the noble satisfaction of knowing that, by his own effort, he has become wiser and therefore a higher and better being. The following passage also fits well here. It comes from The Government of the Tongue, written by the author of The Whole Duty of Man. The historian tells us that one bad sign of the character of Domitian was that he spent his time catching and tormenting flies. In much the same way, those people show little wisdom or kindness who eagerly catch every small report that flies about and use it to harm their neighbours. But there is another evil that naturally grows from this habit. After repeating the faults of others, people begin to judge and condemn them severely. They think they have not done enough merely by telling the story. They must also add their own remarks and criticisms. But this is completely against the rules of justice. It is like the person who brings the accusation also taking the seat of the judge. When a man's reputation is treated in this way, we can easily guess what the outcome will be. It is not necessary for me to give examples of the speech or behavior of a gossip here. These will be clearly seen in the next group I will describe. That group is the most common of all, and it comes second on my list, those whom I call talkers over. Although gossips must be people who talk about others, not everyone who talks about others is a gossip. Some belong to a higher class of mind and are sometimes capable of much better things. By talking about others, I mean something very common. In truth, I include myself and almost everyone else. Anyone who, whether in private conversation, in the small circle of a family, among friends, or even in a large gathering, spends time discussing friends and acquaintances and making them the main subject of conversation, falls into this habit. Such conversation often begins kindly. It may start with friendly questions, with praise, or sometimes with pity. But pity often becomes the road that leads straight to speaking against others. Few people stop at pity. They move through it quickly like a carriage running downhill. Soon, someone suggests that the sickness, sorrow, or ruin of the person being pitied must really be their own fault. In this way, the sufferer is quietly turned into the offender. However the conversation begins, if it continues to center on people instead of on things, it usually ends by lowering the person being discussed. Remarks are made that would greatly wound the subject if they were overheard. If the person spoken of could hear the conversation, it might give them a sleepless night after a painful day. They might shudder at the betrayal of a relative or friend in whom they had trusted. They might even begin to feel that life itself is something to endure rather than a gift to enjoy. Happy are those who, after such painful lessons about the weakness of human trust, learn to obey the command, "Cease ye from man whose breath is in his nostrils." Such people learn to depend instead on the friend who never fails, the same yesterday, today, and forever. I must admit that there is something tempting and pleasant about discussing friends and acquaintances in this way. Even children soon learn to enjoy it. A small example shows this. A little boy once cried out while his parents were receiving morning visitors, "Mama, when will these people go away so we can talk about them?" As I said before, these conversations often begin without any wish to speak badly of anyone, but very few people are without some weakness. When family members sit together, parents with children, brothers with sisters, perhaps with a friend staying in the house, it is almost impossible not to discuss faults as well as virtues. So what began as harmless amusement and perhaps innocent gossip, if gossip can ever be fully innocent, often ends in ridicule, unfair criticism, or even open slander. Yet there is no study that interests people more than the study of their fellow human beings, their actions, motives, sorrows, and desires. At the same time, there is no study that is easier. To succeed in science or languages, to become learned in books or skilled in art, requires steady effort, careful study, and real ability. But the person who spends time talking about others needs almost nothing to prepare for this occupation. All that is required are eyes to see, ears to hear, and a tongue to speak. No special talent is needed. In fact, this habit levels all differences of ability. A person of very small understanding can do it just as easily as someone with great intelligence. When it comes to cutting up someone's character, judging motives wrongly, or lowering the reputation of a gifted acquaintance, a foolish man or woman is just as ready for the task as the most educated. I have always believed it to be a common mistake, often caused by envy, that clever people must always be sharp and sarcastic. My own experience has taught me the opposite. The most biting and sarcastic people I have known were not those with the deepest understanding. They were usually those who had quickness without wisdom. They mistook harshness for insight and cutting remarks for wit and humor. Instead of saying that intelligent people are naturally sarcastic, it would be closer to the truth to say that many people use sarcasm because they hope it will make them appear clever. They wrongly think that a talent for sharp criticism proves intelligence. But the ability to notice what is ridiculous or amusing in people or situations is only quick observation. Even children have that. And I agree with a wise writer who said that true wit and true kindness are far more closely connected than most people imagine. But what do you mean by a person who talks about others in this way? It is not easy to give an example. It is harder for a painter to copy a dull, flat surface than to paint a rock or a mountain. In the same way, it is much easier to describe an exciting event than to repeat an ordinary conversation. Still, I will try to explain by imagining a short conversation of this kind. My readers will probably recognize something very like their own daily experience. Let us suppose that I am making a morning visit to a family of 2 or 3 people. They are all present, and perhaps 1 or 2 other visitors have also called. After we have spoken about the weather and about my health or the health of others in the room, the lady of the house may say something like this. "Have you heard anything of Mrs. Alpha lately?" "No, I have not." "I think she is abroad." "Yes, with her family. They were quite well the last time I heard of them." "Are you going to London soon?" "Yes, very soon. Are you and your family going this year?" "Oh no, I wish we were," cries one of the daughters. "But Papa and Mamma say no." "I hear the town is very full," says another visitor, "and the exhibitions will soon be open." Then the conversation turns again. "Have you heard how Mrs. Bater is?" says the lady of the house. "I hear she is very ill." "Very ill indeed, I believe. She would be a great loss to her family." "Certainly. How many children has she?" "6, I think." "Poor things. What a sad thing it would be if they lost their mother." "Yes, very sad indeed." So far the conversation has been harmless, though dull. It might have continued in this way for some time longer, but notice what has just begun: pity. And pity is often a dangerous snare. The talk goes on. "Yes, it does seem very hard when a mother is taken from her children in the prime of life," says the lady of the house. "But some mothers are a greater loss than others. Mrs. Bater is a well-meaning woman, but she spoils her children terribly." "Indeed?" "Oh, yes. Mamma, do you remember the story Mrs. Gamma told us about her little boy Henry Bater, and what a naughty boy he is?" "Yes," says the mother, "and they are brought up so expensively. It is surprising how much linen they soil in a week, and how many clothes they wear out in a year." "And now that you mention it," says the visitor, "I have heard that Mr. and Mrs. Bater do not live very happily together. That must be a sad example for the children." "Poor thing. Well, perhaps it may even be better for the family if she is taken away." "And how is her brother doing now?" "Not well, I fear. I have not heard about him for some time, but he is probably in the King's Bench prison." "And the youngest sister," adds the visitor, "has been talked about a great deal lately. To say the best of it, she seems likely to make a very bad marriage." "Indeed." "Oh, yes." "Mamma, do you remember that Mrs. Gamma—" "My dear," interrupts the mother, "I wish you would not quote Mrs. Gamma so often. She is not always accurate, and when she dislikes someone, she is even less to be trusted." "Yes," says the visitor, "I have heard that she is rather quick to take dislikes, and sometimes speaks without much care. In fact, they say—" But that is enough. My readers must already be as tired of reading such conversation as I am of writing it. Yet this is how such talk usually goes. One person after another is brought forward. What began with friendly questions slowly turns into remarks that lower the character of those being discussed. I have not put any words into my own mouth in this imagined conversation. But I must admit that if the conversation had really taken place, I might easily have taken part in it. And in one sense, it is real. Conversations like this are heard every day in society. Someone may say, "But what can we do? We cannot help seeing the faults of our acquaintances, and if they do not deserve praise, we cannot falsely praise them." That is true, but we do not need to bring forward their faults eagerly or constantly. It may be right for my own protection to know that Mrs. Gamma is not always accurate in what she says. There is no harm in discovering this. There is also no harm in thinking that Mrs. Bater spoils her children, or that she and her husband live unhappily together. The fault lies in making these things the regular subject of conversation. When that happens, social life sinks into harmful gossip, and time, the most valuable thing we possess, is wasted in useless and damaging talk about others. Of all such talkers, the most offensive to me are those who discuss the faults and misfortunes of their friends in a tone of kind pity. True kindness should make us turn away from troubles that we cannot relieve. When someone forces me to recall the sufferings and disappointments of people I care about, I am tempted to judge the speaker unfairly. I begin to suspect that their real motive is to lower others, or to enjoy comparing their own prosperity with the troubles of those around them. And I fear this feeling does not come from the humble spirit expressed in one of Dr. Watts's beautiful hymns. Not more than others I deserve, but God has given me more. That kind of feeling is deep and quiet. It belongs to private moments of thankful prayer, not to careless conversation. A person who constantly talks about others is also very often a constant complainer. If an acquaintance begins a new business, the complainer is sure it will fail. If a friend becomes ill, the same person quickly decides that the poor sufferer will never recover. For this reason, I could almost have placed the complainer among those who speak against others. Speaking against others requires so little ability that it is surprising we are not ashamed to do it. To praise someone wisely and fairly takes some real judgment. But who are most ready to laugh at and mock their acquaintances? Bold children, boys and girls who are eager to appear clever. In them, this habit is not a sign of intelligence, it is only a desire to seem intelligent. An Italian proverb says, "The hand that can only build a cottage can pull down a palace." I often think of this when I hear the small, sarcastic remarks of small-minded people about those who are truly gifted. These gifted people may have their faults, but they still stand far above their critics, on a height their critics will never reach. Yet it is exactly this truth that often stirs people to speak against them. Those being discussed are clearly superior in some way, in their talents, their character, their accomplishments, or their outward advantages. The ones who talk about them feel this difference, and so they take a kind of safe revenge. By lowering those who stand above them, they try to ease the discomfort they feel. One writer has called revenge a wild justice. I believe many men and women who speak against those they envy have persuaded themselves that they are simply doing justice. They convince themselves that they are correcting blind admiration and putting these admired people in their proper place. There is another form of speaking about others, one that I must confess is common in myself as well as in many others, and it is especially unpleasant. I mean praise that is followed by a but. That little word takes away the praise that came before it. What sounded kind no longer feels kind at all. A well-known poem was written to expose this habit. Its purpose is to show that some people seem to praise others, but are really using praise as a way to mention their faults. For example, it says that Daphne has a charming eye. What pity that her shoulder is awry. In other words, the speaker first says something flattering, but then immediately points to what is wrong. The real purpose is not to honor Daphne, but to make others notice her flaw. So the poem's point is that this is not sincere praise. It is a clever and hurtful way of criticizing someone while pretending to speak well of them. Some may say that society could not exist without conversations about other people. When public news and events are exhausted, private individuals must take their turn as subjects of conversation, especially in gatherings that do not claim to be learned or intellectual. It is true that the common events of life, beauty and ugliness, clothing, manners, marriages, deaths, sickness and recovery, bankruptcies, inheritances, and similar matters, naturally become frequent subjects of conversation. But even when such things are discussed, They should be spoken of with kindness, patience, and charity. We should wish to excuse rather than eagerly condemn. And after speaking of people for a time, we should turn our attention to matters of greater importance, things that concern us not only as people living in this world for a short time, but also as those who will live forever. When we meet together for conversation in this life, it would surely be better if we did not completely forget the life to come. The laughers at come next on my list. They are close relatives of those who sit in the seat of the scornful. Compared with them, people who simply talk about others can seem like better company. Those talkers often mean no harm. They mainly want to pass the time in a way that suits everyone. Many times they meet and part without making anyone the target of cruel ridicule. But for the true laugher-at, ridicule is the very life of conversation. They find something absurd where others, even careful observers, can see nothing at all. People often ask them, "What was so funny in that?" And they have no real answer. They only grin again, making a whole yard of laughter out of what seemed to everyone else like an inch of joke. A person's look, words, gestures, and movements, almost anything, can set them off. And this unkind laughter is not always restrained, even when the person being laughed at is present. The true laugher-at often carries, in face and body, what the poet calls the lurking devil in the eye. The same spirit lurks at the corners of the mouth, ready at any moment to spread into a smile or a laugh. Cruel amusement at the weaknesses, real or imagined, of some unaware victim, and sometimes of someone who knows exactly what is happening. Old as I am, and even older in worldly experience, there are still people, some even among the young, whose mocking laugh and sharp remarks sometimes make me shrink back. In their presence, I feel both unsafe and uneasy. Yet I hope I now have more power to fight this unworthy fear than I once had. I hope I do not act on it as I was once tempted to do on one particular occasion. On that day I was corrected and taught by the words and example of my husband. I have told the story before in my memoir of him, but I will repeat it here. One evening, we were in a company made up mostly of men. They had rare gifts of mind and were widely respected. But sadly, their high spirits and their sense of their own power led them to speak about absent acquaintances with clever, unsparing, almost unmatched severity. Even the learned, the witty, the pleasant, and the beautiful were set up like so many pins, only to be knocked down at once. Because we kept early hours, I knew we would probably be the first to leave. I dreaded the coming of midnight, because I felt sure that, once we rose to go, we would be made the next subject of amusement. At last 12 o'clock arrived. I received the usual signal, but I found a way to tell my husband of my fear and of my wish to stay a little longer. His only reply was a look of reproach, and then, out loud, he asked me to get ready to go. I obeyed. When we were in the street, he said, "I believe I have never, in my life, acted from a motive so unworthy as fear. And this was fear of so contemptible a kind that I would always despise being ruled by it. I am truly ashamed of you." No wonder. I was ashamed of myself. All I can say in my excuse is that my fear was not entirely selfish. But to return to the subject, of all observers, habitual laughers-at are the least accurate. I would no sooner ask a professional caricaturist to draw the outline of a beautiful face or form than I would form my opinion of a person or a matter from the description given by someone who always laughs at others. Their inner sight is twisted. They can only take in part of the whole, and they do not even want to see things as they really are. Their aim is to display every person and everything in a ridiculous light. Fair judgment is not even their goal. Their goal is effect. If they can stir up a chorus of laughter, no matter whose feelings are hurt, even the feelings of kind and harmless friends. They are satisfied. The more victims they can place on the altar of mockery, the more they enjoy the evening. They go home convinced that they were the life of the company and the entertainment of all who listened. And they are probably right. There is no place where mockery can be practiced more safely than in a large, close family of brothers and sisters. In such a circle, you can almost be sure to find several who love to laugh at others. And I can hardly imagine a more uncomfortable position than that of a man who wishes to propose marriage to one sister among several unmarried sisters. The family habit of mocking their friends, both close friends and casual visitors, is likely to be turned with special force on the man who seeks the favour of one of them. For, as the poet says, a true lover is often the most awkward and embarrassed of men. The lover is a man afraid, has neither grace nor ease nor art. Embarrassed, comfortless, dismayed, he sinks, the victim of his heart. He feels his own demerit most when he should most aspire to gain, and is, at length, completely lost because he dare not tell his pain. When I have heard that a man was courting one sister while being watched and judged by the others, I have truly pitied him. I have often doubted that he would succeed. Under such circumstances, I have rarely known a suitor accepted quickly, if accepted at all. And the reason was not some sweet reluctance in the sister to leave her family, or in the family to part with her. The real reason was this. The poor admirer's person, manners, and qualities became the subject of that kind of mocking talk which is, of all things, most deadly to a lover's hope. More than once I have known a suitor dismissed, not because the woman herself disliked him, but because he did not suit the taste of her demanding family. These sharp young people were a perfect example of this laughing spirit. I longed to speak to them like this. You know this man is a gentleman. You know he has good principles and an excellent character. How could you then, simply because his strong affection made him awkward and embarrassed, take pleasure in copying him and making him seem ridiculous in your sister's eyes? How could you do this while risking his happiness? Perhaps for years. What was your motive? Most likely it was only your habit of trying to display your supposed wit and your power of mockery. And for this small, ungenerous pleasure, you have kept your sister from forming a very desirable marriage. You may even have darkened, perhaps for life, the prospects of a kind fellow creature. Is it consistent with any higher hopes than those of this world to treat a man's true worth as if it were nothing? Is it not a dreadful sign of a worldly spirit, and plainly against that respect for moral goodness and that Christian faith which you so often claim? I also wished to awaken their self-interest. I would have told them that their obvious habit of mocking and ridiculing others would surely keep their own suitors at a distance. In time, people would avoid them as they would avoid the fabled Upas tree. I could have told them that I had reason to believe that young women known for sarcasm are often as well protected from proposals as if they lived behind convent walls. Not long ago I said to a young friend, "Why do you not seek to win that interesting girl?" "Look at her expression," he replied, "and listen to her words. Her eyes are full of mocking meanings, and her conversation matches them." Another friend answered in much the same way when asked why he did not try to win the love of a beautiful girl. "She laughs too much," he said. "Where is the harm in that?" someone asked. "She is young, and laughter suits youth." "True," he replied, "and I like a harmless, innocent laugh, the laugh that is with one's friends, not at them. But I have so often heard her laugh at others that she has laughed away all my desire to make her mine." These are only two examples, but they show that it is unwise as well as unkind for women to form the habit of laughing at others. I have known other cases too, and I have good reason to think that a mocking tongue has often destroyed the power of even a beautiful face over the heart of a kind and good man. I wish I could end my description by giving an example of this laughing at spirit, but it is impossible. The sound of the laugh, the look in the eye, and the gestures cannot be fully put into writing. Such people must be seen to be truly known, yet perhaps no example is needed. For which reader has not seen it? Who has not watched the sharp eye grow more and more loaded with mockery, and heard the stifled or open laugh, stirred up by some practised person's ridiculous portrait of an absent acquaintance, and sometimes even of a close friend? So I will end what I have been saying on this subject with an extract that is more to the point than anything I could write myself. It also explains well why most people feel a strong dislike toward those who make a habit of laughing at others. There is also, says the excellent writer I quoted before, another sin of the tongue that harms our neighbor, and that is derision and mockery, trying to make others as ridiculous and contemptible as we can. There is such a deep dislike in human nature to being despised that few things provoke anger more. I do not deny that too much sensitivity to contempt may spring from pride. But sarcasm and scorn do not come from humility, and so they are very poor tools for correcting pride. So it may be said of the mocker, as it once was said of Diogenes, that he trampled on Plato's pride with even greater pride of his own. Nor is the harm increased only by the anger of the person who suffers it, but also by the manner in which it is inflicted. We usually think the cruelest injuries are those that leave the deepest and most lasting mark. The reproach of open rage seems written in chalk, which a calm hearer can easily wipe away. But the reproach of wit and ridicule is like the engraver's tool on copper, or like strong acid that eats into the metal. It cuts deep, and the mark can never be fully removed. So I agree with the writer of these words. It is often easier to forgive someone who harms our reputation by plain slander than to forgive the person who mocks our manner and makes our very person ridiculous. Those who make fun of others come next. They truly deserve a place among those who speak against others. Even when they begin with cheerful joking, they usually end by choosing one person in the company and making him the target of their teasing. Dr. Johnson says that to make fun of someone means to joke about or tease. He also calls it ridicule or mocking humour. So the person who lives by this kind of joking, if he truly deserves the name, will not be satisfied with harmless fun. And irony, the weapon the sneerer uses only now and then, is the regular tool of the person who mocks others, used in one form or another. It is surprising how little real intelligence, wit, or humour someone needs in order to gain notice and attention by mocking others, and to keep receiving it in company. I have seen sound judgment, real learning, true virtue, and even the quiet dignity of modest female beauty overwhelmed, intimidated, and silenced by the attacks of someone who constantly mocks others. Why does this happen? Because we all have a love of laughter, and few people can resist it. The banterer knows how to stir it up. And since people are ready to laugh, whether the joke is kind or cruel, the banterer understands that once he has raised the laughter of the group, his rule is secure. After that, he can dare almost anything. Even the learned, the witty, and the wise know that it is usually useless to oppose him. His thin show of cleverness will pass farther in company than their solid wisdom. Most people would rather be amused than improved. And if someone is being attacked, they still have the bitter comfort of knowing that others will be attacked next. Sometimes, however, I have seen the teaser receive his reward. He has met someone even better at teasing, who challenged him on his own ground. After a long struggle, he has been beaten and forced to give up. Then woe to the fallen teaser. Those who once trembled before him take their turn. They strike him again and again while he is down. I have seen such revenge taken on a defeated teaser that my pity has been greater than my satisfaction. It has made me want to beg those who struck back to restrain themselves and let justice stop before it becomes cruelty. Mockers, I think, belong to the same family as teasers. But this kind of mocking is so coarse and unpleasant that I will not try to describe it. Next come people who give others mocking nicknames. They are easy to notice among those who enjoy cutting others down. Yet they are more amusing than scorners and sneerers, and far less offensive. Sometimes a person who gives nicknames is so clever and describes someone's character so exactly that the nickname almost rises to the level of wit. Still, giving mocking nicknames is a bad and vulgar habit. It usually comes from a desire to lower others and to be harsh without much effort. People who do this often look at men, women, and things through a distorting lens. Even if the nickname itself is not always insulting, the spirit behind it usually is. That spirit is filled with a love of sharp, cutting speech, and it often carries a hidden tendency toward ill will, a tendency that can quickly flare up into open slander. I now come to the group I have chosen to call stingers, those who give sudden wounds to the mind, the way a small biting insect, like a midge, gives sudden wounds to the body. Stingers watch for a sly chance to hurt another person's self-respect. They do this especially when they feel that the person they attack has, in some way, wounded their own pride. When they feel jealousy for themselves or for those close to them, they take a special pleasure in giving, as it were, little pinches to the skin of the mind. If a young woman is suspected of having a secret and hopeless love, and if she has ever crossed the stinger's path in an unpleasant way, the stinger will suddenly speak the name of the man she is thought to love. The stinger does this to watch the blush rise and betray the hidden wound, while the girl's eye shrinks from the cruel, searching stare fixed upon her. If someone asks how this belongs under the heading of speaking against others, I answer, a hopeless attachment is often seen as something lowering in a person's life. The stinger delights to expose it for that very reason. It is done from a spirit that enjoys making another person seem small. In the same way, if a young man is suspected of having proposed to a woman and been rejected, the stinger will suddenly bring up her name. He does it to prove his suspicion by the man's confusion. The stinger enjoys that telltale embarrassment, especially if he has been, in general or in some particular way, a rival of the man he torments. Then the stinger carries the discovery into the next company he enters, and he tells it there in the hypocritical language of pity for the disappointment and suffering of the poor victim. Stingers also love to prick those whose vanity leads them to speak proudly of their family. They quickly remind such people of some painful, embarrassing, or lowering circumstance connected with the relative being praised. "How is your sister?" said a stinger to a friend of mine. "Quite well," he answered, "and though she has had 10 children, she looks as handsome, young, and blooming as ever." "Blooming as ever!" cried the stinger. "How remarkable! My poor daughter, who is much younger, has lost all her colour since she had children. Tell me, has your sister had any return of that suspicious pain in her side? Poor thing, one could not help fearing for her after your youngest sister was taken away." The brother felt the sting in those words at once. His joy in his sister's bright health was suddenly chilled. He was reminded that his youngest sister had died of consumption, and he was led to fear that the surviving sister's colour might be only the false beauty of disease. Where did this ungenerous speech come from? The stinger's daughter had been in competition for beauty with the gentleman's sister, and the daughter had also made a better marriage. That was enough to awaken jealousy. On another occasion, a close relative of a well-known man was speaking in a group, perhaps with a little too much enthusiasm, about that man's talents and success. A stinger who was present said, in a voice that sounded kind, "Does your relative still squint as much as he used to? And does he still speak as thickly as he once did?" It was an obvious attack. The speaker's pride in his gifted relative was brought low, exactly as the stinger intended. I could see that the stinger enjoyed the humiliation, but the man recovered himself and replied that he had been reminded of something he had been glad to forget, and that he believed there were still a few small traces of those faults. But why had the stinger spoken that way? He had sons, and this celebrated man had gone far ahead of them in the race of life they had all begun together. Good marriages are also a temptation for stingers. They almost always bring out their poison, especially if the stinger has daughters who are competing with the women who have married well. For parents are often more jealous for their children than their children are for themselves. One evening, where I was visiting, 2 weddings were being talked about. The friends and family of both couples were happy and excited. But there was a stinger in the room, someone who likes to spoil joy with sly, cutting remarks. To the relatives of one of the couples, this person said, "Of course the gentleman has great abilities, and his character and position in life are beyond reproach. But has anyone ever found out what his father really died of? And what caused his poor mother's sudden death? It was all very mysterious. I hope what people said wasn't true." At once the lady's relatives turned pale. They avoided answering, and their cheerful faces fell. Why did the stinger say this? Because she had daughters who were competing with the young woman who was about to marry well. The same stinger then asked someone else, who was also celebrating an approaching marriage in the family, to a nobleman, "Does Lord so-and-so gamble and go to Newmarket as much as he used to?" The person was shocked, because he had never heard such a thing about the Lord. He had been proud and delighted at the thought of his young cousin marrying a nobleman, but now his joy was clouded. Then he remembered that this rumour probably started, and was certainly being passed along, out of envy. Why was this pain inflicted? Because the future young peeress would outrank the stinger and the stinger's daughters in society. The stinger was taking revenge in advance for that expected humiliation. There are many such stingers in the world, people who enjoy giving hidden little jabs to our self-respect. They do it by hinting at faults in us or in the people we admire. Whenever this ungenerous spirit is found and indulged, it usually comes from competition, either in general or in some particular case. Next, we come to the scorner. By scorners, I mean the proud and the overly picky, those who look down on others, and those who are always finding fault. Dr. Johnson defines a scorner as one who despises, mocks, or ridicules. Anyone who has seen the proud person sneer or listened to the picky person's constant criticisms must admit that these belong to the same family. They are some of the quickest and most ready fighters in the work of tearing others down. Scorners are among the most unpleasant people to meet in society. We can accept that some will criticize us when we are not there. But scorners are not satisfied unless they sting us while we are present. They use things like a cruel hint, a sideways look, an obvious joke meant to wound, a subtle sneer, a harsh reply, and sharp words whose meaning hurts. With these weapons, they try to reduce even the modest claims of others and to build up their own importance, though it rests on a weak foundation. Scorn, I have found, is more common than I once thought. When you look closely, most people feel or show it towards certain persons or certain things. Those who are proud of their money often show contempt for the poor they help. University scholars often look down on the learning of those who never went to college. Mathematicians can barely hide their disdain when debating people whose minds have not been trained as theirs have. But true scorners seem to respect no abilities but their own. I say seem, because I suspect the truth is this. Deep down, they know the talents they criticize are valuable, and they know others admire those talents. That knowledge stirs up their secret envy, and their envy pushes them to show open scorn, especially when the praised person comes into close contact with them in public or private life. So the scorner's contempt is often an unwilling tribute to the worth of the person he attacks. Some people carry their scorn so far that if they praise something before they know what others think, they will loudly withdraw their praise as soon as they discover that everyone else admires it. They seem determined to oppose whatever the crowd approves. This is like Phocion, who, when his opinion in a public debate was greeted with universal applause, turned to his friends and said, "Have I accidentally said something wrong?" If modern paintings are shown to such scorners, they quickly say they look only at pictures by the old masters. And if a reasonable person replies, "If everyone thought that way, today's artists would starve." So even if you cannot truly admire their work, you should still buy some, because modern artists must live. The scorner would probably answer as a certain French wit once did to a poor man who said, "I must live. I do not see the necessity." If a book by a modern author becomes the subject of conversation, the scorner, whether man or woman, will say, "I tried to read it, but it was so dull that I couldn't continue." This is especially likely if the author is a friend or acquaintance, or if they are asked whether they have read something a particular acquaintance has written, they reply, "Oh no, I know him or her too well to read his or her work. Life is too short to read all the books from which I might actually learn something." Even if someone tells them it is unfair to condemn a book they have not read, scorners do not want to withdraw their belittling opinion. They enjoy expressing it. They mistake being overly critical for having refined taste, and they take pride in not even opening the pages that their friends sincerely recommend. If a famous speaker of the day is strongly praised in front of a scorner, and everyone expects the scorner to agree, he replies, "Why, honestly, I have heard much better, even in these times of false taste and shallow ignorance. And I have read things that the best modern speaker could not only never match, but probably would not even understand." And if someone answers, "I can't speak for others, but I have never heard or read anything to compare with that speech," the scorner curls his lip and says in a slow, scornful tone, "I suppose you don't read Demosthenes." Gainsborough the painter is said to have remarked about William Pitt, "That man has a nose turned up at all the world." But even if Pitt's nose naturally looked proud, I have seen the same expression of contempt on faces with straight noses and hooked noses alike. In truth, if I may use a strong image, the scorner's mind has its nose turned up at almost everything and everyone. And so scorners rob themselves of one of the sweetest joys of a kind and generous heart, the joy of admiring what is good and speaking that admiration aloud. Sadly, I fear that while a few are eager to admire and praise, the many are just as eager and even more pleased to find faults and show contempt. The following fable illustrates this. When Henry VIII ruled England and Wolsey's heart swelled with ambition, Pope Leo X, a shrewd man, sent Cardinal Campeggio from Rome to London to carry out a papal plan. Wolsey was rich, but Campeggio was poor, too poor to maintain the display expected from a man of his rank. Wolsey knew that outward splendor often wins respect, so he ordered 12 of his own mules to be saddled and decorated, not for himself, but to be sent into Kent. He also sent Campeggio a large supply of fine scarlet cloth. While this was happening, Wolsey's grooms were shouting at the mules, "Get up, you long-eared creatures, and trot. Whether you want to or not, you must take the bit and bridle. Though you worked hard yesterday, you must go again. Up, I say, and within 3 days be at Dover with some great foreign priest." One mule complained to another, "Was there ever cruelty like this? I've only just returned from a long journey, and must I go again? No, if I do. Hush, said the other. We must obey our master. Not I, said the first, whose name was Crusty. Must is an ugly word, and it doesn't suit a mule. People even say, as stubborn as a mule. So I will not go. I won't submit to tyranny. Rather than obey this priest-tyrant, I'll run away. He ran, but was caught again and beaten until he obeyed. Yet he whispered to his brother, Remember this beating. Remember these unreasonable commands that drove me out of the stable. When I am warm and resting after labour, my taskmasters will regret what they have done. No matter the cost, I will take revenge somehow. So Crusty submitted and did all that was required. Soon the mules and the scarlet cloth arrived at Dover. The cloth was draped in grand red folds over the mules, and trunks and coffers were strapped on their backs. The simple crowd, credulous people, assumed the chests were full of pardons and riches, and also costly gifts for the king. Campeggio was delighted, and even more delighted to find how easily the English could be deceived into thinking those empty trunks were worth anything. At last, he rode in a magnificent procession. The mules were forced to walk very slowly, so it would look as though the heavy burdens weighed them down, and he could hear the crowd praising him as they went. But Crusty, the rebel mule, who knew the truth, was determined to expose the trick. Still, I will tell the end in a moment. As they proceeded, people showed great reverence. Some knelt and crossed themselves. Others shouted in admiration. At Blackheath, nobles, gentlemen, and church leaders came out in procession to meet the cardinal. In Southwark, the clergy lined up to show love and reverence. The city officials, including the Lord Mayor and aldermen, came in full ceremony. Even Sir Thomas More made a speech of welcome in Latin. Everywhere Campeggio rode, thousands greeted him like an earthly god. But Crusty thought, pride must fall. And since Crusty knew what the coffers really held, he resolved to uncover the priestly deception. When the procession reached Cheapside, at the very height of its splendour, Crusty began kicking violently. He threw off his rider and the trunks. Other mules followed his example. The chests rolled to the ground, burst open, and to everyone's surprise revealed not treasures, but scraps, rags, and emptiness. The crowd, which had been loudest in praise, now became loudest in mockery. They hooted, screamed, and jeered. Their delight in tearing down was even greater than their earlier admiration. Campeggio, miserable and exposed, was chased by a mob with hisses, stones, and insults, until he fled in confusion and found shelter. Crusty was pleased, and he observed to his brother, They praised loudly at first, but when I kicked the deception to the ground, the hooting and hissing were far louder. From this I conclude, though people often praise, they enjoy finding fault even more. Next comes the sneerer. The sneerer belongs to the same family as the scorner, but the scorner disgusts you by acting deeply sure of his own greatness. The sneerer disgusts you by his obvious delight in pointing out the faults of others. A true sneerer sneers at everyone and everything. Even the weather becomes a chance for bitterness. Some people call this spring. I call it winter. Then he adds, And I just saw my old friend G without a greatcoat trying to look young. Someone says, So your old friend T has been made a baronet. How fitting, replies the sneerer. He should bear the bloody hand. His grandfather was a butcher. Another says, I hear our friend C is going to travel. Who pays his expenses? Asks the sneerer. Himself. Indeed, if he waited a year or two, I dare say the government would send him abroad at its expense, and for life. That is, as an exile or prisoner. Someone tells a female sneerer, for there are such, Miss M is going to publish a book. Very likely, she answers, since she has no time to comb her hair or mend her stockings. Another remarks, I just met William R. and his wife. They were in such high spirits. Then I suppose it was after dinner, the sneerer replies. This is how true sneerers talk, not, like scorners, always hinting at their own superiority, but taking a petty pleasure in belittling whatever person or thing is mentioned in their hearing. Irony is a weapon sneerers use skillfully, and it is hard to know how to respond when you realize you are being attacked by it. It is more dignified not to show that you see the insult hidden inside the compliment, but that can also be harmful because it encourages the sneerer to keep doing it. If you expose the irony immediately, you might scare the person into stopping. Yet exposure must be done with great gentleness and self-control, otherwise it leads to open or secret hostility. And few people, feeling the sting of intended injury, can calmly correct it with mildness. So silence is often safest. Let the flattering traitor imagine that your vanity is too dull to detect the hidden sarcasm and the sly sneer. I must add that ironical praise seems to me to come from a spirit that deserves, more than almost any other, to be called devilish. First, if the speaker expects the praise to be taken as sincere, then ironic praise is a cruel trap for the person being addressed. It feeds that person's vanity, while at the same time it makes him or her a laughingstock to everyone else in the room. Second, if the person being flattered can see and feel the hidden mockery, then a needless pain is deliberately inflicted on a fellow human being, something no one has the right to do. For let the unkind spirit learn from this. A small unkindness is a great offense. Before I move on to the next kind of people who tear others down, I want to say a word about those who resemble scorners and sneerers in one common phrase. They often say, "Oh, for my part, I like nothing but what is first rate." Whenever I hear this, I'm amazed, not only at the proud assumption of superior taste, but also at the boldness of saying something so conceited. And when I have looked carefully at the abilities of such people, I have usually found that these haters of mediocrity are not much above average themselves. That is no surprise, because real talent is usually generous and patient with others. But this claim also makes me pity them. Since enjoyment can be found at every level of skill in art, just as it can be found in nature at many levels of beauty, these strict, first-rate only admirers lose a great deal of innocent pleasure because of their so-called refinement. Those with simpler, humbler tastes are often happier. People say, and rightly, that the very best conversation is found mostly in the great city, because that is where the greatest number of gifted talkers gather. What a miserable life, then, would educated people in a country town have, if they could not tolerate conversation unless it was always first rate. The work of local artists would be discouraged, and the benefit of their yearly exhibitions would be destroyed if their neighbours ever adopted the habit of saying they only like what is first rate. And think how much harmless enjoyment parents and children would lose if, when parents are pleased to show the drawings or paintings their children have made, someone answered with a proud look, "For my part, I never look at any paintings or drawings unless they are first rate." But is this pickiness really proof of superior taste? I don't think so. Who would believe someone truly loved the simple music of the countryside if that person claimed to despise all birdsong except the nightingale? A person who truly loves birdsong enjoys it in many forms and finds beauty in all kinds. And who would believe someone truly loved painting if that person said he could only look at portraits by the president of the academy and the academicians, because he could not bear any pictures except those he assumed must be first rate? A person with real feeling for art and a trained eye can find beauty even in works by less famous artists. And do people truly love poetry if they only read what they consider first rate? No. A true lover of poetry can sometimes take as much pleasure in a simple ballad as in a great epic, and can enjoy every level of verse between those two extremes. A readiness to be pleased is one of the sweetest sources of earthly happiness. Parents and teachers would do well, I think, to encourage children to take generous, patient views, not only of people, but also of things. Even if only for this reason, it increases their capacity for enjoyment, and therefore their happiness. I will end these remarks with a short story about first-rate critics. A gentleman said one day to a friend of mine, "I have an aversion to everything that is not first-rate, especially in poetry. I never read anything unless it has a well-known name attached to it." "I'm sorry to hear that," my friend replied, taking a manuscript from her pocket. "I have some verses here by an unknown author. They seem to me to have great merit. Would you do me the favor of looking them over?" He agreed, but soon returned them, saying, "Excuse me, there isn't enough merit here to make me break my rule. There is nothing first-rate in this." "Well," she answered, "I can only say that I found these lines in an obscure magazine with no name attached. Yet I maintain that the best poets of the day would be glad to claim them." And so the critic and the admirer parted, each, no doubt, thinking a little less of the other's judgment and taste. Those verses were the well-known anonymous lines on Sir John Moore's funeral. Lord Byron was not sorry to have thought they were his. They were later proved to have been written by Charles Wolfe, an Irish clergyman. The lines pushed their way out of obscurity into fame by their own strength and beauty. And now that they have received universal praise, the critic mentioned above no doubt reads them too, and admits that they are first-rate. It is sad that so bright and beautiful a crown of praise never bloomed around the brow of the man who earned it, and can now only decorate his grave. Yet the awareness of his godly worth is a far more precious remembrance to his surviving friends. And since his Christian character gives them confidence that he has been taken into lasting joy, they may find sweet comfort in weaving the palm of victory with his laurel wreath. They may rejoice that he is now in a place where, instead of the fading voice of earthly fame, he hears and joins the songs of the redeemed and the blessed. While writing these thoughts about first-rates, I went out for a walk. My mind stayed on the subject until I reached my destination, a nearby plant nursery. After choosing some plants, I asked the gardener whether he could get me some roots of the forget-me-not. He said he did not know such a flower. "It is only a wild field flower," I replied, and I described it and its beauties in detail. As I waited for his answer, and as he rubbed his forehead trying to remember, I almost expected him to say, "Excuse me, madam, I cannot help you. This is only a field flower, you say, and I deal in nothing but first-rate plants, such as Camellia japonica and Daphne odora." But my plain, honest nurseryman simply said, "I am sorry to say that since I do not know the plant, I cannot obtain it." Now here is the point of this small story. Because he cared only for first-rate plants, the nurseryman did not even know one of the most beautiful little flowers in creation. And in the same way, critics who choose to learn only the first rates may remain ignorant of many works in painting, poetry, and other arts that could give them real delight. There are field flowers on Mount Parnassus, as well as loftier plants. True lovers of simple beauty will stoop to admire and gather them, even when more showy growths stand nearby. Many times I have picked the forget-me-not and asked people to admire it while they were admiring garden flowers. In the same way, I want to appeal to the refined and the proud, who claim to disdain everything that is not first-rate, to give some attention to the humbler works in every art, the works that may be called its field flowers. The small blue stars of the scorpion grass are formed just as perfectly as the large, tightly shaped bloom of the camellia. Yet, if someone truly loved only first rates, he would have to turn away from the simple forget-me-not and desire only the cultivated Japanese rose. Personal circumstances, meaningful to me alone, have made this small flower especially dear to me, so I have chosen it to illustrate my point. But it has a charm for me beyond its starry blue beauty. Forget-me-not, the name it bears in Germany, makes it a fitting flower for a graveyard. I intend it to bloom on the grave of the person I loved best, and I desire that it should also bloom on my own grave beside him. In this long section of my subject, I have tried to show that gossips, though not the worst people who speak badly of others, are the hardest to correct, because idle habits have weakened their minds so much that they are scarcely able to improve. That talkers over are the most common people who speak against others, because they talk about both their own acquaintances and everyone else's. That laughers at are close relatives of those who sit in the seat of the scornful. That the laugher at often has an eye always ready to laugh in a sharp and hurtful way, and does not always wait until the person is out of hearing. That in large families, where there are many brothers and sisters, the habit of laughing at others is easily learned. That constant sarcastic laughter in a woman may harm her prospects in life. That quizzers may belong to the same family as banterers, but that quizzing is so vulgar and unpleasant that I will not even attempt to define it. That banterers often begin with friendly jokes, but end by making someone in the company the butt of their humour, and then their joking becomes hurtful. That sometimes a banterer meets someone who is even sharper than he is, and is defeated, and then the banterer's former victims show him no mercy. That nicknamers clearly speak against others, though they may sometimes seem more amusing and less offensive than others. Still, making nicknames is a vulgar habit and grows out of a mocking spirit. That by stingers, I mean people who give sudden wounds to the mind and feelings, like the sting of a small biting insect, especially when the person they attack has hurt their pride by surpassing them or someone connected with them. That scorners always speak against others. They respect no abilities but their own. They are often secretly jealous of the talents they openly despise, and because of their obvious pride, they are among the most offensive critics of others. That the sneerer is different from the scorner. He does not mainly try to show his own greatness, but openly delights in pointing out the faults of others. He takes constant pleasure in cutting people down. Irony is his favourite weapon, and ironic praise is one of the hardest things to endure well. That when someone says, "I can only enjoy what is first rate," it usually shows great pride and an exaggerated opinion of oneself. For our own comfort, and for the comfort of others, we should learn to enjoy things that are not first rate. And I ended with a small story from my own experience to illustrate that last point. Chapter 10. On Practical Ways of Speaking Against Others. I have now come to the class of people who put this habit into action, and I will give them a chapter of their own. I will begin with the eye inflictors. I said earlier that speaking against others can take two forms, and that there are hurtful looks and actions as well as words. To those who attack others with their looks, I give the name eye inflictors. I formed this word from a verb that was, I believe, invented by Dr. Parr. I have often heard Dr. Parr say, "I inflicted my gaze on such a one." By this he meant that when he met a public man who, in his judgment, had betrayed political honesty, he fixed his strong eye on him, as if he would look straight through him, so that the man's conscience might tremble under the piercing glance of an honest and consistent person. And in humble imitation of that learned example, I have used the word eye inflictor. But the eye inflictor in my sense is very different from Dr. Parr's righteous indignation. The eye inflictor carries on a small war against people's feelings. His glance moves over a person and their clothing with sharp and searching attention, as though looking for faults or signs of carelessness. Sometimes it rests on us with a cold, cruel look that is deeply felt, though hard to describe. The eye inflictor usually looks for a responding glance from another person of the same spirit, often a close relative or intimate friend. Then the two pass looks of ridicule back and forth, eye to eye, like a shuttlecock moving between two players. In this way, without speaking a word, they carry on a kind of open attack against the unfortunate person who is the target of their silent but obvious mockery. The helpless person feels certain that he is being laughed at, even though nothing but polite words may come from the eye inflictor's mouth. Can anyone read this and honestly deny that at some time in life they have felt the sting of this kind of mocking look? There is another kind of practical way of speaking against others closely connected with it, which I mentioned before: shrugs, winks, and similar gestures. Any person can, by a wink, a shrug, a shake, or nod of the head, or a well-timed raising of the hands, stamp a storyteller in company with the mark of falsehood. Unbelief can glare from the lifted eyebrow, sneer from the tightened lip, and seem to speak through the nodding head and shrugging shoulders. And what is this but detraction? Though acted rather than spoken, it is enough to do what is intended, to lower someone's character and harm an object who may be innocent and unaware. I will end this part with fitting lines from Childe Harold. From great wrongs down to petty treachery, have I not seen what human beings can do? From the loud roar of foaming slander to the small whisper of an equally petty guilt and the subtler poison of the reptile crew, whose double-faced, meaningful glance, learning to lie in silence, would seem true, and without a word, except a shrug or sigh, deals round its speechless shame on happy fools. Now I must speak about mimics, who combine both kinds of speaking against others, the spoken and the acted. Because of this, they have a double power to bring others down and to make people serve their will and amusement, whether those people agree or not. By mimicry, I mean the imitation of another person's voice, manner, gestures, and behavior in order to represent that person before others. Skilled mimics have a power like the magicians of old. They can place before our eyes the face, actions, and manner of someone who is absent, even someone who has died, and they can bring the sound of that person's voice to our ears. Sometimes the imitation is so accurate and so free from exaggeration or caricature that the person being imitated might not even have been offended if he had been present. But this is mimicry at its very best, displayed on rare occasions. In its ordinary form, however, mimicry feeds on exaggeration and distortion. The spirit of mocking others is its life, and harmful ridicule is its aim. The talent for mimicry is a dangerous snare. To have this ability and yet refuse to use it is one of the most admirable victories of principle. Few talents give as much pleasure when they are displayed. It flatters the mimic's pride, and it flatters the listeners as well. A good imitation becomes like a riddle or a charade. It invites everyone to guess, and people feel proud when they are the first to cry out, "How exact! I have never seen such a likeness." When we are with skilled mimics, it is hard to resist tempting them. We ask them to do what we know is wrong by requesting a sample of their skill. If mimicry were limited to public figures who have died, we might think it too strict to object. But what is easily allowed soon becomes abused. The mimic will soon feel tempted to go further and imitate the living as well as the dead. Private individuals will soon follow public figures into the mimic's magic lantern. The audience, too entertained to correct him, encourages him with laughter and praise to go even further. Soon, acquaintances, friends, and even relatives are drawn into this new dance of death. Such performances leave many wounded. The sweet confidence and sacred trust of home and friendship are broken and destroyed. What first seemed amusing later appears, on reflection, heartless and unkind. I say on reflection, because the charm of a perfect imitation is so strong that we usually sense its baseness only after the performance ends, and then feel the self-reproach it should produce. It is mean because it is treacherous. It is treacherous because such performances can happen only when the people being imitated are absent and unaware. It would not only be pointless to do it in their presence, the mimic, if asked, would not dare. Any display of talent that must depend on secrecy to remain safe, because if the person imitated knew, it would likely cause pain, humiliation, lasting hatred, if the mimic is a woman, or even physical punishment, if the mimic is a man, cannot, on sober thought, be viewed with anything but serious disapproval by a religious person, or even by one who is simply moral. But why are most people more hurt by being taken off, as it is called, than by being wrongly criticized, sharply blamed, or even slandered? Human nature is weak in this way. We shrink more from personal ridicule, from anything that seems to question our ability to please in our appearance, voice, manner, or gestures, than from many accusations against our morals and conduct. For this reason, mimics, though often the most sought-after companions, are also the most feared. The most amusing people are often the most distrusted and disliked. They are considered some of the most dangerous speakers against others in society, precisely because they are so entertaining. If it is ever right to feel a certain satisfaction in seeing retribution, it is when bold and unsparing mimics are themselves mimicked and become the objects of the very laughter they have so often raised against others. Yet for that retribution to be complete, the offenders themselves should see it. Then perhaps they would remember the command they have ignored. Do to others what you would have others do to you. If someone asks whether mimicry can exist without any spirit of rivalry, general or personal, I would answer yes. Actors, singers, preachers, and public speakers are often imitated in society, even though the imitator cannot truly compete with them. But the case is different when mimicry targets private individuals. Then I strongly suspect that the mimic uses his ability against particular people, and that others request these imitations because they want to bring those people down, and enjoy seeing them brought down, whether that desire comes from the mimic himself or from those who urge him on. One more observation. I have never known a mimic who, because of some fault in speech, some odd tone, or some distinctive local way of talking, was not especially easy to imitate in return. And on such occasions I have been reminded of the old proverb, "Those whose heads are made of glass should be careful how they throw stones." Before I leave this subject, I want to offer a few friendly words of warning to young people of both sexes, especially to those whose desire to joke, satirize, and ridicule is hard to keep within proper limits. A mocking, cutting spirit is a worldly spirit. And nowhere does it show itself more plainly than in the way some people, who regularly attend worship, listen with a critical, fault-finding attitude to what they hear there. In public places, public performers of all kinds may rightly be judged by those who attend. At meetings and events, speakers may be discussed, if it is done fairly, with a readiness to approve and a reluctance to condemn. But we are not to bring a spirit of criticism into the house of worship. Of course, it is good when those who teach God's word can speak in a voice and manner that hold attention and are pleasant to hear. But there is a gift far above these, sincere godliness and the ability to speak the deep things of God, even if it is done in weakness, fear, and trembling. Those who enter worship in the right frame of mind do not fix their attention on style, because they are absorbed in the message. nor will they gather afterward with mocking people who take a shameful pleasure in pointing out the preacher's defects, some even adding insulting imitation to their unkind criticism. This kind of imitation, mocking preachers of the gospel, is by far the most offensive. It does not merely laugh at a man, it throws ridicule on holy things. It also reveals what an improper spirit the listeners had while they were apparently joining with other Christians in worship. It shows they were watching for flaws in godly teachers, teachers whom they might afterward greet with an appearance of love and respect, yet walk away from with proud satisfaction, knowing how well they can take them off later for the amusement of others and the feeding of their own vanity. And this treachery is not the worst part of the mimic's sin. Even the least spiritual preacher, whatever his denomination, does not speak in church as he speaks at a dinner table. And even when he is not warning about death and judgment, his topics are still too serious and important to be made the subjects of ridicule. So what does the mimic of preachers do? He repeats with mocking lips, words that relate to things which should never be spoken of with derision by real or even professing Christians. He mocks what he knows was spoken with sincere solemnity. In doing so, he sins, not only against the preacher he imitates, but against the Lord of whom the preacher spoke. And what is worse, the mimic may be repeating words that deep down he believes are taught by the Holy One of Israel. Now the mimic is either a believer or he is not. If he does not believe, then a preacher is no more sacred to him than any other man, and the preacher's words are no more sacred either. But if he is a convinced Christian, the matter is far more serious. He would certainly be offended if someone asked him to read scripture or pray in a way designed to make an audience laugh. Yet when he imitates preachers, what does he do? He puts serious, perhaps even scripture, words into the preacher's mouth, not to awaken holy thoughts and feelings, but to make people admire his skill and laugh at the one being imitated. Sometimes such imitations may be accurate portraits rather than exaggerated cartoons. But how quickly an honest portrait can become a caricature. A sudden mischievous mood may take hold. The mimic may enlarge small defects into ridiculous deformities until bursts of laughter reward him, and the profaning of holy things is complete. This may not happen often, but the situation should never be allowed that makes it even possible. The principle, the practice, and the example are all wrong. People who are light and careless may not mind imitating preachers any more than politicians or other public men. But a believer should think deeply before yielding to the temptation. By such mimicry, he not only does what he can to lower the Lord's devoted servants and to plant foolish associations in the minds of hearers, he also treats as common and laughable the very words he claims to regard as holy. And he exposes himself to the shameful suspicion that he is an unbeliever at heart, and that his outward religion is only worldly habit. Next on my list of those who tear others down in practice are caricaturists. By caricature, I mean drawings that purposely distort a person's features in order to make that person look ridiculous. Yet only one kind of caricature truly deserves to be called speaking against others: personal caricatures of real people, whether they are public figures or private individuals. When a caricaturist takes the face or body of a particular person and twists its features for amusement, he does essentially the same thing the mimic does with voice and gestures. Instead of acting out the person, he draws the person in a way meant to provoke laughter. In both cases, the aim is the same: to make others laugh at someone who is not present to defend himself. A caricaturist who singles out people's faces and bodies in this way is no better than the mimic. In some cases, he may even cause greater pain. A spoken imitation may quickly pass and be forgotten, but a drawing can remain. It can be shown again and again, and may eventually reach the eyes of the person it mocks. There is no doubt that people are especially sensitive about their appearance. Few things hurt more deeply than being made an object of ridicule because of one's face, figure, or natural features. For this reason, caricatures that mock a person's looks strike at a place where human feeling is particularly tender. But a caricaturist who uses his skill not against individuals, but against types, not against persons, but against things, not against fools, but against follies, not against the particular people who chase extreme fashions, but against the fashions themselves, may be placed among moral satirists in prose and poetry, though perhaps a step below them. Some of the caricatures by the late Henry Bunbury, and by Cruikshank in the present day, deserve praise not only for their artistic skill, but also for the way that skill is used. One caricature in particular says so much in so little space, and is such a perfect example of being much in little, that I cannot avoid mentioning it. I do not know the artist, but the print shows a ragged man standing with his hands in his empty pockets. His face is long and worn, and his mouth is stretched into a grim attempt at a laugh. Beneath the picture are the words, "I have gained my suit." I will add only this. Those who caricature private individuals, turning the defects of a person's face or body into subjects for their mocking pencil, show even less kindness and goodwill than the mimic. The harm they cause is also far more lasting. A drawing remains and can be shown again and again to many people, while mimicry can be heard only when the mimic himself is present. There is also a reason the mimic is sometimes less blameworthy than the caricaturist, though the spirit is much the same. Odd habits of speech or manner can be pointed out and, in many cases, corrected. Some people, especially those whose awkwardness comes from affectation or clumsiness, might even benefit from seeing themselves imitated. But the caricaturist's power often lies in exaggerating natural defects, things no one can remove. No truly kind person can take pleasure in holding such unchangeable weaknesses up to ridicule. So while the personal caricaturist stands second on my list of people who harm others in this way, he is not behind any of them in his power to wound. And I must still say, however unlikely it is to be well received, that it is a pity such talent, for he must have talent, or he could not draw caricatures at all, is not used instead to expose folly in general, rather than to shame particular individuals. I have also included, though I hope not unfairly, writers of epigrams on my list of those who tear others down, and with them the list ends. By an epigram, I mean a very short, pointed saying or verse that expresses a thought in a clever and striking way, often ending with a sharp turn of wit. Because it is so brief, it is easily remembered and repeated, and for that reason it can quickly spread from one person to another. Like caricaturists who draw personal caricatures, writers of epigrams often cause more pain than a mimic, because what they produce lasts and can be passed from person to person. The ability to say sharp and cutting things is a dangerous gift. The ability to write them is even more dangerous. The talent for writing epigrams is so tempting, both to those who compose them and to those who hear them, that only very strong reasons will restrain the writer from writing or the reader from applauding. Clever sayings and epigrams are sometimes nothing more than neatly worded compliments. Yet sharp sarcasm often lies at the heart of quick wit and of the true epigram, and such writing easily becomes nothing more than cutting others down, if not outright slander. Because the minds of the epigram writer and the personal caricaturist are very similar, the same person often has both talents. And sometimes having these talents actually prevents them from achieving greater things. The praise they receive, often mixed with fear from others who do not want to become the next target, raises them too high in their own eyes. It gives them enough sense of power to satisfy their vanity for the moment, and so their ambition shrinks. Why should they work for something higher, when in their circle they are already admired as clever wits and artists? They can hardly expect anything but applause. The healthy desire to reach a nobler kind of excellence slowly fades away. They pass through life satisfied with this shallow success, openly praised but secretly feared and therefore disliked. And notice what often happens as such people grow older. Their habit of tearing others down grows stronger, while their ability to express it grows weaker. At last, they become like an angry dog that can no longer bite and can only growl. Minds that, if they had not been early tempted by the easy and immediate applause that follows clever and cutting performances, might have become a blessing to others, gradually sink into gloom and discontent. They feel an inward regret that they can no longer amuse or wound others as they once did. The sharp observation, quick malice, active envy, and jealous spite that once produced the bright, sparkling fire of epigram and caricature slowly settle into a dark and bitter heap of the same feelings. The bright flashes are gone forever, but the bitterness remains. While such wits are young, people may be tempted to envy them. But when we see them in their decline, they are more likely to awaken only a compassionate concern, a compassion that warns us not to follow the same path. "Have no enemies, my daughter," said the Marchioness de Sévigné to her daughter, the Countess de Grignan, in one of her letters. It is excellent advice, but if it was ever given to an epigram writer, it was probably given in vain. Few people make more enemies than a known writer of epigrams. Yet some minds have been strong and Christian enough to forgive this kind of injury, and I take pleasure in telling the following story. Students with poetic gifts, especially at the universities, often first test their skill by writing epigrams. Some of the best epigrams I have ever read were written by Cambridge scholars who later distinguished themselves in higher forms of literature. A member of one of the colleges, well known for his wit, and living at Cambridge even after his student days were over, wrote an epigram about the late Bishop Watson, who was also living there at the time. The epigram was passed around and widely admired. Soon after this, the writer of epigrams, wanting a certain post at the university, came to ask the bishop for his vote. "What, sir?" said the bishop, "have you come to ask me to vote for you? Tell me plainly, did you not write a certain epigram?" The poor wit blushed, stammered, and at last, with difficulty, admitted that he had. "Very well, sir, very well," replied the bishop, "but it does not matter whether you did or not. I think you fit for the place, and you shall therefore have my vote." It is gratifying to write, and no doubt pleasant to read, a good epigram. But most people, I think, would rather have acted like Bishop Watson on this occasion than have written like the man who mocked him. Now let us briefly review the main points. Eye inflictors are people who tear others down by their actions. I formed this term from a verb used by Dr. Parr, to inflict the eye upon someone. An eye inflictor looks for the approving glance of a relative or close friend, especially Archdeacon W., and then exchanges a look of satirical meaning, like a shuttlecock struck back and forth between battledores. These looks are often joined by other signals, shrugs, winks, and sighs. By such signs, a person can mark a storyteller as untruthful. And what is that but speaking against someone? Mimics are guilty of both kinds of this behavior, for the insult can be acted as well as spoken. Imitation may sometimes be harmless and may not offend even the one imitated. But that is mimicry at its very best. The caricaturist who mocks not fools themselves, but folly stands only one step below the satirist in prose or verse. Such a caricaturist was the late Sir Henry Bunbury, and such a one is George Cruikshank. Lastly, writers of epigrams are often more entertaining critics than caricaturists, and they can wound even more deeply than mimics, for epigrams, like caricatures, endure and pass easily from hand to hand. Chapter 11. On the vocabulary of speaking against others. After describing the different ways people tear others down, I will now explain what I call the language of tearing others down. From experience, I have learned how helpful it is to pay attention to what our own words do to us. We should notice how strongly our feelings are shaped by the tone and language we use. I have often been surprised to see how speaking a harsh word about someone who offended me made my resentment grow stronger. On the other hand, my anger has quickly faded when, soon afterward, sometimes without meaning to, I spoke about that same person with words and a tone of pity. If this is true, then anyone who wants to live in peace with their neighbours and fellow citizens should be careful not to use hurtful language about them, even as a joke. It is impossible to feel proper respect and goodwill toward the people around us if we train ourselves to speak of them using nicknames or belittling titles, like those in the following list: the fellow, the old fellow, mother so-and-so, old mother so-and-so, the old girl, the old maid, that Mr. So-and-so, that man, Miss So-and-so, that Tom what's-his-name, Mary so-and-so, that thingamy, thingambob. What's the man's name? What's the woman's name? The quiz, and other expressions like these lower people. Whenever someone uses such phrases, I would say they are speaking in the true spirit of tearing others down. Someone may object that some of these expressions, especially mother so-and-so and old mother so-and-so, are too coarse for people in respectable positions. Yet I have heard them used by people who would be offended if they were called vulgar. But whatever a person's social standing, when they are ruled by bad temper and a desire to run others down, they lower themselves for that moment. And when they do, they will use coarse language. There is nothing naturally vulgar about putting the word "that" before a name. But when it is used in this way, I know of no word more contemptuous or more suited to belittle someone. It says nothing clearly. It condemns by hint and suggestion. Yet I can imagine no cheaper or easier way to lower someone, since it requires no wit, no judgment, no reasoning, and no careful thinking. It also works like a mocking invitation, encouraging others to join in speaking badly about the person. Putting a "that" before someone's name is almost as degrading as attaching a nickname to it, except that "that" shows a vague contempt, while a nickname suggests a particular fault or disgrace. The fellow also suggests that the speaker feels superior to the person being spoken about. A wicked fellow or a good-for-nothing fellow may sound more openly insulting, but the plain phrase "the fellow," when it is not meant jokingly, can be even more contemptuous. And if you change the to "that," which is a very easy and common change, you will hardly find two words in the language more able to wound a person's respectability. "Ah, he is a sad chap," and "he is quite a quiz" are two phrases often used in the language of speaking against others. They are common in vulgar speech throughout England, though neither chap nor quiz appears in the dictionary. I do not know the true origin of either word from any reliable authority, but since calling a man a chap usually suggests that he is a poor sort of fellow, I am inclined to think it may come from the French échappe, meaning escaped, as if it meant someone who has barely escaped hanging. There is also, I think, a French phrase, une échappée du diable, something like our word scapegrace. A quiz, meaning a person with odd or laughable appearance and manners, is a word of more recent invention. I suspect it may be a mixture of queer and exquise, or exquisite. However that may be, chap and quiz, along with quizzer and quizzing, would not be mentioned here, except that they are plainly common words used by people who tear others down, common weapons in the mean, useless, harmful, shallow, heartless, and never-ending warfare of speaking badly about others. To sum up, I have given this vocabulary of speaking against others words commonly used by those who run others down, and I have found it helpful to watch what my own words and tone do to my own heart when I speak about other people. Chapter 12. Common Targets of Criticism: Women Writers, Bluestockings, Doctors, and New Converts to Serious Religion. Now that I have described the kinds of people who criticize others harshly and the language they use, I will point out some of the most common targets of such criticism. Anyone who leaves the quiet safety of private life and enters public life is likely to stir up envy and harsh judgment. Still, I believe that women writers and bluestockings are often favorite targets of criticism in the private circles where they live. I will try to speak as briefly and gently as I can about the first subject, because it is difficult and delicate. Yet I must say a few words. I am a woman writer, and that is what I must remain. But unlike the fox in the fable, who, after losing his tail, tried to persuade the other foxes to cut off theirs too, pretending that the loss was actually helpful, I must speak honestly. If I had known beforehand the troubles and risks that come with becoming a public writer, nothing but a strong sense of duty, or a real need to earn a living, would have led me to face them. Never, said a very talented but misguided French woman of sad reputation, did I ever intend to become an author. I soon saw that when a woman gains this title, she loses more than she gains. Men do not love her, and women criticize her. If her works are poor, she is ridiculed, and rightly so. If they are good, people question whether they are truly hers. I believe this is generally true, with only a few exceptions. What she adds is something I would especially urge talented women to consider, those who feel strongly drawn toward becoming public authors, but have not yet taken that step. Though women may improve their minds and learning, they are not required to publish what they know. What could they say that others do not already know better? Their gender and their duties place them behind a veil, where they will more surely find happiness than in the illusions that tempt them to display themselves. Illusions indeed, if a woman writes in order to increase her social happiness. Authorship is not likely to bring greater happiness in society. If her goal is to support those she loves through the work of her pen, even then, although the knowledge that she has done her duty may give her peace at night, she must work early and late, often when she does not feel inclined, and in the end may earn only a small and hard-won living. And if fame is, knowingly or unknowingly, her aim, she may discover, as I said before, that she has gained it at the cost of her peace. She has shown a desire, and perhaps the ability, to rise above the narrow sphere in which she once lived. But neither the attempt nor the success is ever completely forgotten or forgiven. And what amount of fame could make up for the loss of the safe and tender affection found within the family circle and the familiar scenes of one's youth? Have not many people, both men and women, who have entered public competition, discovered that their crowns are made not only of laurels, but also of thorns, and that in seeking public recognition, they risked their private peace? How well that delightful writer, Felicia Hemans, has expressed the emptiness of fame, especially a woman's fame, and its inability to give happiness in the closing lines of Corinna at the Capitol. Crowned of Rome, oh, art thou not happy in that glorious lot? Happier, happier far than thou, with the laurel on thy brow, she that makes the humble hearth happy, but to one on earth. And again, in her Records of Woman, at the close of Joan of Arc in Reims, bought alone by gifts beyond all price, the trusting heart's repose, the paradise of home with all its loves, doth fate allow the crown of glory unto woman's brow. But if a woman writer who only tries to entertain, while quietly including serious moral lessons, is allowed to pass through life without being hated or avoided. It is very different for those who try to teach more directly, those who expose common sins, call things by their true names, describe respectable worldly behavior as a form of dishonesty, and reveal the ugliness of bad temper. The author, and especially the woman author, who dares to do this, must expect to be disliked, criticized, and treated with contempt. She must be ready to be judged by people who have not fully read her work, to be misquoted and misunderstood, and to be deeply thankful if she can still find comfort in remembering that she wrote because she believed it was her difficult duty toward others. She may also find comfort in knowing that her work, though it brought her both satisfaction and pain, gave real pleasure to someone she dearly loved and helped her endure many tiring and difficult moments along the uncertain path of life. Someone might say that if God, the giver of every good gift, has given a woman the ability to write, she is right to use it. If she writes modestly and publishes anonymously, she may teach and entertain without harming her modesty or suffering the usual disadvantages of authorship. But I fear this is not really the case. Even among the few closest friends and family members who know her secret, a woman who has published a book, even anonymously, often appears in a strange and uncomfortable new light, as though she had put on an odd and unsuitable garment. "And so you have become an authoress," someone may say to her with a sarcastic tone, while the poor and self-conscious woman feels almost as if she has committed a crime. In earlier times, people imagined a woman writer as untidy, poorly dressed, ragged, and stained with snuff, a woman unable to carry out the ordinary duties expected of her. She could not, or would not, talk about everyday matters, and people looked for signs of authorship in her clothing, her manner, and even her fingers. And apart from the snuff-stained nose, the strange clothing and manners, and the ink-stained fingers, this still remains, among most men and many women, the common image of a female writer. Let it remain so. People take pleasure in indulging the notion, and, who are convinced against their will, are of the same opinion still. Even among fair-minded and open-minded people of both sexes, and even in a large city which might almost be called a paradise for authors and women writers, because in its best circles, it is an honor rather than a disgrace to be known by that name, and it gives access to some of the most intellectual gatherings. Even there, I believe the highest praise often given to a woman writer is this: "She is really a very pleasant woman, and I never would have guessed she was a female writer." But I have stayed too long on ground that is almost forbidden to me. I will only add that, in my humble opinion, formed through long and often painful experience, not only the woman writer, but also any author whose deepest desire is to press important truths on those around them, would do well not to live in constant social company. People easily accept someone as a teacher only when that person is unknown or lives at a distance. The oracles of Delphi would not have been treated as oracles in Rome if they had not come from a faraway temple and from a priest of that place. The Romans, who understood human nature well, knew this. The saying, "Familiarity breeds contempt," comes from the experience of many generations. In general, people who live among mountains see nothing special in the views that travelers come from far away to admire. In the same way, the close relatives and familiar friends of authors, without jealousy or ill will, may honestly see nothing remarkable in them or in their writings. They may even wonder why others seek their company and why the public values their work. But there is one comfort, and one reason to keep writing even when the effort seems useless: the hope that when the hand that held the warning pen is cold and the anxious heart no longer beats, the pages that are now rejected, especially those where the writer most longed to be kindly heard, may one day be read with more patience and generosity. Then the writer's weaknesses, and perhaps even their faults, may be forgiven and forgotten, because they can no longer cause offense. And if those pages contain moral or religious truth that could teach or guide the reader, the pride that once resisted them may soften into acceptance. The good the writer longed to do during life, but could not accomplish, may at last be achieved. And though the writer was despised while living, after death they may be seen as worthy of gratitude, and their memory may be loved and honoured. I will now speak in defence of that much criticised group of women often called Bluestockings. The published woman writer clearly breaks social expectations and must bear the consequences of that bold step. But the ordinary Bluestocking, in my view, is simply a respectable, sensible, and harmless person who often suffers from being wrongly blamed because she is mistaken for something she is not, namely, a published author. The two things are, in fact, quite different. A woman author is not necessarily a Bluestocking, although a Bluestocking may eventually become an author, just as a solicitor, though not originally a barrister, may later choose to become one. I will now give as accurate a history of Bluestockingism as my limited information allows. Around the years 1784, 1786, several ladies and gentlemen of rank, fashion, and literary taste agreed to meet at one another's houses for the purpose of thoughtful conversation. At these gatherings, people of every kind of talent were warmly welcomed. I have often heard, on what seemed to be good authority, that the society received its unusual name from the plain dress of one of its visitors. The highly gifted but eccentric James Barry, professor of painting at the Royal Academy. At that time he was working on his famous paintings in the great room of the Adelphi, and he attended these gatherings of the noble and the intellectual wearing the same clothes in which he painted, most notably his worsted blue stockings. It happened that when a foreign gentleman of rank, newly arrived in London, refused to accompany a friend to one of these parties because he was still in his travelling clothes, the gentleman replied, "Oh, we do not mind dress on these occasions. You may come in bas bleu, or blue stockings," referring to Barry's usual informal attire. The foreigner, imagining that bas bleu were part of the expected dress, afterwards called the gathering the Bas Bleu Society. The ladies and gentlemen who formed this group were not all authors, but they loved literature and literary company. They had the wisdom to gather together people distinguished in the arts and sciences without regard to social rank. At these meetings, that dreadful sight, the large English drawing-room circle, where the men sit together on one side of the room and the women on the other, was wisely broken up into smaller groups. In London, gatherings intended for conversation, this stiff arrangement has never returned. It is only in provincial circles that this remnant of barbarism still survives. There it frightens the timid into speaking only to the person beside them, encourages the proud man to talk only with his male friend, and allows the lazy to do the same, though for a different reason. A lady named Vesey first promoted this successful attempt to replace the common habit of card-playing with conversation gatherings. She was assisted by the widow of Admiral Boscawen and by the celebrated Elizabeth Montagu, author of an essay on Shakespeare and of a well-known collection of letters admired for their wit and elegance. This generous woman was also known for hosting every May Day a dinner in the garden of her house in Portman Square for all the chimney sweepers in London. These ladies met alternately at one another's homes. Among their visitors were Lord Lyttelton, Horace Walpole, and other notable men of the time. Among the female writers already famous were Elizabeth Carter, translator of Epictetus, and the admirable Hannah More. From Hannah More's poem, The Bas Bleu, published in 1786, I will give some extracts, which will explain the subject better than anything I could say myself. The advertisement that accompanied the poem, though brief, supports the account I have given of the origin of the name Bas Bleu. The poem itself is only a playful piece written for the moment. Yet even then, Its author had begun to write more serious and spiritual works. In her poem, Sensibility, she had already offered wise guidance on governing one's temper and tongue, advice that would be a blessing to social life if it were followed. Advertisement. The following little piece owes its origin and its name to the mistake of a foreign gentleman of distinction who gave the literal title Bas Bleu to a small group of friends who had sometimes been jokingly called the Bluestockings. From the facts just described, it is clear that in earlier times men as well as women were called Bluestockings. The name referred to anyone who attended these gatherings, which were formed simply for the purpose of thoughtful and intelligent conversation. Dr. Johnson had died before this regular Bluestocking society was formed. However, Lady C used to meet him at the house of her mother, the Viscountess Galway, and also at Lady Lucan's. On one occasion, when Lady Lucan was flattering him, he replied, "Madam, you are not only sweet, but luscious." From what has been said, it may fairly be assumed that men and women who meet today for the same purpose, intelligent conversation, are equally entitled to the name Bluestockings, and they alone. Yet the word blue is now used only for certain women, and therefore wrongly. We also know that in earlier times the term described some of the most distinguished and enlightened men and women of the age. But what kind of women are called Bluestockings today? Like their predecessors, they are women who improve their minds by gaining useful knowledge, either along with, or instead of, mere fashionable accomplishments. When the opportunity arises, they are willing to take part in discussions on worthwhile subjects. They modestly wish to bring their thoughts into conversation with those of wiser men, so that they may benefit from their observations on matters that have interested them. In this way, even the hours given to social interaction can be used for improvement. Surely no sensible woman should hesitate to resemble the person described here. Yet I have heard women who truly fit this description, women who are also very capable in every household and domestic duty, say with great eagerness and alarm, "Oh no, I am not a blue. I cannot bear blues." They must, however, have been aware that they had studied learned languages, chemistry, anatomy, and other subjects with commendable diligence. If this is not Bluestockingism, then no such thing exists. Such dishonesty is harmful. It not only casts a stigma on intellectual improvement among women, but it also removes a necessary encouragement for others to improve their minds. If men clearly understood how well women of the present day are educated, some might feel a healthy concern about being surpassed in useful knowledge. Seeing that women's intellectual progress cannot be prevented, they would realize the need to improve themselves in order to maintain their own proper superiority. But dishonesty and concealment have never produced anything but harm. Anything done secretly is harmful, even secret knowledge. Showing off learning unnecessarily is offensive even in men, and even more so in women. But denying that one possesses knowledge is morally worse, because it involves small acts of dishonesty and trivial deception. Those whom I criticize might answer that the word blue now means something unpleasant, something disliked by women and mocked by men, so that few have the courage to endure the criticism that comes with being called a blue, what the French call a précieuse and the English call a pedant, is probably what people now mean by a blue. A woman wrongly called a blue is someone who uses long words in a conceited way, talks about Greek grammar and Latin derivations if she happens to know them, volunteers her knowledge in every conversation, speaks more eagerly than she listens, and, in short, is a woman who loves to display her learning. But I consider a blue to be a very different kind of person. I believe that women who truly are Bluestockings ought to have the courage to be themselves. By taking part modestly and at the right time in thoughtful conversation, they can show that educated women are not necessarily pedants or pretentious scholars. They love knowledge for its own sake, not for display. It is undeniable that if women gain knowledge merely to show it off in company, such learning will harm rather than benefit them. This confirms the poet's saying that a little learning is a dangerous thing. Just as shallow streams make the most noise, this kind of display shows that their learning is shallow and that their judgment and intellect are shallow as well. But we should not argue against the use of something simply because it can be abused. It would be very foolish to say that women should not be well educated, because learning may make some women pedantic. Indeed, I have more respect for women who openly display their learning than for those who truly possess knowledge, but deny it out of fear of being called blues. Truth and sincerity are the greatest charms of all, charms that learning itself cannot give, and that should never be lost because of it. A thing is either right or wrong. If it is wrong, we should avoid it. If it is right, we should do it without worrying about the consequences. If it is proper for women to have full and informed minds rather than empty ones, then they should have the moral courage to endure the ridicule that may come with it. They should not be like the servant who told his master that he did not mind lying for his sake, but that it troubled his conscience to be found out. Besides, when women shrink from the name blue, they keep alive the spirit of criticism that enjoys troubling them. But if they answer, "I am a Bluestocking," if loving knowledge more than ignorance gives me the right to that name, then the petty attacker, whether man or woman, will soon drop a weapon that no longer has the power to wound. To call seriously religious people saints and well-informed women blues is one of the most intentionally offensive and malicious attacks made by those who delight in detraction. The best way to disarm such spite is to reply calmly and without resentment, indeed to seem pleased rather than offended, when the name is applied either to oneself or to one's friends. In this way, the insult loses its power, and true superiority of mind and progress toward Christian character are most clearly shown. In the preceding remarks, I have tried to show that Bluestockings, in my sense of the word, suffer as much from the cowardice and lack of honesty of one another as from the prejudices of men against female learning. But now that knowledge of every kind is becoming more common among all ranks, now that the schoolmaster is abroad and the march of intellect is moving ever more rapidly, the causes of these complaints will likely disappear. As men become more enlightened, they will grow more generous in their views. Secure in their own increasing knowledge, they will no longer fear finding rivals in the other gender. They will learn that women do not need to remain ignorant in order to be good wives and mothers. Instead, they will admit that some knowledge of languages, literature, and science may greatly help women educate their children. Though I may not live to see it, the time may come when women will be pleased to be called Bluestockings. Indeed, the word itself may lose its special meaning once the cultivation of the mind becomes common among women. Then I trust, since empty minds in both men and women often lead to gossip and idle talk when people meet socially, fuller and better informed minds will make thoughtful conversation more common. As I have already suggested, this would weaken, if not completely remove, the habit of speaking badly about others. There is another group in society that is especially exposed to harsh criticism: the most useful and necessary profession of medical men. To question the professional knowledge of a physician or the skill of a surgeon, and to declare in company that they are unable to perform their duties, is a particularly harmful form of speaking against someone. Such statements may take away their livelihood. Therefore, accusations of this kind should never be made, unless it has been clearly proven that the person spoken of has seriously failed in medical or surgical ability. We should not judge medical men based on one person's suspicion or another's claim, since those making such judgments are usually not qualified to form a proper opinion. Women, who are often called upon to watch beside the sick and perform the duties of a nurse, should be especially careful not to fall into detraction by criticizing the medical attendant without good reason. Yet women are often inclined either to trust a physician without limits or to distrust him completely. I do not object to the first tendency, but I strongly object to the second. Excessive distrust can do real harm, while trust may often do good. If the patient and the patient's friends have no confidence in the physician's skill, the doctor himself may become uncertain. He knows how much the success of treatment depends on the patient's state of mind, and that a remedy in which there is no confidence is unlikely to succeed. Everyone has the right to seek additional medical advice when a patient does not improve. However, the reputation of the first physician should not be damaged, nor his lack of success cruelly blamed on a lack of skill. Who can know whether the recovery that follows under a new doctor may actually be the slow but certain result of the earlier treatment, and that the later success may partly be due to the medicines already given? Yet how quickly medical attendants are judged, and with what confidence! In judging them, people often show a degree of self-conceit that is rarely seen in other matters. We seldom hear the opinion of a lawyer publicly questioned and debated in general conversation. Why is this? Because both men and women know they are ignorant of the law. Even the most confident person does not presume to tell a lawyer how to write a legal document. They wisely assume that he understands what he has spent much time and money learning. But medical men are treated very differently. People often behave as if everyone were qualified to judge them. Even women sometimes feel justified in opposing the directions of the physician, as though medical knowledge, unlike other kinds of knowledge, were gained simply by wishing to possess it, as though the desire for it were the same as actually having it. I never feel more uncomfortable with myself than when I presume to prescribe remedies. And I am never more aware of the arrogance of ignorance than when I see people, more often women, though sometimes men, interfering in the sick room. They do this without thinking about the serious responsibility they take on, and with dangerous confidence, they risk the life of someone who may be the hope and joy of their family. If this belief in their own superior judgment leads people with little knowledge to interfere with the directions of physicians and surgeons, it is not surprising that professional ability so often becomes the subject of harsh criticism. Sometimes this criticism goes so far that it deserves a stronger name. If I simply say that a certain physician or surgeon is not skilled, I harm his professional reputation. But if I say that he has killed, or is killing, this or that patient, and that he would likely kill me or my friends if we employed him, then I would be guilty of defamation and could rightly be called to account for it. Yet such prosecutions rarely occur. Society has an unspoken agreement that conversation should not be repeated in a way that harms those who spoke. In one sense, this is good, because otherwise lawsuits for defamation would be painfully common. But in another sense, it is not good. Some degree of fear is helpful in restraining human behavior. When even the best fear, the fear of future judgment, is not enough to keep people within proper limits, the fear of legal consequences might prevent defamatory speech when better motives fail. One or two successful prosecutions for damaging a professional reputation would likely restrain this unjust form of slander. I have always regarded the medical profession with great respect, not only for the sake of one dear person now gone, and for others close to me who still honor it, nor merely for many practitioners to whom I feel personally grateful, but also for the profession itself. Because I believe its members are not treated with sufficient respect in society, I am always pleased when they are honored by the sovereign with some rank, raising them above those who benefit from their skill, pay for it as they should, yet still treat the medical attendant with a kind of condescending politeness, as though he were socially beneath them. Yet if the medical man has received a full education, He has often enjoyed advantages rarely given to the sons of wealthy tradesmen. A physician especially, unless prevented by religious principles, may study at a university and receive a degree there. If his family has influence, he may even be sent abroad under circumstances helpful to his future career. Even without the privileges of an English university, the medical student still has great opportunities. Foreign universities, as well as the University of Edinburgh, are open to him. If he faithfully uses these opportunities for honourable learning, he returns to his country not only as a skilled practitioner, but also as a well-educated gentleman. And for what has he travelled, studied, and worked so hard? Not to spend the rest of his life in quiet, scholarly ease, but to enter one of the most demanding professions imaginable. His time is no longer his own. He must answer the urgent needs of the poor as well as the rich. He must often give up the pleasures of the evening, leave his bed at any hour, and spend the night anxiously attending the sick. Often he performs these difficult duties for a payment far less than his service deserves, not because the patient is unwilling to pay, but because they cannot afford to do so. Physicians and surgeons cannot choose whom they serve. In this respect, they resemble the Frères de la Charité. They have taken on the responsibilities of their calling, and they must answer the summons to help, whether the sufferer is a prince or a peasant. Yet they have a great reward in knowing their usefulness. And where can we find usefulness greater than that of the medical profession? Even if extreme moderation and good health someday made the physician's help less necessary, accidents and injuries would still occur and require the skill of the surgeon or the oculist. And even if society itself were shaken, if wealth were lost and social ranks overturned, still, amid the ruins of commerce and other professions, the surgical profession at least would remain necessary and continue to flourish. But it is not because of this personal security that thoughtful physicians love and honour their profession. Rather, it is because of its greater privileges. What privilege, except that of enlightening the darkened souls of others, can equal the power to heal sickness, relieve pain, calm the distress of anxious families, and be welcomed even by the suffering with a grateful smile? Should men who possess such blessings be treated with anything but respect? Should they be received with cold superiority? I have seen the warm, welcome, and respectful attention with which medical attendants are received in some families, and I have always thought it spoke well of both sides. But I do not like to see them received as their own medicines are, like something unpleasant but necessary, to be avoided for as long as possible. Indeed, I believe it is wise for everyone to cultivate a kind and friendly feeling toward their medical attendants. The sight of a welcoming face does us good, even when we are healthy. If the physician is regarded as a friend as well as a doctor, his treatment is more likely to succeed. The state of the mind and emotions has much to do with the state of our health, and the medical man, whose presence awakens kind and trusting feelings in his patients, will, I believe, be more likely to cure them. Yet there is one more thing I must say before I conclude these remarks, something that it has taken some courage for me to express. I have ventured to criticize those who carelessly damage the reputation of medical men. I will now also point out how unwise and even dangerous it is when medical men speak against one another's ability. Surely they ought to unite against their common enemy rather than weaken one another. Yet I must also say, in fairness, that among the most respected and distinguished members of the profession, this necessary restraint is carefully practiced. They may be the targets of such criticism, but they are rarely the ones who spread it. There is another group of people who are especially exposed to criticism and harsh talk. Those who have become converts to what is called serious religion, particularly those who, after long and well-known participation in worldly pleasures, withdraw from them and devote themselves to the stricter path of Christian duty. Some make this change in the prime of life, some in middle age, and some in later years, choosing to separate themselves from ordinary social life. Those who have always lived apart from the pleasures of the world, either by inclination or by the way they were raised, may escape criticism if they live consistently with their religious profession. But it is not so for those who, as the Bible says, have entered the vineyard at the 11th hour. The reality of their change is rarely believed by those devoted to worldly life. Instead, people attribute their withdrawal to selfish motives, perhaps even disgraceful ones. They are called hypocrites and pretenders. Or, with even greater contempt disguised as gentleness, they are dismissed as fanatics, enthusiasts, or even mad. In judging religious conversion, people often show more ignorance of the human heart, especially of a heart guided by spiritual motives, than in judging almost any other matter. Indeed, those who criticize often show ignorance not only of the beliefs of the people they judge, but even of the foundations of their own beliefs. Yet I am inclined to think that this kind of criticism is more understandable than many others. One reason is that it is difficult for people to believe that what delights them may not delight others. Those who daily enjoy the pleasures of society, public gatherings, balls, concerts, and card parties, find it almost impossible to imagine that life could be pleasant without such constant excitement. Still less can they believe that someone who once enjoyed these things could give them up for reasons that are purely spiritual. They say, "The pleasures of this world are real and tangible. Surely they were given to us by a generous Creator to be enjoyed. Therefore it is time enough to think of another world and prepare for it, when age and its weaknesses prevent us from enjoying this one." But how can they understand pleasures they have never experienced, the deeper satisfactions that come from higher pursuits? Moreover, they know they have the majority on their side. To oppose the general opinion of the world would seem to them both foolish and presumptuous, as if they were claiming to be wiser and holier than others. There was a time when I reasoned this way myself, but whether from personal experience or not, I suspect that these explanations are not the only reasons for the harsh and unfair judgments that worldly people make about those who withdraw from their society. I believe that detractors are often, perhaps without realizing it, provoked into harsh remarks by a troubling thought: if these enthusiasts are right, how very wrong we must be. If it is truly the duty of Christians to use their time well instead of wasting it, and to avoid the usual scenes of worldly amusement, and if these people who have withdrawn from such circles are truly guided by sincere and devout motives, then they may indeed have an advantage over the rest of us. And if the words of the Apostle James are true, that pure religion and undefiled before God and the Father is this: to visit the fatherless and widows in their affliction, and to keep oneself unspotted from the world, then in the greatest of all competitions, the competition for the favor of God, they may be more likely to succeed than those who remain devoted to worldly pleasures. In that case, instead of being the objects of slander or contemptuous pity, they might well become the objects of our envy. Indeed, I suspect that a kind of hidden envy, a jealous irritation, lies at the root of this kind of speaking against others. And since the competition involved is of the most serious and eternal kind, we should be even more ready to respond with Christian patience and compassion toward the slander directed at those who seem to be further along in the Christian race, by those who desire the crown, but cannot bring themselves to enter the contest to obtain it. But there is another kind of critic who is just as ready to attack those who begin to live a religious life. I mean those unhappy people who try to persuade themselves that this life is all that exists. Such people often treat self-denying Christians with deep contempt. They not only question their sincerity, but even despise their understanding. Yet I am convinced that even these people are influenced, perhaps without realizing it, by a hidden fear. somewhere within them remains a faint awareness that the idea of another world and of responsibility in this one may not be merely cleverly invented stories. Because of this uneasy feeling, those who openly follow Christ and try to obey his will may appear to them more worthy of envy than of ridicule. Feeling this, they may come to hate and speak badly of those Christians even more. But sincere and truly converted, Christians can only respond to such attacks by returning good for evil, even when they are struck, as it were, with stones along the road as they journey towards Zion. They remember the spirit of their Lord when he spoke of his persecutors. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. In that same spirit, they respond to insults, not with anger, but with prayer for the conversion of those who speak them. They seek to adorn their Christian profession with gentleness, patience, and acts of loving kindness. By adding charity to their faith, and by proving their faith through their actions, they may even move the scoffer, or even the unbeliever, to say, as King Agrippa once did, "Almost thou persuadest me to be a Christian." Before leaving this subject, I must also notice a common belief that those who practice serious religion are gloomy and unsociable, and that the path of religion is full of thorns and hardships. It is true that in every religious group there may be a few people who are naturally gloomy or severe in temperament. Such individuals may express their piety in an austere and unattractive way, and because they are physically or emotionally burdened, they may appear unhappy in their religion. But in my experience, deep and sincere religious conviction is rarely accompanied by anything but genuine comfort. If I were asked to show an example of the happiest and most consistently cheerful life, I would look to a truly religious family. I would begin with the household gathered together in the morning for prayer and instruction. I would follow its members through the duties of the day, acts of kindness, helpful work, and faithful responsibilities. I would see them gathered at their shared meals, and later in the evening circle, where someone reads aloud something instructive or entertaining, while others quietly sew or work, perhaps preparing clothing or supplies for charity or for wise household economy. These peaceful activities would be followed by the family gathering once more for prayer before retiring for the night. They would go to their rooms thankful for the good they had been able to do during the day, grateful for the simple joys of family life, and comforted by the humble hope, born from trusting faith, that they will rest safely under the protection of God through the night, and awaken to another day of the same duties, pleasures, and happiness. Such a day contains none of the gloom, boredom, or emptiness often imagined by those outside religious life. Instead, it passes almost too quickly. Unlike days spent in the restless excitement of worldly pleasure, which are often followed by weariness, disappointment, and wounded pride, this life brings peace. Its labours carry a blessing, and its enjoyments refresh the mind without exhausting it, stirring the spirit without leaving behind sadness or regret. There are also a few other people who are especially exposed to detraction and criticism. Among them are fathers-in-law and mothers-in-law, brothers' wives, and sisters' husbands. Family relationships are often sources of difficulty. The greatest blessings in life have their accompanying troubles. Weeds grow beside flowers. Every rose has its thorn, says the proverb. And when have proverbs spoken falsely? Compared with the long writings of moralists, proverbs may seem few and brief, yet they are precious drops of wisdom, like the rare essence drawn from roses. Pope, in his epistle to Addison on his dialogue about medals, writes that ambition found it vain to trust the faithless column and the mouldering bust, convinced she now contracts her vast design, and all her triumphs shrinks into a coin. In a similar way, wisdom, perhaps unwilling to trust her finest lessons to lengthy books, has placed some of her most valuable teachings into the small form of proverbs. One such proverb says that standers-by see most of the game. I apply this to myself. I am a solitary person without family ties. Some ties I never had, and those I once had are now broken. Being alone, widowed, childless, and without parents, I stand only as an observer in the great game of human affections, where happiness is the prize. Since I watch rather than take part, I may perhaps judge more impartially how the game is played, and sometimes lost. Therefore, it may not be improper for me to share the lessons my experience has taught me. Experience has convinced me that those who take on the role of fathers-in-law or mothers-in-law rarely escape the difficulties connected with it. This happens largely because the dangers arise from the best and most affectionate feelings of the family connected with the earlier relationship. It is natural, and perhaps even proper, for relatives to observe new family ties carefully, sometimes with a degree of jealous concern. Yet feelings that appear kind and affectionate may still become dangerous when they conceal jealousy or suspicion. For this reason, fathers and mothers-in-law are often judged with unfair severity. Although their difficult position deserves much allowance, they are frequently judged not with fairness and calm judgment, but with the stubbornness of jealous feeling. Sometimes the peace of the living is sacrificed to what people imagine to be the claims of the dead. Certainly, it may sometimes happen that the memory of the dead is neglected in favor of the living. But those who judge such matters should be careful not to deceive themselves. They should guard against asking too much in the name of those they have loved and lost. Their wishes, even when unreasonable, appear sacred to them because they arise from faithful affection, and even selfishness may disguise itself as a virtue when it speaks in the name of love. I have often listened with pain to accusations against fathers and mothers-in-law, wishing that the accusers could place themselves in the position of the accused. If they could feel the difficulty of that situation, they would likely excuse where they now condemn. They might also recognize that painful feelings of rivalry had led them into unreasonable expectations that easily give rise to unjust and unkind criticism. Brothers' wives often suffer from feelings that are even less excusable. In their case, the criticism frequently springs from personal jealousy and rivalry. Before brothers marry, their sisters are often the chief objects of their affection, especially if their parents are dead. For that reason, a brother's marriage is not always pleasant for unmarried sisters, and the woman he chooses is often exposed to very severe criticism. Furthermore, the brother himself may be considered almost perfect in his sister's eyes, and therefore no ordinary woman can seem worthy of him. Self-love, as well as strong affection, often exposes the unfortunate wife to harsh and prejudiced scrutiny, which results in unjust criticism. Brothers can sometimes be as jealous of their sisters' husbands as sisters are of their brothers' wives, though this happens less often. One reason is that men can usually marry whenever they wish. Having lost one object of affection, they may soon find another. But this is not always the case for unmarried sisters. They may never have the opportunity to replace the beloved person with someone dearer. Because of this, the feeling of possession may trouble their peace, whispering like the serpent in Eve's ear. This new sister has taken away the influence and affection that once belonged to us. That might not matter if she were worthy of our brother, but to give such a treasure to someone so inferior is unbearable. Sisters' husbands, like their earlier suitors, often become targets of criticism. Brothers, influenced by the same possessive feelings, may exaggerate their sisters' qualities while belittling those of their brothers-in-law. Such is the strength of family pride that even clear evidence of their sister's happiness may fail to quiet their belief in her supposed superiority to her husband. As a result, unkind criticism continues. Yet these feelings should be resisted and overcome. When new members join a family through marriage, the proper desire should be to welcome them with warm goodwill. Their good qualities should be recognized, and their virtues treated with kindness. They should be regarded as worthy of respect, since they now hold the happiness of those we love most dearly. They ought to be welcomed as true friends, not examined as possible enemies, and certainly not made the favorite subjects of critical conversation. Those who judge so harshly should remember that they risk losing the affection they value so highly. A brother's wife or a sister's husband will naturally become more loved by their spouse than anyone else. If either of them feels unjustly criticized, they may share their sense of injury with the person who loves them most. The likely result is that the brother or sister will grow distant from those who treat their chosen partner with prejudice or dislike. In such cases, avoiding criticism is not only a duty, but also wise. To summarize what I have said, I have described different kinds of detractors and the various forms of criticism they use, and I have pointed out some of the people who are especially likely to become their targets. The authoress must expect to be disliked, mocked, and undervalued. She must expect to be judged by people who have not even read her work fully, and to be misquoted or misrepresented. Even if a woman publishes anonymously, she cannot escape the disadvantages of authorship. She may appear in a new and sometimes unwelcome light, even to those closest to her. In earlier times, the common idea of a female writer was of a poorly dressed, untidy woman who neglected the ordinary duties expected of her. Even in London, the paradise of female authors, where the title may open the doors of fashionable society, the highest praise a woman writer often receives is simply this: "She is really quite agreeable. I would never have guessed she was an author." For this reason, it is often better for authors who hope to benefit others through their writing not to live in busy social circles. People more readily accept someone's claim to teach when that person lives quietly and somewhat apart. The oracles of Delphi would not have been trusted in Rome if they had spoken from a nearby shrine through a local priestess. The proverb, "Familiarity breeds contempt," is founded on long human experience. Finally, according to the history of the Bluestocking Society described earlier, both the men and the women who belonged to it were originally called Bluestockings. That in earlier times women did not shrink from the title Bluestocking, as many do now. That women today would do better to admit the title rather than eagerly deny it, since a Bluestocking simply means a woman who uses her time well and improves her mind. If she openly accepted the name, the petty attacker, whether man or woman, would soon drop the insult once it became clear that it could not wound, that to speak against the skill of medical men and to make their supposed lack of ability a topic of conversation is a very harmful form of detraction and may damage their prospects in life. That those who speak this way are often not qualified to judge the matters they so confidently discuss. That we rarely question the opinion of a lawyer in social conversation or publicly debate whether it is correct. That many people, not satisfied with interfering in the prescriptions of physicians and surgeons, go even further and accuse them of killing certain patients, saying that to employ them would be to invite death. That such statements amount to defamation and could be legally prosecuted. Yet they seldom are, because there is an unspoken understanding in what is called polite society that conversations are private and not to be repeated to the harm of those who spoke them. That I have always regarded the medical profession with great respect, not only for the sake of dear relatives connected with it, but for the sake of the profession itself. That because I believe its members are not always treated with the respect they deserve, I am pleased when they are raised by the favour of the sovereign to a certain social rank, placing them above those who benefit from their skill, yet treat them with a kind of condescending politeness, as if they were socially inferior. That in truth, if a medical man has received a full education, he has enjoyed advantages rarely given even to the sons of wealthy tradesmen. That few privileges in life can equal that of relieving sickness, easing pain, and bringing comfort, being welcomed even by the suffering with gratitude, except perhaps the privilege of helping to enlighten the souls of others. And finally, that it is wise for everyone to cultivate kind and friendly feelings toward their medical attendants. That it is both weak and dangerous for medical men to speak against one another's abilities. They should unite against their common enemy, and the most respected members of the profession set an example by carefully avoiding such criticism. That those who openly profess religion are especially exposed to harsh criticism, whether they turn away from worldly pleasures in youth, in middle age, or later in life. That the sincerity of their calling is often doubted, and that people attribute to them motives that are low or dishonorable. They are called hypocrites, pretenders, fanatics, enthusiasts, or even mad. That in judging religious conversion, people often show more ignorance of the human heart than in almost any other matter. Yet this form of criticism may be more understandable than many others. That it is understandable because people find it difficult to believe that what they themselves enjoy could ever stop delighting others. That I suspect many critics are stirred to bitter doubts and remarks by an uneasy thought. If these enthusiasts are right, then how very wrong we must be. That there is another group who are also inclined to attack those who choose a religious life, those who have tried to convince themselves that this life is all that exists. Such people either doubt the sincerity of self-denying Christians or look down on their intelligence. That I believe this group is partly driven by a hidden feeling of envy. They cannot be entirely certain that the hope of another world is merely a cunningly devised fable. If the Christian belief proves true, then those who follow Christ faithfully will have a great advantage. For this reason, the consistent Christian becomes someone to envy, and therefore, in their eyes, someone to hate and slander. That it is a serious mistake to think that those who practice sincere religion are gloomy. On the contrary, the greatest cheerfulness, steadiness of spirit, and lasting happiness are often found in a truly Christian household such as I have described. Finally, fathers and mothers-in-law, brothers' wives, and sisters' husbands are also frequent targets of speaking against others. Those who criticize fathers and mothers-in-law should especially guard against the deceitfulness of their own hearts, because their criticism often grows out of feelings that appear loving, but are mixed with jealousy. As for the others, their criticism often comes from less excusable motives, feelings of rivalry and pride, which both wisdom and moral duty should lead them to resist and overcome. Chapter 13. On Defamation. I must now speak about the most painful part of my subject, that extreme form of speaking against others that becomes defamation. By defamation, I mean speaking in a way that harms another person's reputation by spreading accusations or claims about their character or conduct. Defamation always includes speaking against someone. Yet although a tongue that is quick to criticize is also quick to defame, not every act of criticism becomes defamation. It was against people whose harmful speech rose to the level of defamation that our ancestors once set a punishment. They required the offender to stand in a white sheet in the aisle or porch of a church. When I first entered society and heard reputations destroyed so carelessly in conversation, I used to think that removing this punishment was a national loss. At times I even amused myself by imagining certain acquaintances standing in the aisle of their parish church, wearing that well-deserved garment. If I had known how to draw such scenes, many people might have seen their own faces peeking out from under its humiliating folds, people who never would have suspected they deserved such a place, though they would have thought it appropriate for the slanderous visitors of an alehouse or the residents of a cottage. But wrongdoing among the wealthy has always offended me more than wrongdoing among the poor, and the slander of the drawing room more than the slander of the kitchen. Ignorance may excuse the one, but it cannot excuse the other. So I pictured the white sheet wrapped only around the rich, and there was a time when I would have been glad to see that picture become real. However, as I have grown older, I have learned to make more allowance for the weaknesses of others. A growing sense of my own weaknesses has taught and humbled me. I no longer want to see the white sheet, or any punishment for faults that belong to us all as imperfect human beings, laid on anyone, even as I sincerely hope, on those who may have spoken falsely against me. Still, I have not stopped feeling strong indignation whenever I hear defamation spoken against friend or enemy. Sadly, there are few people who have lived in the world, in public life or in private, who have not heard acquaintances, men or women, charged with faults that, if proved, would drive them out of society. I have often heard accusations spoken that would make the speaker legally responsible for defamation, and spoken too with a kind of self-satisfaction in the clever and malicious way the charge was phrased, something both painful and alarming to witness. Who among my readers, as well as myself, has not heard a lawyer accused of taking a bribe to lose a case for his client? Or a physician or surgeon accused of killing his patients through his methods, his rashness, or his ignorance? Who among us has not heard someone accused of hiding or forging a will? Who has not listened to attacks on the reputation of a woman? Attacks for which even the strongest punishment of the law could hardly offer proper repair. And all this is often spoken in what is called good company. Far be it from me to defend those of my own gender who, careless about proper conduct, have been content to be innocent without taking care to appear so. Some have carried their liveliness too far and have come close to foolishness, allowing themselves to appear guilty of faults that, in their hearts, they truly hated. Such mistaken women must accept the consequences of their own actions. Though their lack of caution does not excuse the slander and malicious talk of their accusers, they must still humbly bear the results of their own imprudence. But I have also known cases where the most careful and upright conduct has not protected a person from slander. I know that there have been both men and women who, though fully aware of their own innocence, have still lived in sorrow, broken in spirit and burdened through life with a sense of disgrace they never deserved. Some have even died early because of false accusations, first spoken perhaps in drunken gatherings and later repeated, partly through carelessness and partly through malice, at the gossiping tea table. Alas, such unfortunate people might well cry out like the frogs in the fable when mischievous boys threw stones into their pond. It may be sport to you, but it is death to us. Indeed, I believe there are people so sensitive to the opinions of others that they are spared great misery only because they remain unaware of the vile motives that some attach even to their best actions. Just as a sleepwalker can walk safely in dangerous places only while still asleep, so these innocent victims of slander remain at peace only while they do not know what is said about them. But if the slandered person is informed, just as the sleepwalker is awakened, then lifelong misery might follow for the one, just as injury or death might follow for the other. My own gender must forgive me while I say this. Whenever I hear a man accuse a woman of serious wrongdoing, I feel that he lowers himself in my eyes. An attack on a defenseless woman seems mean and unmanly. Yet I feel even more pain when I hear a woman speak against another woman's reputation, when a female slanderer spreads the scandalous story. Men would not dare to speak ill of one woman in the presence of another if we women were true to ourselves. If, instead of seeming to enjoy such shameful stories, we openly declared that we felt insulted by the suggestion that we could take pleasure in them, And if we defended the absent person with fairness and disbelief, then we would throw a shield over the unconscious and probably innocent victim. No one has the right to believe that any man or woman deserves to be driven from respectable society unless the proof of guilt is too strong to deny. Therefore, those who spread unproven accusations should be considered disgraceful in their own way, just as those they accuse would be if the charges were true. And such behavior is especially unworthy of the gentle voice of a woman. What's female beauty but an air divine, through which the mind's all gentle graces shine? So writes Dr. Young in his Universal Passion. If this is true, then the woman, no matter how outwardly beautiful, who willingly listens to scandal and smiles upon those who spread it, loses that air divine of which the poet speaks. She also loses her claim to those gentle graces that give a beauty time can never destroy, the beauty of an honest mind and a kind heart, shining in the face and giving charm to conversation. The following passage from an American writer, whose small work, The Brief Examiner, has given me both enjoyment and, I hope, instruction, fits well with this subject. It would be no deception to tell a young girl at school, along with more serious warnings, that the feelings and attitudes that lead to slander and speaking against others would spoil her beauty. For what is it in a woman's face that pleases those who see it? It is mainly the expression that shows good and kind feelings. Every sign of honesty, gentleness, and kindness is a beauty. On the other hand, every look that shows pride, envy, or malice is a deformity. It hardly needs to be proven that, in many cases, the face eventually becomes the reflection of the feelings a person habitually holds, whether they are kind or harmful. One more remark, and it is an important one. There can hardly be a more attractive quality in a woman than her willingness to cover or kindly overlook the small faults of others from which she herself may happily be free. When I first began this work, I believed that although speaking against others was a common fault, defamation was not. But even the experience of the past year has convinced me that wherever the spirit of the world is strong, not only criticism but also defamation will be found. Even if I am not now as exposed to hearing it as I once was, it still exists. Where the person who tears others down is found, the defamer is usually not far behind. Even when reports are not false, which is rare, it is still our duty to suspend our belief until there is no room left for doubt. And if the report should prove to be true, why should I take on the shameful task of spreading someone's disgrace? If I feel no personal hostility toward the offender, what motive, except a love of harmful talk, could lead me to repeat it? And if I do feel hostility, then it is even more necessary that I remain silent, lest I simply be satisfying a desire for revenge. The author of The Government of the Tongue calls defamation a form of lying, and rightly so. Those who are eager to repeat a scandal often exaggerate it with their own inventions, especially if the story concerns someone who has wounded their pride. Moreover, once a charge has been passed along through several tongues, it grows in seriousness and severity until the person who first spoke it would hardly recognize it again. How weak the evidence often is for these slanderous reports. Someone asks, "Who told you this? And how do you know it is true?" "Oh," comes the answer, "such and such a person told me, and they heard it from Lady So-and-so, and she knows the people involved very well." What admirable evidence! If Lady So-and-so truly knows the people so well, would she really gossip away their reputation? And if she were unfaithful enough to speak maliciously about her close acquaintances, then I would require much stronger proof than the word of such an untrustworthy person before I believed the story. Yet it is on evidence like this that 9 out of 10 slanders are built and spread. I have already given an example of the conversation of those who repeat gossip and have shown how criticism grows. Though I hesitate to do so, I will now attempt, in another short dialogue, to show how defamation develops and spreads. We will suppose the people first gathered are the master and mistress of the house, their 2 daughters, a boy of 13, their son, and myself. Luncheon is almost finished, and the elder girl is showing me some fine prints in the next room. The door is open, so I hear everything that is said. Hark! There is a knock, my dear. Ring the bell so the luncheon can be taken away. Make haste, sister, whispers one of the girls, lowering her voice. It is Mrs. Capper, and if she sees the luncheon, we must bring out more for her, because she has such an appetite. Dear me, mamma, cries the other girl. She always manages to come at our luncheon time, for she is so stingy that she does not allow herself any at home. Indeed, says the father. Yes, I believe it is true, replies the mother. By this time the bell has rung, the luncheon is removed, and the visitor enters just as the mother has finished expressing her pleasure that the table is cleared. How are you, my dear Mrs. Capper? Says the mistress of the house. I am glad to see you. Pray sit down, my good friend, says her husband. Our luncheon has only just been taken away. I'm sorry you did not come sooner, adds the wife. You are very kind, replies Mrs. Capper, but I rarely eat luncheon. But perhaps you will take something, a piece of cake and a glass of wine. Oh no, thank you, she answers faintly, hoping to be urged again, but her refusal is taken as a real one, and no one presses her further. They all sit down except the master of the house, who leans against the chimney-piece with one hand in his waistcoat pocket, swinging himself backward and forward. The elder daughter and I turn over a portfolio on the table. Well, Mrs. Capper, says the master of the house, is there any news stirring? Yes, a good deal, but it may not be true. No matter. What is it? They say young Zeta has run away in debt and has taken a large sum of money from his father. That was to be expected from the way he was brought up. Yes, certainly. Everyone agrees, and they all repeat together that parents who spoil their children must bear the consequences. At this moment, Major Moo is announced. After the usual greetings, he says, Well, have you heard the news? Yes, says the elder girl, if you mean that young Zeta has run off. Oh, he has really run off, has he, and has not been caught, replies the major. What do you mean? Why, they say he has committed forgery. Very likely, but are you sure of it? Oh no, not sure. Indeed, I believe it was only said that someone thought it most likely he had committed forgery. Oh, that is all. Well then, what other news have you? The lovely Helen Omicron is going to be married to a man several years older than her father. Very likely, observes Mrs. Capper. She had waited too long to marry, and I dare say the gentleman is very rich. Besides, says the father, she has made people talk so much about her and our friend Sir William Rowe that she may think herself fortunate to marry at all. With Sir William? I never heard that before. I remember she was deeply in love with a young ensign, and once, I believe, was nearly persuaded to run away with her singing master. At last, cries the major, she is settled, and will soon be safe from running away, I trust. That is not so certain, says the father meaningfully. But who is the gentleman? Sir Martin Tow, baronet. A baronet too? What good fortune. Where did she meet him? Oh, at a watering place. They have given her the chance of those places every season, you know, says the major, for her best days were long past. She was once talked of for me, he adds, straightening his neckcloth. I often visited their house, but it would not do. She was too old. So it was at a watering place, was it? Says the mother. At this, her friend Mrs. Capper, perhaps still annoyed at missing her luncheon, and well known for her talent at giving sharp little stings, says in a soft voice, I think, my dear friend, you never take your daughters to watering places. She knows very well that they go to one every year. The mother, her face flushing, replies, "Oh yes, I do, but all daughters do not have the same good fortune." Lady Lambda is now announced. When we are seated, she says, "I suppose you have heard that old Lady Pye is dying at last, and that as soon as propriety allows, her husband will marry Miss Sigma." Propriety, everyone exclaims. If they cared at all about propriety, says the mistress of the house, the marriage would never have been spoken of. His affection for that girl has long been well known. I have pitied poor Lady Pye. Oh, cries the Major. She had her consolations, putting his hand to his mouth as if drinking. Oh, fie! Cries Lady Lambda, giving him a reproving tap, though there was much encouragement in it. This is scandal, and I hate scandal. But is it not scandal, says one of the party, to talk of this marriage at all? Perhaps so, replies Lady Lambda, but they speak of much worse things, I assure you. Indeed, cries the eager Mrs. Capper, drawing her chair closer to Lady Lambda. And they do say. What? Eagerly exclaim both the ladies. That when Miss Sigma was staying at the house, Lady Pye missed a gown and some fine lace from her wardrobe, and one of the servants was suspected of stealing them. But one day, when Lady Pye was confined to her room, and Miss Sigma was to have the carriage to go to a party, Lady Pye, who had been carried to the window for air, saw Miss Sigma get into the carriage, wearing the very gown she had lost, and, as she believed, her own lace on her collar. Really, what boldness! But, observed one of the party, why should not this young lady have a gown like Lady Pye's? Oh, but it was a very expensive flowered muslin gown, and Miss Sigma could not afford to buy such a one. But Sir George Pye could afford to give it, said the Major. True, said the master of the house, but Miss Sigma is, you know, a very taking woman. Excellent, excellent. But you know, said the Major, eager to match his friend's wit, if Sir George takes the lady, she will, after all, find herself mistaken. What? Mistaken? Says one. I do not quite see it, cries another. The embarrassed Major is almost forced to explain his poor pun when Lady Lambda suddenly exclaims, Oh, I see it. Excellent, excellent. Major, mistaken. But Major, cried the master of the house, anxious to recover his own reputation for wit, Lady Pye herself, according to you, was a taking woman. A chorus of laughter rewards him. Now that their cutting remarks have been sharpened by their attempts at wit, they eagerly demand more news, more scandal, and their ready tongues soon turn against a new victim, Colonel Upsilon. Well, Lady Lambda, you said you had more news, asked the mistress of the house when the laughter had ended. Oh, yes. Colonel Upsilon has made his choice at last. He has given up the widow Theta and is to marry the widow Aota. It is said that his poor wife, knowing he was courting both, advised him to prefer the latter. I am quite sure, cries one of the party rather indignantly, that his wife had no reason to be jealous. He was one of the kindest and most attentive of husbands, and such a nurse. A very attentive nurse indeed, says Lady Lambda. Yes, says the lady of the house with emphasis. Hush, hush, my dear, cries her husband. No, I will speak openly, she replies. People say that he insisted on prescribing for his wife as well as nursing her, and medical men think she was not the better for his prescriptions. Thus they began with a charge of theft, then repeated a story of forgery, suggested improper behaviour in one young lady, hinted that another flirted with a married man and stole his wife's clothing, and ended by suggesting that a husband may have harmed his wife through his medicines. What a dreadful height these slanders reached. Yet, terrible as it is, I have often witnessed such conversations in the course of my life, and I have usually been able to trace them to feelings of rivalry. On this occasion, I assure my readers that I left the company after this last remark, glad to escape, though I knew that my own character would likely remain behind as a subject for their talk. And what a cold-hearted, unfeeling, and mean pleasure this speaking against others is. What a dangerous and dreadful amusement. When accidents happen and lives are lost, whether on land or sea, we feel our sorrow increased if those who died were gathered for a party of pleasure. Why do we feel this more strongly? Because of the painful contrast between their joyful expectations and the sad result, between what they thought they would enjoy and what actually happened. In the same way, those who believe that speaking falsely or cruelly about others is a great sin, and that those who do it are accountable to an offended God, must listen to such conversations with deep sorrow. They must think of those speakers as people who met together for pleasure, but who, through the harmful words they used for entertainment, have brought upon themselves a far worse fate, not the death of the body, but the ruin of the soul. Speaking against others is indeed a fault so clearly degrading that most people are unwilling to admit they practice it. The harmful stories they hear from others they call disgraceful. Yet the same kind of stories, when they themselves repeat them, they excuse by giving them a more respectable name. They call it the expression of proper indignation or a necessary act of justice. The speakers in a conversation like the one I have described would probably each complain, at the first opportunity, about the harmful and slanderous talk of the very people they had just been with. Few people, if any, have enough courage, if they even know themselves well enough, to say honestly, "I speak harmfully about others. I spread a damaging report about that man on such a day, because I was jealous of him. On another day, I injured a woman's reputation by repeating a false story about her because she had hurt my pride." Yet there are many people in the world who could make such a confession to themselves almost any day of the week. Only once in my life did I see someone who seemed deeply troubled by the seriousness of speaking harmfully about others, as if his burdened heart wished, but did not dare, to relieve itself through a full confession. One evening, a gentleman called on my husband and me. Earlier that afternoon, we had been with him at the house of a mutual acquaintance. "Did you stay long after I left?" my husband asked. "Oh, yes," he replied. "Very long indeed. I stayed up with the husband and wife until nearly 2 in the morning, for we did not notice how the time passed." "Then your conversation must have been very interesting." "Yes," he answered, in a strange tone and with a flushed face. "Interesting, but dreadful as well. There was not one of our acquaintances whom we did not bring before our judgment, and we showed no mercy. Oh, it was very wrong." He then covered his face and continued, "And there was that fiend, the wife, pretending to be shocked at our harshness, calling us cruel slanderers. Yet whenever our cruelty began to lessen for even a moment, she would drive us on again with some sharp remark. At last we had gone so far in speaking so cruelly about others that we were almost ashamed to look at one another. We were shocked into silence. At the same moment we both felt certain that we ourselves had been two of the victims offered up in that cruel conversation, and that the speaker wished to quiet his conscience by confessing it, but did not dare do more than hint at the humiliating truth. I may add that we were glad to be the subjects of such unkind talk rather than the ones speaking it. In closing, I would observe this. As I have grown older and gained more experience, I have learned to be more patient with the faults of others. This has come from being taught and humbled by a growing awareness of my own weaknesses. Because of this, I no longer wish severe punishments to be inflicted for faults that are common to all of us as imperfect human beings. Not even, I sincerely hope, upon those who have spoken falsely or cruelly about me. Yet even so, I never hear harmful talk about others, whether about a friend or an enemy, without feeling strong indignation. I have heard lawyers accused of being willing to take a bribe in order to lose a case for their own client. I have heard physicians and surgeons blamed for killing their patients through their methods, their rashness, or their ignorance. I have heard people accused of hiding or forging a will. I have heard attacks on the reputation of many women, attacks for which even the strongest punishment the law could give would never truly repair the injury. And all this has been spoken in what people call good company. I cannot excuse those careless women of my own gender who, forgetting proper behaviour, have been satisfied merely to be innocent without also taking care to appear so. Some have carried their liveliness so far that it bordered on thoughtlessness and have allowed themselves to appear guilty of faults that, in their hearts, they truly hated. Such mistaken women must patiently endure the consequences of their own conduct. Yet I have known even the most careful and upright behaviour fail to protect a person from harmful talk. I have known men and women who, though supported by the clear knowledge of their own innocence, have lived their lives weighed down by a sense of undeserved disgrace. At last, they have faded into an early grave, victims of accusations first spoken and afterward repeated, perhaps not only out of malice, but sometimes merely out of careless amusement during lively conversations at a dinner table or the idle chatter of a social gathering. I also believe that many sensitive people feel deeply the opinions of others. Such people are often spared great misery only because they remain unaware of the cruel motives that others attach even to their best actions. Just as a sleepwalker can move safely among dangers only while sleep continues, so these sensitive people remain peaceful only while they remain ignorant of the wrongs spoken against them. But if the person who is slandered is told of the accusations, just as if the sleepwalker were suddenly awakened, lifelong misery may follow in the one case, just as injury or death might follow in the other. My own gender must forgive me for saying that although men appear greatly degraded in my eyes whenever they bring accusations against women, women appear even more blameworthy when they commit the same wrong. No man would dare to speak falsely about a woman in the presence of another woman if women were faithful to themselves. If, instead of seeming to enjoy such hateful stories, we openly showed that we felt degraded by hearing them, as we truly are when people suppose we can enjoy them, such speech would soon cease. I do not believe that every harmful report about others is false, but it is our duty to suspend our judgment until doubt is impossible. Even then, we should not spread the story. If I have no personal grievance against the offender, what reason could I have to repeat it except a love of speaking evil? And if I do have resentment, then by repeating it, I may only be acting from an unchristian spirit of revenge. Those who are eager to tell a scandalous story are often ready to exaggerate it with inventions of their own, especially when the story concerns someone who has wounded their pride. The evidence offered to support a harmful report is often extremely weak and unsatisfactory. Having already given a sample of the conversation of those who delight in discussing others, I now attempt, in another dialogue, to show how harmful talk about others gradually grows and spreads. In that dialogue, it becomes clear that speaking ill of others is both a mean and a sinful pleasure, as well as a dangerous and troubling form of entertainment, and the reasons for this have been shown. Speaking harmfully about others is indeed a fault so degrading that most people are unwilling to admit that they practice it. They condemn the slanders they hear as shameful, yet they excuse the same kind of words when they themselves speak them, calling them instead acts of deserved justice. I have only once in my life seen a person who appeared deeply affected by the seriousness of speaking cruelly about others. Finally, I have given the anecdote that describes that moment. Chapter 14. On those most particularly exposed to harmful talk. There is no rule without an exception, says the proverb. Though I firmly believe my view to be true, that rivalry and competition are the most common sources of speaking ill of others, and often of open slander, there are still cases of both which cannot be explained by rivalry alone. Temper is a powerful cause of harmful speech, and it often produces such behavior even without competition. Few people have tempers so gentle that they never feel pleasure in expressing their ill feelings through sharp or bitter words. But when the disappointment of unsuccessful competition is joined with an uncontrolled temper, the consequences can be alarming. Such feelings have sometimes led not only to slander, but even to violent revenge. The slanderer and the murderer may share certain feelings in common, especially those who secretly spread anonymous accusations. Those who secretly use their pen to harm the reputation of someone they hate or envy might, if they dared, attack that person with the weapon of an assassin. Party spirit is another constant source of direct slander, and supporters of political parties in every class of society often become its most visible examples. The rivalry created during elections frequently leads to unfair judgments and disgraceful accusations. There is almost no slander, however unlikely, that the supporters of one candidate will not believe and repeat about the supporters of the other. The candidates themselves are not only falsely accused in the present moment, but even old stories, perhaps long forgotten or even untrue, are brought forward again as charges against them. How powerful party names can be in stirring up narrow and unjust opinions. I have often heard one political group claim that there was never an honest member of the opposing party, while the other group insisted that all their opponents were dishonest. Such harsh and harmful accusations come from the bad temper produced by party spirit. This confirms my earlier observation that when rivalry joins with uncontrolled temper, the results can be serious and destructive. I have already said that all public figures are exposed to the criticisms that arise from competition, but I must also observe that ministers, members of parliament, public officials, kings, princes, and people of high rank are often the subjects of constant slander, even from people who could never be considered their rivals. Among the middle classes especially, I have known individuals who would hesitate to spread a damaging report about a neighbour or acquaintance, yet would eagerly believe and repeat harmful stories about a royal person or a political leader. Sometimes this may be explained by party loyalty, but not always, since princesses and women of high rank who are not involved in politics are often targets of these stories as well. Perhaps vanity sometimes plays a part. Those who repeat such stories may want to appear familiar with royal or noble circles, or with people who move among them. Yet a spotless reputation is just as valuable to princes, princesses, and members of the aristocracy as it is to anyone else. It is therefore a striking example of human inconsistency that careful and thoughtful people will believe and repeat almost unbelievable stories about royalty and the nobility, stories they would never believe or pass along about people of their own rank. Vanity, or even a general feeling of rivalry, does not fully explain this strange habit. Kings, in this respect, are often worse treated than any of their subjects. While it is considered treason to plot against a king's life, there is often no punishment for destroying his moral reputation. Just as it is considered especially mean and cowardly to insult a clergyman, because his profession prevents him from seeking what the world calls a gentleman's satisfaction, it is equally wrong to spread harmful reports about someone whose public position naturally draws attention to him and who, because of his high rank, cannot easily defend himself against such attacks. There is, however, one thought that may partly reconcile us to these sharp attacks of criticism and slander. Kings, princes, and nobles are made of the same flawed human nature as the rest of us. It is therefore very likely that they themselves sometimes believe and repeat unfavorable reports about one another, and even about those who live below them in rank. In that sense, when they are judged harshly or spoken of unfairly, it may at times be a kind of repayment for the same behavior toward others. There is one question that I feel compelled to ask my readers of every kind, whether they live actively in the world or apart from it, whether they belong to the Church of England or to another Christian group, whether they are Jew or Gentile. It is this: how is it that you, who would recoil with moral horror from even being suspected of breaking the 6th, 7th, or 8th commandments, feel so little hesitation about breaking the 9th? Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbour. Yet when we repeat and spread reports whose truth we cannot prove, we directly violate the 9th commandment. The one who gave these commandments requires obedience to them all alike. Therefore, even though it may be more difficult for many of us to keep the 9th commandment than the 6th, 7th, or 8th, no one who truly believes in religion can deny that it is just as binding. I do not doubt that on the day of final and righteous judgment, the cold and deliberate malice of those who destroy reputations will be judged as seriously as the violent crimes of the ruffian and the assassin. I will conclude this chapter with several excellent passages on lying defamation from the government of the tongue. Just as people say that if there were no receivers of stolen goods, there would be no thieves, so in the matter of slander, if there were fewer people willing to spread it, there would be fewer people willing to invent it. The trade would quickly decline if there were no listeners ready to pass the story along. When we measure such behavior by our moral duty, it is easy to see how wrong it is. Even the briefest reflection shows that those who slander others are doing exactly what they themselves would not be willing to endure. It is also worth observing that those who most freely damage the reputation of others are often the most sensitive about their own reputation. This places the sin of slander in direct opposition to the Christian command to love our neighbour as ourselves. He who shoots an arrow in jest may kill a man in earnest. In the same way, a person who treats another's reputation lightly may soon destroy it entirely. Most people are naturally inclined to believe unfavorable things about others, and they quickly accept any suggestion of that kind. Once such a suspicion is formed, it is almost impossible to remove. It is easier to persuade the thirsty earth to give back the water it has absorbed than to persuade people to give up a prejudice they have already accepted. Therefore, experiments with another person's reputation are extremely dangerous, much like the experiment Alexander is said to have made with the burning force of naphtha on his servant, from which the man barely escaped with his life. Since slander is a plant that can grow in every kind of soil, since the playful and light-hearted as well as the gloomy and ill-tempered are guilty of it, who can hope to escape this scourge of the tongue, as the wise man calls it, which reaches everyone? People of every rank both speak harmfully of others and are spoken of in the same way. Therefore, anyone who wishes to avoid being misled by false reports may find no safer method than to do as an astrologer once did, who made his almanac more accurate by predicting the exact opposite of what ordinary forecasters said, and simply believe the opposite of most rumors. I will now briefly summarize the main points. That temper is a strong cause of speaking harmfully about others, and that bitter feelings are often expressed through harsh words. That those who destroy reputations and those who commit violent crimes may share similar feelings, and that those who secretly spread anonymous slander might, if they dared, attack the very persons they accuse. That party spirit is a constant and reliable source of open slander. That although rivalry is the chief source of harmful talk and often of slander, these evils sometimes appear even where no rivalry exists, for people in the middle ranks of society often believe and spread scandalous stories about kings, princes, and other public figures. That kings suffer more from this than their subjects, since their high position often prevents them from defending themselves against the harmful judgments made about them. Yet it may also be true that kings and other people of high rank are themselves sometimes guilty of speaking harmfully about others, so the injuries they suffer may in some cases be a form of just repayment. That many people who would never break the 6th, 7th, or 8th commandments feel little hesitation about breaking the 9th, though obedience to all of them is equally required. And thus I have concluded this chapter with the passages quoted from Lying Defamation. Chapter 15. Preventives against harmful speech. I have now, as well as I am able, explained the subject of this work and shown why it deserves the title, Detraction Displayed. Now, just as a medical writer, after describing various diseases, also provides remedies or ways to prevent them, I will humbly attempt to suggest some ways to prevent the diseases of speaking harmfully about others and slander. For those commonly called men and women of the world, even when their religious belief is sincere, it is often not strong enough, surrounded as they are by many temptations, to teach them the proper government of the tongue, or to convince them that failing to control their speech is a sin. They may even be ready to dismiss, as overly strict or self-righteous, anyone who reminds them of their responsibility to restrain their speech. Yet there are also practical motives, even from a worldly point of view, that thoughtful people should not ignore. Reason itself teaches that if people would give up their role in the large company of those who constantly discuss others or laugh at them, they would gain some protection for their own reputations. Those who injure the reputations of others cannot reasonably expect that their own reputations will remain untouched. Those who attack others behind their backs must expect that the same unfair treatment may be directed toward them. It is useless to say that what others say about us does not matter if we do not hear it. We all know that someone, whether out of kindness or malice, will eventually repeat to us what was never meant for our ears. Therefore, the safest course, both for others and for ourselves, is to raise the tone of conversation. Men and women living in society should never lack suitable subjects for discussion. There are public events to speak about, as well as poetry, painting, and music. There are books and lighter reading to discuss. There are also politics, public affairs, and scientific subjects for thoughtful conversation. For this reason, nothing but a deep-rooted love of speaking ill of others can lead people in civilized society to make the faults and follies of their neighbors their chief subject of conversation. Still, the simple love of talking and the habit of gossip may often be the true source of such harmful remarks. I also recommend serious self-examination to men and women of the world as a safeguard against speaking harmfully about others. Without examining ourselves and gaining true knowledge of our own character, we are all in danger of the great absurdity of blaming in others the very faults for which we ourselves are well known. Many times I have listened with a mixture of concern and barely restrained laughter when sensible people have congratulated themselves that, whatever their other faults might be, they were certainly free from the very fault they were accusing someone else of, though that fault was plainly one of the most obvious defects of the person speaking. At such moments I have often said to myself, how can I be sure, without careful self-examination, that I am not equally deceived about myself, and that the fault I am condemning is not also my own? I have often been asked questions like this. Is not Mrs. So-and-so, or Mr., or Miss such-and-such very sarcastic? At those times I have been tempted to quote the old proverb, set a thief to catch a thief, because the people asking the question were themselves among the most sarcastic of my acquaintances. There is one strong reason to avoid speaking harmfully about others. Everyone is quick to notice this fault in other people. At the same time, everyone is equally quick to admire those whose conversation is free from it. One day, after listening with almost disgust to the constant speaking against others by certain people in company, I heard those same individuals praise one of their friends in the most extravagant terms. They praised him because he was never known to speak an unkind or harmful word about anyone. They even said that this rare quality was the reason he was more respected and welcomed in society than some of his own relatives who were higher in rank and ability. I could not help saying to them, how unfortunate it is that those who admire his restraint so much do not try to imitate it. Yet I must admit that I have very rarely felt that I had either the right or the courage to offer such a rebuke. I have discovered that it is much easier to fall into the very fault we condemn than to guide others toward better habits. The widespread lack of moral courage is, in large part, the reason why so many faults continue to exist in society. People often quarrel openly in the streets, yet those nearby do nothing. They say, "It is not our business," or "It is too difficult and dangerous to step in." Because of this excuse, angry people are left to trade cruel insults and sometimes even put each other in real danger. We often act the same way when harmful talk about others continues in our presence. It may be difficult to stop such talk, but it is not impossible. If one person firmly refuses to join in, much of the difficulty disappears. Even if the conversation does not stop at once, those speaking will soon feel ashamed when they see that their words produce disgust instead of amusement. Of all kinds of knowledge, self-knowledge is the most necessary and the hardest to gain. A short fable from Aesop makes this clear. Jupiter and the Animals. Jupiter once gathered the animals before him and said, "If any of you are unhappy with your appearance, speak, and I will improve it." The ape spoke first, but instead of admitting any fault in himself, he praised his own shape and mocked the bear as clumsy and ugly. Then the bear stepped forward. He too admired himself, but said the elephant badly needed improvement. The elephant did the same. He praised his own form, then criticized the whale for her enormous size and appetite. Even the ant looked down on the mite for being too small. So it went with them all. Great and small alike were pleased with themselves and quick to point out defects in others. Jupiter watched with amusement and sent them away. Then human beings appeared and proved even more vain than the animals. So Jupiter rebuked them. "O men and women, proud and blind, you are sharp-eyed in seeing your neighbor's faults, but nearly blind to your own." This is still true. Few people really know their own character. They may know what they look like in a mirror, though even there they often judge poorly. A person looking at a portrait will say, "My nose is not like that," or "My mouth is not so large," or even, "That face is handsome enough, but it looks like someone else." We resist even an accurate picture of our outward appearance. If we are so unwilling to see defects in our face, how much more unwilling are we to see defects in our heart? If someone showed us a true picture of our inner life, would we not quickly object? We would say, "That is not my chief fault," or "I may fail in that way sometimes, but not often." Pride and self-love make us turn away from an honest view of ourselves. That is why serious self-examination is so necessary. It keeps us from the foolishness of condemning in others the very faults we excuse in ourselves. It helps us see the true state of our hearts, our envy, resentment, pride, and harsh suspicions. And when we begin to see ourselves clearly, we may also begin to speak more fairly and judge others more charitably. No one enjoys being laughed at. Then let us be careful not to laugh at others. Those who show restraint and kindness in speech usually gain the same treatment in return. Even among unkind people, there is often this much justice. Those who refuse to join in cruel talk are less likely to become its targets. Their example may not reform everyone, but it often silences slander in their presence. As I have already said, people who speak falsely about others often escape punishment because few are willing to expose them to legal consequences. Yet even from a worldly point of view, such people damage themselves. What is commonly said about a known slanderer? Pay no attention to what they say. Their words mean nothing. What a miserable reputation? To be so unreliable that even one's accusations lose their power. Such a person becomes both disgraceful and useless. Indeed, the evil they speak against others may not injure their victims as much as their own habit injures them. A life lived under such a character is hardly worth envying. If such a person is rich and hospitable, others may still visit for the sake of comfort or entertainment. But they know that once they leave the room, their reputation may suffer from the host's tongue. Wise people will avoid such company whenever they can, and if the slanderer is not rich and hopes to rise through the help of friends, such friendships will not last. Whoever is known to ruin another's name for the sake of a story cannot expect loyalty when more honorable people are available. Few will risk their own reputation by supporting someone widely known to be malicious and unprincipled. So even simple worldly wisdom teaches the same lesson. Do not speak harmfully of others, and do not spread damaging reports. This truth has often been well expressed. Speaking evil of others is not only sinful, but foolish. Ordinary social wisdom teaches us not to provoke people without cause. If we attack others with our tongues, we should expect an answer in return. No one is so powerless that he cannot sometimes do harm. And in this matter, everyone already has weapons at hand. Whoever throws such arrows should expect them to come back with equal or greater force. This habit destroys peace, harms friendships, and often ruins the speaker's own interests. Revenge is watchful, and it rarely misses its chance. Nor does it usually stop at equal repayment. It often goes much further. Many have damaged their own affairs simply because they would not restrain their speech. As Solomon says, "A fool's mouth is his destruction, and his lips are the snare of his soul." It is sad that a practice so harmful in this life, and so sinful before God, has become so common. Yet it is common everywhere. In many gatherings, speaking against others is one of the chief forms of entertainment. A person who reviewed each day honestly would often find that he had either heard or spoken something uncharitable. Even people who are careful in other matters often fail here. Some would not steal even the smallest thing from their neighbor, yet they think little of wounding his reputation. But to injure a person's good name is often a greater wrong than to take money from his purse. In closing, let the reader remember these things. Detraction and slander are serious evils, and we should seek every safeguard against them. Religious profession alone does not always govern people's speech, but even worldly wisdom shows the value of restraint. Those who stop making others the subject of their constant talk and laughter often gain protection for their own reputation. We have no lack of better subjects for conversation. Self-examination is one of the best guards against unfair criticism, because it reminds us how many of the same faults live in us. Even those who speak unkindly of others still admire the rare and beautiful character of a person who never does. Just as street fights continue because bystanders are afraid to interfere, so harmful talk often continues because no one has the courage to oppose it. Yet firm resistance would make such interference much easier. Self-knowledge is difficult, which is why the fable is so useful. We see others clearly and ourselves poorly. Those who slander often escape formal punishment, but they do not escape the consequences of a ruined character. Even on worldly grounds alone, those who injure the reputation of others would do well to restrain their tongue. Otherwise, they may in time be feared, distrusted, avoided, and finally abandoned, even by those who once supported them. Such reflections confirm the lesson of this chapter. We must examine ourselves honestly, govern our speech carefully, and refuse to join in the harmful judging of others. Chapter 16. Address to Religious Professors. I now turn to that group in society who claim to be guided by the highest motives, those who live under the constant influence of religion. If they truly live according to this profession, they need no warning against the sin of speaking harmfully about others or the crime of slander. Yet even religious people are not free from temptation. Their advantage is only that they possess stronger spiritual weapons with which to resist it. They know that speaking evil of others is forbidden throughout the sacred book by which they profess to guide their lives. But they also know that, as Scripture says, when we would do good, evil is present with us. Unless they remain watchful and prayerful, they too may fall into temptation like others. Because speaking harmfully about others is so common in society, its seriousness is often hidden from view. Although we are warned not to follow a crowd in doing wrong, we often do so. It becomes difficult to resist, even when we could quote many passages of Scripture condemning the very behavior in which we are engaged. Indeed, if I were to list all the passages in Scripture that forbid harmful speech, they are so numerous that these pages would resemble a concordance. I will therefore mention only a few, such as the teachings in the 5th and 7th chapters of Matthew, and quote a single passage from the 13th chapter of Corinthians. Though I give all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. It is clear that the word charity here does not mean giving money to the poor, as it is often assumed in sermons. Instead, it refers to Christian love, a loving spirit toward others. It is the love that thinks no evil, that is patient and kind. Nothing could be more contrary to this teaching than speaking unkindly or maliciously about our fellow human beings. Yet it is often easier to perform outward acts of charity, such as clothing the poor, feeding the hungry, visiting the sick, encouraging the sinful, denying ourselves to help others, or praying with the dying and sorrowful, than it is to restrain a single harsh judgment, suppress one harmful remark, or resist the impulse to speak suspiciously of another person. This is not surprising. Those who perform visible acts of Christian duty receive many rewards. They have the approval of their conscience and the hope that their actions have pleased their Saviour. And even when they try to keep their good deeds quiet, they often receive respect and praise from others, which encourages them to continue. For this reason, I maintain that giving time, money, or help to others is not the most difficult task of Christian life. The true struggle lies elsewhere, in conquering our inner passions, resisting envy and resentment, refusing to voice degrading suspicions, and learning to think charitably of all people. These battles occur in the hidden places of the heart and are known only to God, from whom no secrets are hidden. Because they are unseen, we receive no public encouragement for our victories. If we resist the temptation to speak evil, no one may know of our restraint. If we give in to it, people may not think worse of us, since the fault is so common. It is therefore not surprising that even religious people sometimes fall into this sin. Yet it is especially painful to see those who faithfully perform many Christian duties still indulge in gossip, suspicion, and harmful talk about others. Still, when sincere Christians fall into this fault, it is to be hoped that they soon feel a deep conviction of their error. True believers know that they are sinners who can fall. They also know that their defense in times of temptation is watchfulness and prayer. If any among my readers are sincere Christians who struggle with this temptation, who know from painful experience that the tongue is difficult to control and that speaking against others is one of their particular weaknesses, let them remember this: generous acts and kind services, without true Christian love, profit nothing. At the end of a day filled with good deeds, if they know that although their hands gave, their tongue wounded, they should not claim the peaceful rest of a faithful Christian that night. Instead, let them humble themselves before the one who said, "Judge not," and remember the solemn warning, "Let those who think they stand take heed lest they fall." I would also remind them of the words of the Apostle James, "If any man among you seems to be religious and does not restrain his tongue but deceives his own heart, that person's religion is worthless." Let me now summarize the main points of this chapter. That the group in society who claim to live under the influence of the Holy Spirit would not need warnings against speaking harmfully about others or slander if they were not, like everyone else, exposed to the attacks of the soul's enemy. Their advantage is only that they possess stronger spiritual weapons with which to resist these temptations. That they, like all others, must remain watchful and prayerful so that they do not fall into temptation. That the charity spoken of by the Apostle Paul means Christian love toward others, not simply giving money or assistance. That it is often easier to perform many outward Christian duties than it is to restrain a single harsh remark or avoid speaking injuriously about someone else. That public approval and praise often accompany visible acts of kindness and generosity. But the struggle against envy, resentment, and the desire to speak ill of others takes place secretly within the heart, where no external praise encourages us in the effort. And finally, that to strengthen themselves in this struggle, they must remember the words of the Apostle James in the 1st chapter, verse 26. Chapter 17. Why young people must guard their tongues. Permit me now, my dear brothers and sisters, members of the society to which I have the privilege of belonging, to speak to you on this subject. Friends have always felt deeply the importance of this matter and have carefully considered it. Through wise regulations, they have also tried to guard against the sin discussed in this work. Among us, therefore, who are protected against this fault by official warnings and reminded of its danger through the following question regularly read in our meetings of discipline: speaking harmfully about others is even less excusable than it may be among others. The question is this: are friends preserved in love toward one another? And are they careful to avoid and discourage talebearing and speaking against others? I should add, however, so that none misunderstand this question, that it does not mean we should show a Christian spirit only toward members of our own society. We know that the love taught in the gospel is much broader. We are called to seek the well-being of the whole human family and to promote it as far as we can. Although, according to the Apostle's words, we may be especially willing to do good to those who belong to the household of faith, we are still expected to perform the duties of Christian love toward all who need them, whether Jew or Gentile. Therefore, the warning against talebearing and harmful speech applies to everyone, not merely within our own community. Since the wisdom of our devout ancestors has provided us with such safeguards against this tempting fault, we must ask ourselves, what kind of people ought we to be in our conduct and devotion? As Scripture reminds us, "You therefore, beloved, knowing these things beforehand, take care that you are not carried away by the error of the wicked and fall from your own steadfastness." But I especially address you, my younger brothers and sisters. Remember the responsibility that this question places upon you. When the answer to it is given in our meetings, you share in that answer. If your conscience tells you that you have spoken or acted in a way that contradicts the duty described in that question, then you must realize that you are also sharing in something untrue, unless the answer is given with an almost impossible level of caution and qualification. My observation suggests that young people, whatever their beliefs or circumstances, are generally inclined toward mockery. Young people feel strongly, but often think quickly and superficially. To them, outward appearances seem almost everything. They are especially quick to notice what appears ridiculous in people and situations. They detect small weaknesses in others immediately, and because they have not yet learned to recognize their own weaknesses, they often show little mercy toward the weaknesses of others. Patience and generosity in judgment rarely belong to youth, largely because of this lack of self-knowledge. For this reason, quick and unfair judgments, combined with a sharp sense of what is amusing or absurd, and often a strong ability to mock, make young people of both genders especially likely to indulge in satire and in speaking ill of others. Vanity also plays a part. Young people sometimes imagine that harsh criticism appears clever and proves intellectual superiority. I have sometimes heard parents repeat the bold and sarcastic remarks of their children as if they were signs of early brilliance or intelligence, though to me, such remarks have often produced moral discomfort rather than admiration. Because of this understanding of both the advantages and the dangers of youth, I have often admired, among many other benefits of our society, the practice of regularly asking the question that warns against tale-bearing and harmful speech. Speaking against others is so common that people often forget it is a sin, or they excuse it because so many others practice it as well. As the author of The Government of the Tongue observes,
Detraction is among the greatest of sins in some cases, but in general it is certainly one of the most common. Because it is so common, people become insensitive to it. This fault seems not only to maintain its power, but even to keep its reputation. People are not fully convinced that it is truly sinful, or they imagine it to be a smaller fault than it really is. Their understanding of it is incomplete. Not knowing how far the fault may reach, they often step beyond safe limits, like inexperienced magicians who go beyond what they understand. This may explain why even people who have carefully corrected other faults of speech still sometimes fall into this one. Many who would recoil at using an oath will easily slip into speaking harmfully about others. If people who otherwise live upright lives frequently indulge in this fault, it is probably because their light view of its seriousness has made it easy for them. For this reason, it may be a useful effort to expose this fault clearly, showing how complex it is, how it is made up of many small threads. Even the smallest thread can bind and trap us. And if Satan binds us, it matters little whether he uses a cable or a hair. Indeed, the smallest sins may sometimes be his greatest strategies. Plato once answered someone who complained about being corrected for a small matter. Habit is no small matter. Even if a sin were as small as we sometimes imagine, a habit of indulging it would be destructive. Such indulgence is completely opposed to the love of God. That love may coexist with occasional unintentional faults, but it cannot exist with the deliberate practice of any sin. In truth, however, I cannot agree that any form of speaking harmfully about others is small. Some forms may be worse than others, but even the least of them directly opposes the great commandment of love, to love our neighbour as ourselves.
If this is true, my dear young friends, if speaking harmfully about others becomes almost unnoticed because it is so common, and if people are not fully convinced that it is truly sinful, how thankful we should be that we are so often reminded of its danger. We are warned against it in a way so clear and powerful that even if the rest of the world becomes quietly entangled in this snare, woven with threads of many sizes, the smallest strong enough to trap us, we cannot claim ignorance or excuse if we fall into it. And if, through carelessness, we allow ourselves to be caught in that snare, it is our own fault if we do not awaken when the voice of warning calls us to break free before the bonds tighten around us. Believe me, my beloved younger brothers and sisters, only those who have been raised under very different circumstances can fully understand the advantages of belonging to your religious society. You yourselves may not fully appreciate them, just as we often fail to value something we have always possessed. Many blessings are like good health. We hardly notice them because we have never been without them. Consider, for example, the accounts we read of missionary work. How striking it is to see the joy of those who have newly received the Bible and can read its words for the first time. We, who have known the Scriptures since childhood, cannot feel the same fresh excitement when we read them. In the same way, you who have enjoyed the privileges of your religious community from your earliest awareness may not fully recognize how much protection and guidance they have already given you. Yet the benefits you gain in youth will continue to help you in maturity and even in old age. Some of you, in the energy of youth, may sometimes wish for greater freedom or for a life more like that of the wider world. But when you yourselves become parents, at least in most cases, you will wish your own children to have the same safeguards that now seem restrictive to you. You will remember with gratitude that those restraints, though sometimes painful, were protective. If they denied you certain pleasures, they also protected you from many dangers and harms, and you will likely encourage those dear to you to learn from your experience, saying in the words of Scripture, "This is the way. Walk in it." Returning now to the question that regularly reminds us of our duty, are friends preserved in love toward one another? And are they careful to avoid and discourage tale-bearing and speaking harmfully about others? Dear friends, to avoid these faults requires real effort from us, just as it does from others. We must therefore use every means available to resist the spirit of harmful speech, every help that God, in His mercy, has given us to make our efforts successful. Let us therefore consider together the safeguards against this fault, and self-examination again appears first. Let us examine our own motives and actions before we speak harmfully about the conduct of others. Let us consider their temptations and their disadvantages of every kind. Then, let us ask ourselves whether we are truly free from the faults we condemn, and whether, placed in the same circumstances, we would have acted better. We should ask our own hearts how we would wish to be treated. Would we not expect that any harmful story told about us should be carefully examined before it is believed, and certainly before it is repeated? If we make proper use of self-examination, we will discover that the time we were ready to spend criticizing the faults of others would be far better used in correcting our own. Even for the young, the night comes when no one can work. And because the habits of youth are still forming and therefore easier to correct, youth is the best season for careful self-examination. Therefore, young people, set a watchman over yourselves, and let that watchman be self-examination. When that watchman reminds you that both morning and night come, let your inquiry be directed not toward the faults of others, but toward your own. Think less about the small fault in another person's eye, and more about the larger fault that may exist in your own. Another powerful protection against the temptation to speak harmfully about others is the cultivation of the mind. Those whose minds are full of useful thoughts do not need to fill their conversations with talk about other people. They have better and more interesting subjects to discuss. A certain degree of intellectual improvement is within the reach of almost everyone. The tradesman, the craftsman, the mechanic, in fact, anyone who can read and who chooses not to waste time, can gain knowledge even during what might seem to be small, unimportant moments. I once knew a friend who was almost the only person I ever met who always answered letters promptly. She achieved this simply by never wasting time. Whenever she was waiting for someone, whether a friend or a coach, she did not spend the time restlessly walking about or looking out the window. Instead, she sat down and wrote letters. In this way, she maintained a large correspondence without interfering with her other responsibilities, because she used moments that most people would consider wasted. This thoughtful person understood the value of small portions of time. The old proverb says, "Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves." It means that those who do not waste small sums will eventually possess larger ones. The same principle applies to time. If we think of moments as the pennies of time and hours as its pounds, then those who use their moments wisely will soon accumulate useful hours. But those who waste moments will never find their hours long enough for improvement. Even those who work very hard during the day would often find greater refreshment after their labor by reading a few pages of history, moral writing, poetry, or science, something that gives the mind material for thought and conversation. This is far more beneficial than wasting time in idle gossip under the name of relaxation. Therefore, following the same principle that led my friend to write letters rather than waste time, I would advise both young men and women to use their free moments to read something useful. Such reading will lead to meaningful conversation and remove both the need and the desire for gossip, tale-bearing, and speaking harmfully about others. Thinking before we speak would be a powerful remedy for the habit of speaking harmfully about others. Before making a remark that lowers someone in the eyes of others, we should ask our own hearts, would I like the words I am about to say to be repeated to the person concerned? If the answer is no, then it is clear that the remark should not be spoken. This may therefore serve as a useful rule whenever we are tempted to criticize others. Even if we can honestly say that we would be willing to repeat the same criticism in the presence of the person involved, it would still be better to speak directly to that person rather than discussing the matter with others in their absence. To say it to them may be helpful or kind. To say it to others behind their back is unkind. Thoughtful reflection would also remind us that the time we share with one another in this life is short. Since our time together is limited, should we not try to fill it with conversations that are helpful and worthwhile? If cheerful or lively conversation is desired, it is certainly possible to be both innocent and cheerful, as well as merry and wise. Our amusement does not need to come from mocking the weaknesses of those we know. Indeed, if those who indulge in satire imagined that the person they were laughing at might suddenly appear and hear them, perhaps listening outside the window, many unkind remarks would never be spoken. Many harmful stories would remain untold, and our daily social life would be greatly improved. The simple rule, "think before you speak," would prevent much harmful speech. It is often said, and perhaps rightly, that many people speak sarcastically or even spread damaging stories about others simply from thoughtlessness, not from a deliberate wish to harm. If this is so, then the habit of pausing to think before speaking would be of great benefit. Another guiding principle should also be remembered: do to others as you would have others do to you. When King Louis XIV once asked the Marshal Turenne what he needed to carry on a successful war, Turenne replied, "Money." When the king asked again what else was needed, he again answered, money. And when asked a third time, he gave the same reply, meaning that money alone would provide what was necessary. In the same way, I believe that if this sacred rule, treating others as we wish to be treated, were truly followed, it would by itself be enough to prevent the habits of speaking harmfully about others and spreading false accusations. But some may think it impossible to bring such restraining motives quickly enough to mind when temptation arises. They may say that self-examination, serious reflection, and remembered passages of Scripture are too weighty and slow to be called upon in sudden moments. Yet the power of thought is swift as lightning. It matters little to us whether ideas appear in the mind at exactly the same time, or whether one follows another so quickly that we cannot perceive any gap between them. What is certain is that thoughts move through the mind with astonishing speed. Just as different colours painted on a card appear as a single white colour when the card spins rapidly, so many ideas, however numerous or important, can instantly unite into one strong thought or reflection that guides our actions. Therefore, no one should be discouraged from trying to bring good and powerful motives to mind in moments of temptation because they fear they cannot recall them quickly enough. Like the servants of the magic lamp in the old Arabian tale, call upon these motives even slightly, and they will quickly appear ready to help, if we truly wish them to guide us. And who among us does not know the power of a sudden and sincere prayer in moments of need? There are also other thoughts that should often come to mind, especially for those who take religion seriously. One of these is the conviction that speaking evil of others in any form is contrary to the revealed will of God in both the Old and New Testaments. Scripture says, "You shall not go about as a talebearer among your people." And the psalmist asks, "Lord, who shall dwell in your holy hill?" The answer is, "He who does not slander with his tongue, nor does evil to his neighbor, nor takes up a reproach against his neighbor." But you are likely already well acquainted with the Scriptures, so many quotations are unnecessary here. I will therefore close with the all-sufficient instructions of the one who spoke as no one else has spoken. "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Judge not, and you shall not be judged. Condemn not, and you shall not be condemned. Watch and pray, lest you enter into temptation. And as the Lord said, what I say to you, I say to all, watch." In summary, I would now observe that since the wisdom of our ancestors has placed safeguards around us against the common sin of speaking harmfully about others, members of our society have less excuse than most people if we fall into it. That I especially call on my younger brothers and sisters to remember the duty of watchfulness which this question places upon them, because they also share responsibility for the answer that is given. That my observation convinces me that young people everywhere, whatever their circumstances or religious beliefs, are naturally inclined towards satire. That, knowing this tendency in youth, I have often admired, among the many benefits belonging to our society, the question that warns against tale-bearing and speaking harmfully about others. That this fault is especially dangerous because it is so common that people often forget it is a sin. That we therefore ought to be very thankful for the reminder given by this question. That those who were raised outside our society are often better able to recognize the advantages and privileges belonging to it. And that those who were born within the society may not fully feel these advantages now, because they have always possessed them, though they have already benefited from them, and will continue to benefit from them throughout their lives. That when they themselves become parents, I believe they will desire for their children the same restraints they now experience, remembering that although those restraints sometimes caused discomfort, they also protected them. That whatever influence the second query may have, we, like others, must still make a sincere effort to live according to it. much must be done, and much must be carefully avoided. That self-examination, by leading us to think before speaking, would cause us to ask ourselves this question: how would I feel if what I am about to say were repeated to the person I am speaking about? If the heart answers, I would not like it, then it is clear that the remark should not be made, that even if we are willing to say such a remark in the presence of the person concerned, it would still be better not to say it behind their back. That sarcastic or mocking humour would often disappear if we imagined that the person being laughed at were listening or looking in through the window. That it may seem difficult to call restraining motives to mind quickly enough when temptation arises. Yet thought moves as quickly as lightning, and we can recall helpful reflections in a moment. And who among us has not sometimes felt the power of a sincere and sudden prayer? That the scriptures contain many clear commands against harmful speech, commands that would prevent it if we truly paid attention to them. And lastly, I encourage my younger brothers and sisters to remember the words of the Blessed Saviour. What I say to you, I say to all. Watch. Chapter 18. Conclusion. With a heart full of concern and some discouragement, I now write these final pages. Yet I do so with sincere earnestness, once more urging my readers to remember these safeguards against speaking harmfully about others. Self-examination. Thinking before we speak. The rule, do to others as you would have others do to you. And the cultivation of the mind, or the pursuit of knowledge, something Solomon tells us to seek rather than choice gold. Self-examination, or the self-knowledge that comes from it, would be wise even from a worldly point of view. By helping us understand ourselves, it would keep us from making the embarrassing mistake of condemning in others the very faults we ourselves possess. When we clearly see our own weaknesses, we will be more patient with the weaknesses of others. This awareness will often keep us from giving in to the habit of speaking harmfully about them. Thinking before we speak would lead us to ask ourselves this careful question: would I like what I am about to say to be repeated to the person I am speaking about? If the answer is no, then we must recognize that by saying it, we would fall into the sin of speaking harmfully about others. The rule, do to others as you would have others do to you, if it remained constantly in our minds and guided our actions as it should, would completely prevent the habit of speaking ill of others or falsely accusing them. Another safeguard is the cultivation of the mind. When people develop their understanding and knowledge, their conversations naturally turn to subjects and ideas rather than to criticizing individuals. This helps prevent the harmful habits of gossip, backbiting, and detraction. These safeguards, or remedies as I have called them, are not inventions of human wisdom. They come from the teachings of the great physician, from the scriptures themselves. They are also few and simple. No special learning or scientific knowledge is needed to understand them. Their power does not depend on the skill of the one who explains them. Their source is not human, but divine, and they bear the clear mark of truth and revelation. The end.